a strong tradition, the pinnacle of competition in the world of fishing. And echoes of the Bassmaster Classic's past can be heard in Tulsa. The full field of qualifiers have fought their way through day one of this three-day competition, scrapping for every pound. Make it to the top 25 for a shot at bass fishing immortality. A chance to win the Bassmaster Classic. Well, here we go. Let's roll with it. Day two of the most important 3 days in the sport of bass fishing. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Jockey Outdoors. We take you to the Sooner State of Oklahoma for the third time. This World Championship of Bass Fishing is being contested on the Grand Lake of the Cherokees. About 60 miles long, a 75-year-old lake. And here with Davey Height, Mark Zona, I'm Tommy Sanders, and guys, we had 56 who started yesterday from the Wolf Creek Park Fishing Facility. Each of them had a plan. For some of them it worked out. For some, it's going to take a different plan today. And Mark Zona, where do you start if your day wasn't what you wanted it to be?
You know, the interesting thing, Tommy Sanders, covering so many Bassmaster Classics with you and Davey Height. Here's the really weird thing. Being the third time that we're here on Grand Lake of the Cherokees, it was a little bit stingier than we thought it was going to be. They were biting great throughout practice. It was warm. It is not warm this morning, but it was warm yesterday morning. And some of the biggest names in this field just stumbled. And the one thing you talk about in the Bassmaster Classic is, man, if you just have the opportunity to be here, a shot to win this tournament. Well, if you look at our top 10, only one guy has held that trophy, being Hank Cherry. The other 9 that we are covering today, this is new territory.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to think about Hank Cherry and the success he had yesterday, the success he has had in previous Bassmaster Classics. He's held the trophy over his head twice, came real close to doing it another time right here on Grand Lake. He caught so many fish yesterday in the 2.5 to 3.5 pound size, and that really, really matters. We saw guys catch numbers of fish, but most of them were a pound, pound and a half, that sort of thing. But Justin Hamner, the leader, I mean, you have to be impressed with what he did. He caught a lot of fish and certainly had the size to go along with it.
All right, only 2 anglers at 20 pounds. It's going to take just under 30 to make the cut today. So really no one's home free yet as we stand. But let's take a look at the weigh-in yesterday. What we saw in this top 10 that we start this day with, starting with Will Davis, Sylacauga, Alabama. That is Tyler Williams. Belgrade, Maine. The Maine man, he is known as on stage, and he is certainly dedicated to fishing.
And look at this show right here. Manny Robertson. Here's the great thing. If you're a bass fishing fan, if you've watched the Bassmaster Elite Series on FS1, looking at your top 10 in this tournament right now, the great thing, it is pretty much technology versus actual bass fishing, not looking at your electronics. A very, very diverse tournament right now with your leaders.
Absolutely, and we like that. There's your 2-time Classic champion, looking to be the only angler to hold 3 Classic titles. We've got a couple with 4, but Hank Cherry, a big part of this program here. John Cox, he's been a pro for 8 years, about 4 with the Bassmaster Elite Series. So many followers for this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of his followers just love the fact that he doesn't use basically any electronics, just wants to know how deep it is, and usually he can just see the bottom.
Jay Shakurt of Wisconsin, soft-spoken angler, very, very talented, former Rookie of the Year and winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
You're exactly right. From Texas, Lee Livesey doing a lot of old-school bass fishing in your top 10. Good day yesterday. Very solid, 18 pounds, 15 ounces. How about a first-timer?
Yeah.
Qualified through the Opens from Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. Another Wisconsin angler. And Adam Rasmussen, sorry, Tommy, I am cold this morning, okay?
We're getting plenty of fresh air this morning. How about Cody Huff from neighboring Missouri? Comes over here to Grand Lake and knocks out the first 20-pound limit of yesterday. He's one of the technology-oriented guys. That faction that's in here, and Cody Huff, a very formidable force. He's been expected to do great things for long, and he has done great things, and he's been a natural for this one.
Absolutely. Doing something we did not think he'd be doing. Going to take a look at that when the anglers hit the water. But your leader right here from Alabama, and pretty dialed in as well, Justin Hamner, 22 pounds and 6 ounces. Best thing after the weigh-in yesterday, he said, oh no, I am definitely on him.
Well, he is a guy who's not been under the radar, but he has got potential that not everyone knows about. You can talk about that a little bit later, David, because you know how good that guy is. Justin Hamner with 22 pounds and 6 ounces, 21-2 for Cody Huff. Adam Rasmussen there from Wisconsin, 19 and almost a half pounds. Lee Livesey, who didn't live up to his expectations at the most recent Bassmaster Elite Series event, looking to score big time here. Jay Shakurat, the former Rookie of the Year. There's John Cox, and right ahead of Hank Cherry, owns 2 classics already, won them back-to-back in 20 and 21. Matt Robertson, you saw him there with the flamboyant appearance on stage. And the guys who are definitely still in it on this moving day is what we call day number 2 at the Classic. New York's Kyle Patrick, Luke Palmer, Brandon Cobb, Brock Mosley, David Gaston, Stetson Blaylock, Chris Johnston of Canada, Justin Barnes, and Drew Benton.
Really looking at the great thing about Grand Lake, the tournaments we've had here, the weights are always very, very compressed, and we talked about what kind of weight did you need yesterday to stay in this, and we were all up around 15, 16 pounds. That does not quite look like the case right now. Seems like if you had around that, Kyle Welcher weight right there, your former Angler of the Year, 13.5 pounds, you still have a shot.
David, go ahead.
Yeah, I keep talking about it, but it's so important on Grand Lake. The wind is a big, big factor here. A lot of the anglers that we saw have slow days yesterday, it was because of the lack of wind. It's really amazing if you think about it, Justin Hamner to have what he had catching on a jerkbait, and so many anglers. You think about a Patrick Walters. We've seen him catch over 100 pounds several times using that jerkbait. Could only catch small fish yesterday. It could get better for Justin Hamner today with the wind.
And the other thing, look, as I feel like Lloyd Christmas right now from Dumb and Dumber, as cold as it. But here's the deal. On this lake, these fish in northeast Oklahoma on Grand Lake, they are very, very used to this weather. And the other thing, a lot of these fish, the position that they're in, the stage they're in, they're not going anywhere. They're staying put right now. And really the benefit of the wind this morning that you say we did not have yesterday, even though it's colder, fishing probably is going to be better this morning.
Yeah, that's surprising if you've never fished this lake. It's different. The wind really affects it a lot. A lot of rock here. Obviously, this part of the country has it. You heard anglers like Hank Cherry yesterday talking about it. I think Brandon Polinick has a better chance to catch those bigger fish today when those fish actually move up and get a little closer to those rocks on the bottom.
Those were scenes from Wolf Creek Park fishing facility here. Fantastic place in Grove, Oklahoma for the 3rd time. It's the launch place for the Bassmaster Classic. Let's take a look at this map here. 4, 5, and 3 pounders from yesterday.
Actually, these are 4 and 5 pounders, Tommy. And if you look, it was a little bit stingy yesterday. 4+ pounders, but look to the left of your screen. That area right there called Horse Creek, big player in years past, and a big player on day number 1. And 3+ pounders, there's a lot of 3s caught yesterday. But you could tell, even though we had warm temps yesterday morning, the lack of wind had the weights definitely a little bit down.
Yeah, it definitely did. And you look at that map and you see those 3+, 4+, even some 5 pounders. A lot of them in the very backs of these creeks. Pay close attention to that because we'll see some people fishing in the very backs of these main creeks.
Okay, this is day number 2, and again, we stress today so important to be in the top 25 because only the top 25 are going to go on to Championship Sunday. Some of the things we saw yesterday, Ben Milliken, a lot of fanfare coming in for this guy, very popular angler, and has done very well in recent months, in the last 18 months for sure.
And really didn't start getting dialed in until our official practice day on Wednesday, getting in this little harbor right here, a lot of largemouth. And one of the problems for your guys that dedicate themselves to forward-facing sonar technology is there are just so many fish in Grand Lake. Drum, catfish is getting in an area that actually has a pile of largemouth. Ben Milliken right here, not a very solid day. 12 pounds still kind of in the mix, caught a lot of bass, just not the quality he was looking for.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's very, very difficult because there's so many different species in this lake, and getting the those fish to react, and we'll talk about that more when we see Justin Hamner when he gets out on the water. A big, big key. Those catfish, those carp, a lot of times they look very similar to bass, but they don't react to the baits.
Brandon Polinick got a great history here early in his career. Back in 2013, he had a big day, especially strong final day at the Bassmaster Classic here on Grand Lake that year, and fell just short. Second place, it still stands as his best classic performance.
Exactly, and really watching Brandon Polinick yesterday, one of the anglers that said he had a huge day of practice on Wednesday, even last weekend. Shallow cranking, pretty much Grand Lake 101. And we saw him lose one big one and just never got traction after that.
It tells the whole story. You look at those fish yesterday morning, not counting the one that he lost, but those fish, the whole crankbait outside the mouth. I think the lack of wind and that warm night helped some anglers, especially the ones that are fishing super shallow. But the colder night, I think, will help people like Brandon Polinick and Hank Cherry with those fish relating to the rocks.
That fish right there was one of his last keepers. He says this is the first time they've got it the way they got it
exactly.
In practice. So maybe things could turn around for him, maybe a good sign. We will see during the course of today. Luke Palmer, one of our Oklahoma favorites here, one of the strong guys on the Bassmaster Elite Series over really the past 4 years. He's qualified for 4, now 5 classics in a row.
And pretty much looking at the techniques that we got to see on day one, a lot of jerk baits, shallow cranking, jig fishing. Those are the 3 main weapons every time we come to Grand Lake. And the interesting thing about this tournament right now, we probably got to see more fish catches yesterday, but the quality was never there. The numbers were there. Watching Luke Palmer all morning long, applying a jerk bait, and later in the afternoon, one big quality bite that we got to see after our midday break truly saved Luke Palmer's day.
Yeah, he was. Go ahead.
Absolutely did. Luke Palmer, his plan was much like so many others. Go get a limit, throw a bait that I think I can just put some keepers in the boat, and then try to target big fish. Well, Luke Palmer is one of the few that actually worked out. That's 6+ pounder here for him yesterday. Certainly saved his day. 15 pounds, 10 ounces.
Saved his tournament.
It really did. It really did, because without that fish, you know, his other 4 fish in the live well weighed about 6 pounds. So.
Well, the nature of the weights here means that a 5-pounder for anyone at any time today can absolutely turn their fortunes around. Hank Cherry did not run across that 5-pounder day, but boy, he caught solid ones all day long.
Yeah, he's definitely due to catch a 5+ pounder. To catch as many 3-pounders, 2.5 to 3.25 as he caught yesterday. And he said, I could call my shots. I could pull up to a dock and call my shots. And he was really doing that. And when you're calling your shot, catching 3-pounders, you just know it's a matter of time before you catch a 5 or 6-pounder. I think he'll do that today.
And this is a 2-time Bassmaster Classic champion, but he had the opportunity to win here. I believe that was the tournament Cliff Pace won, and he literally had the fish on to win that tournament. And that area that he applied in that event, he has not visited yet. He said, I'm going to save as much as I can. Working yesterday with a bladed jig and a jig, as you said, Davey Height. If he swings enough times, he will come across a big one. Probably the best quality that we got to see across the board yesterday on
Yeah, it's interesting when we get to talk to the anglers after they weighed in. In 7th place, you know, that's a good start for a Bassmaster Classic, but, you know, 22 pounds, 21 pounds in 2nd place. He's back quite a ways. Seemed to be very confident to be in 7th place.
Jay Shakurit, we caught up with him because early on in the day he took over the lead. Very quiet angler, low-key, but so talented.
Exactly right. Looking at Jay Shakurit right here. Big thanks to Robbie Floyd, our on-water reporter, for every Bassmaster Classic the last 2 decades. Jay Shakurit fishing basically that mid-depth zone, 4 to 10 feet of water, isolated brush piles. And the interesting thing is watching what Shakurit did yesterday out of the gates. He absolutely crushed them the first 90 minutes.
He was around an angler that a lot of us thought could win this tournament, and it's far from over, but he just outfished a very good angler that has a lot of experience here on this lake, doing something very interesting. I'm eager to watch him today. We've got a camera in his boat, fishing a jerkbait shallow brush, which if you have any experience doing that, you go through a lot of baits.
You go through a lot of baits, and he's grinding it on the bottom, something you don't usually hear.
There's seen below the lake right there. This is an interesting piece of geography around here in the green country of Oklahoma. And we are still about 30 minutes away from takeoff time. Justin Hamner of Alabama, Lake Tuscaloosa, his home lake, with 22 pounds and 6 ounces, leads the Bassmaster Classic after day number 1. Cody Huff of neighboring Missouri, also with 20 plus 21 pounds and 2 ounces. And then we go to Adam Rasmussen from Wisconsin, Sturgeon Bay, 19.5 in third place. Lee Livesey of Texas, Jay Shakura, we just saw him on camera. Cox, Cherry, Robertson, Williams, Davis, and all the rest. All our anglers, the full field out there today in just a few minutes.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. So great to have you with us today, the second day of this World Championship of Fishing. Very important day for all of the 56 anglers in our field. You've got to make it into the top 25 before you can move on to the championship Sunday. Of course, always in our field, especially for the past few decades, we have our international. It is a worldwide sport. We have anglers from Japan, from New Zealand, and also from Queensland, Australia there. As Carl Jockimson worked very, very hard to make it to the Classic in 2014. Just to make it here in the United States, it's tough. It's a hard way to go.
Absolutely right. Looking at Carl Jockimson right there, hoisting that trophy. Actually out of the state of Oklahoma from there, Taku Ito, one of the best with his electronics. And here's an amazing thing. He had never caught a smallmouth bass like he is right there where he won that event on the St. Lawrence River. From there, Koya Fujita, who has proven to be one of the best to ever enter the Bassmaster Elite Series in unbelievable 12 months for the angler from Japan. And Kenta Kimura actually a favorite in this event.
Yeah, a lot of experience here. He calls this area home when he's not traveling around fishing all of the opens. He fishes all 9 opens and the Bassmaster Elite Series.
In Canada, very, very important in classic history. Chris Johnson became the first Canadian angler to win a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament back in his second year of competition.
And really looking at Chris and Corey Johnston and all of our international anglers, we talked about this yesterday, is they all kind of bring a different style of fishing to the Elite Series.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Really surprising to see the Johnson brothers catch them from Florida all the way up to Canada.
And there he is, your defending champion from last year, 23, in Knoxville, Tennessee, Jeff Gustafson from Ontario, Canada, one of the most incredibly personable folks in the face of the earth, sports or no sports, and this is a very much deserved win for Jeff Gustafson, defending his title out there today on the Grand Lake of the Cherokees. We'll be in the boats with 10 of our anglers today. There's a rundown.
Yes.
There's a lineup of them for you right there.
And I will tell you, looking at the 10 anglers that we are covering, there is a lot of diversity in there, at least for how they got to this Bassmaster Classic. And the great thing, it is how they are catching them in this tournament, really spread across the board as far as techniques go.
Yeah, guys, absolutely. Just looking at our top 10, literally we have all the levels of BASS competition, from college series champions, nation, team champions. Then you get up to the Opens level. There's winners there, Elite Series, and obviously a 2-time Classic champion, Hank Cherry, right there. All levels of bass represented winners-wise.
That's Ronnie Moore. Ronnie Moore is with us today. Mike Zucon as well. Two-time winner, Hank Cherry. He's trying to make it 3 here. Won it back-to-back in 20 and 21. Guntersville, Lake Ray Roberts in Texas. Let's take a look at that 2020 tournament. He really got onto something great there at Guntersville.
He really did, and yesterday we talked about several times, you see these catches here at a jerk bait. That's the last 2 days, especially the final day, catching that big fish there, holding a trophy over his head. But this tournament really is starting now for Hank Cherry, just like it did there at Guntersville, catching his fish on a bladed jig and a jig around docks, a little bit of vegetation there at Guntersville, not so much here, but very, very similar. And we talked to him yesterday he said, I'm saving that jerkbait stuff. The stuff that I've learned from 2013, I'm saving it, which is very rare to hear an angler at the Bassmaster Classic say, I'm saving something until the third day.
Definitely a big game player, big tournament player. Really fishes these tournaments to win, and sometimes he crashes and burns a little bit like our friend Davey Height here on this. But when he connects, definitely holds the trophy. A big opportunity this week for Hank Cherry.
It is, and it's hard. Isn't everyone fishing this tournament to win? But we know that, and if you fish tournaments and bigger tournaments, you know that you just have a different mindset in this tournament. And really and truly, you fish this tournament to win, or nothing else really matters, especially in the case with Hank Cherry. He's already won this thing twice.
So Jay Shakurat there comes from a walleye fishing family up in Wisconsin. His father, a former walleye professional angler of the year, professional walleye fisherman. Will Davis of Sylacauga, Alabama, a fishing family as well, a manufacturing company, his family.
I want you to keep your eye on Cody Huff. The reason why, one of the best forward-facing sonar fishermen in the field, not using it at all. He has found himself a little, what somebody would call as a Grand Lake hidey hole.
So as a classic angler going into the second day or the third day, in second place, he had the lead for much of the day yesterday, fishing extremely shallow. Not as many spectator boats this day and time 2024 as we had years prior to Bass Live, because so many people like to just watch it from the comfort and the warmth of their home. But for Cody, dealing with how he's going to fish that shallow area, leading in there with a group of boats, it's going to be very interesting to watch this morning. I promise you, he thought about it all night long. What's my best strategy to go in this shallow area with these boats?
Here's how shallow Cody Huff is fishing. A lot of the local camera boats that were helping our cameramen yesterday did not even know how to get to his area that he was in. And really, he's going to have to manage that. He's going to have to manage that in his style of fishing. He's going to have to fish very slow to keep a lot of those spectators behind him.
Well, that's the 10 out there, including our leader, Justin Handler. We'll have more on him for you as we go through the day. This was 2023. This was last year, Knoxville, Tennessee. Jeff Gustafson, who won a tournament in this same spot just a year earlier.
It's so unusual to be able to come back to an area, the Elite Series. You educate those people, and this is not a secret place to start with, but to have the elite anglers come back and fish a classic and have a pre-practice period and have 3 official days of practice, it's so unusual for him to come back and actually win that event like he did.
Yeah, exactly. And the weirdest thing in that tournament with Gussie was only catching 2 bass on the final day of the Bassmaster Classic and still holding the trophy.
Wire to wire, the strangest wire to wire win. That earlier tournament he won there with the Elite Series was actually 21, not 22, as I mentioned earlier. But again, we are awaiting takeoff there at Wolf Creek Park. Takeoff taking place there. Grove, Oklahoma is where that is located.
Ooh, got some wind this morning.
We got a little bit of wind this morning. We're out here in the fresh air as well. Feels a little bit like Ice Station Zebra, but we're expecting some sunlight to change things early on. We'll get our tailgate party going behind us, and it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
It might have been a little different, Tommy, but that 2023 Classic with Jeff Gustafson not having a limit on the final day reminds me of the 2013 Classic here at Grand, where Cliff Pace had the two of the biggest bags all week, and then failed to get a limit on the final day and was able to survive and win that Classic.
Wow.
But he did it off the back of day 1 and day 2, so we will see if one of those guys, Hamner or Huff, does it again and has a significant lead going into the final day.
I don't think you can get away without not having a limit in this tournament this time around.
I agree. Sure, looking that way. But that is the connection to this tournament for sure. Got big crowds yesterday out there in Grove, Oklahoma at the Wolf Creek Park facility, and that's become a big thing. I mean, be there for the takeoff at the Classic. It used to be that big a deal, but now sometimes thousands gather for that.
Yesterday morning being the first morning to take off, and the rain, it was unexpected, but pouring down rain there. You see that yesterday morning. To see the Bassmaster Classic fans show up like they always do in those kind of conditions is really surprising.
Again, we have 56 anglers who have qualified, 40 of them from the Bassmaster Elite Series. Also from the Bassmaster Elite Series, our defending champ, Jeff Gustafson, and the winner of the final term of the year. That's winning in. That's Patrick Walters. We also have 9 qualifiers from the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens based on their winning all of those 9 events during that event. We've also got qualifiers from the Strike King Bassmaster College Series. The team competition, both of those had bracket competitions to get here. So we've got a full field ready to go, shooting for 25 spots in the final. They're getting closer to launch time. Well, tomorrow on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to the Lone Star State as the best drivers on the planet tackle the twists and turns at COTA. The pre-race begins at 3 Eastern with the engines firing at 3:30 tomorrow on Fox. Very much looking forward to that.
Yes.
Looking forward to our takeoff here. Just really minutes away here, about 10, 15 minutes or so. 56 anglers. I'm sure they've all got a case of the butterflies, a little bit of anxiety there. That is a live shot for you there at the Wolf Creek Park Fishing Facility, Grove, Oklahoma. Going to get underway with 8 hours of fishing for these guys, and as we say, they've got to make the top 25 by day's end in order to compete for the World Championship on Sunday. What does it feel like, Davey, to be out there? Day 2.
I was just sitting here thinking that, you know, there's a lot of anglers, 56 anglers that are very anxious to get out there, the ones that are leading all the way back to the one that's in 56th place. A lot of emotions going on. Many of them have their families, friends there, and it's just a lot of emotions going on inside. Looking at baits, checking hooks, checking knots, making sure your line's okay. You dragged it and back off on an hour-and-a-half ride out there to the park. So a lot going on mentally right now. It's the hurry up and wait that's painful.
And I really think the story of day 2, talking about this weather shift we have, the presence of wind this morning, will some of those big names, some of those favorites, a Kyle Welcher, a Jason Christie, Greg Hackney, can they fight their way back into this Bassmaster Classic?
I really think we'll have 1 or 2 of those names that you're talking about that it's going to get back in the mix. We had some anglers that just, you know, their timing wasn't just right. Lee Livesey had a good day, but we heard him and we didn't say anything.
Right.
He checked an area that he thought he was really going to catch him. Cody Huff had just left there.
Absolutely right.
So we'll see how some of those collisions might actually happen today, where they were near misses yesterday, and some of these anglers that they'll understand why they didn't catch them where they thought they were going to, that they were just a few minutes too late.
Folks, it's cold down there. We've already got a crowd building up down there, and it will continue to swell as we get closer and closer to the time they send out. That's a big deal. Dave Mercer introduces them all, makes a show out of it. It's an experience.
Look, I do. I'll just come out and say it. I feel like Kurt Russell in the thing right now. I can't feel my toes. I can't feel my toes.
Tommy, there were anglers yesterday on their way to the takeoff from Tulsa to Grand, and they were disappointed. It started raining. They realized fans are probably not going to show up. They turn into Wolf Creek Park, and there are thousands of fans, their eyeballs turning, waiting for them. They said, yeah, this is why it's the biggest tournament. There's a lot of people here for the reason. That's humbling for those anglers.
It definitely is, and we talk about this, but it's amazing. Every year, I think we should keep talking about it. People plan their vacations. When the site and the date is set for the Bassmaster Classic, people immediately, a year in advance almost, set this week aside to come here and enjoy the biggest show in our sport, the Bassmaster Classic.
Well, it's just a few minutes away now. The takeoff is going to begin. We got the cameras fired up here. One of our anglers, a fellow who has qualified 3 different ways for the Classic. He was born for the Classics. This guy, Matt Robertson of Kentucky. It's just an incredible story, and he is on him. He has confidence going into today. We'll be with him all day long. This should be absolutely something else. This is at the takeoff.
What's up, guys? Day 2 here, Bassmaster Classic, and had a decent day 1. Went out there and throwing the big baits, and you know, the conditions didn't really set up yesterday, but they're setting up right today. I hate to get my hopes high, but I need the wind, and it was slick yesterday, so we're going to go out there and see what happens.
You have a great track record in Bassmaster.
Only guy throwing the big baits out there, and it feels like he can really get it done.
Matt Robertson is a fruit bat, okay? There is no other way to put it, but the way he is fishing, solely using big swim baits, 8-inch swim baits, said, look, man, I am only fishing for 5 bites. And he said, if I'm going to compete with the guys that are utilizing forward-facing sonar, this is the way I'll do it. And if I get 5 bites, I will be a headache in this tournament.
Yeah, he only got 6 bites yesterday and had what he had.
Yes.
Certainly expecting to get more than that today with this win.
And that's the only, that was the biggest thing. He said, if I have wind, which we obviously have that now, and we're going to have a lot more of that tomorrow. But if you look at Matt Robertson, as different as he is absolutely a fish-catching machine.
16.8 was his weight at the weigh-in yesterday. It was Dave Mercer wearing his coat for him so he could hold his fish up. That was handy.
And guys, he mentioned backstage that this felt like last year. And if we remember last year, he may not have won the event, he may not have been in the top 10, but he was lingering around there, and he would have 2 or 3 fish per day. We have a 5-fish limit. He would come up with just 2 fish at weigh-in or 3 fish, but they were 5 to 6 pounders. He was catching the biggest fish of the tournament, but just couldn't get a limit. He said, the fact that I got 5 yesterday with no wind, it could be a storm this week.
The other thing about that, throwing those big swim baits, he said, I had so many big ones tracking his swim bait yesterday.
Well, weird. Anxiously awaiting, see what he could do to get into the top 25 on the day. Welcome to you. This is Bassmaster Live, and we are coming to you live from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Out in the open this time around. We picked a good week for that because we get plenty of fresh air on this morning. This is the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon Outdoors Edition. And let's take it over. Ronnie Moore, you brought your screen of knowledge with you.
I got the Dakota Lithium wall of knowledge here,
Yes.
and yesterday wasn't kind to me, but it's already being better. It's a better day 2 already this morning. But
You
guys,
spun out yesterday.
oh, well, there's a new environment.
It's day
The
one.
comforts of
It's day
home aren't
one.
here. But that's the same thing these anglers are dealing with. A different scenario this week from their norm. Most of these tournament anglers fish 3 days of practice and go straight into the tournament. Things that they left the practice day the day before stay the same. There's a lot of change this week, and we were talking about Matt Robertson. Once upon a time, we were explaining to the Bassmaster fans who he was because he wasn't an Elite Series pro at the time. Came from the Team Series, came from the Opens, things like that, and there are a couple of those anglers who rise up every classic, and I wanted to point out 3 of them. When we're thinking about maybe some picks of the guys you may not know from the Elite Series that are from other trails in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing or Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, there are 3 anglers in our top 25 that had good day 1s at Grand Lake. Adam Rasmussen, 3rd place with 19 pounds, 5 ounces, a huge day for the Wisconsin angler. He is a winner. He won at Wheeler Lake last year in the Opens to qualify for this, and just a month ago he won at Eufaula, Alabama in our Nation Series, another grassroots level. A big field there in Alabama full of guys who know that lake and came down from Wisconsin and won. So Rasmussen in the last 12 months is a winner, and he's going to be in the Nation Championship, maybe getting back to the Classic next year. Speaking of winners, on his home lake at Eufaula last year in the Opens, jumped in and wanted to test himself against that next level of competition. Justin Barnes won that event. He is in our top 25 after day 1. And then Joey Nania, he is one of those guys who fished the Bassmaster Junior Series when he was this tall, 12, 13 years old, and then he jumps into the Opens at the age of 18, and he has been there for 14 years, but rarely do you see a guy make a Classic multiple times from other routes. He has made the Classic now for the 2nd time from the Open. So Adam Rasmussen, Justin Barnes, and Joey Nania, 3 anglers who are in our top 25 who came from somewhere other than the pros that are really making an impact when they get the opportunity in the biggest tournament, Tommy.
Yeah, and should you think that the Opens, they are a pathway to the Bassmaster Elite Series, there's nothing easy about them. Those are huge fields with extremely talented anglers, many of them locals coming in who can actually just tear the place apart. And to survive in that atmosphere, it means you're good.
And what Ronnie said right there is spot on. To do that more than one time is absolutely incredible. You are defying odds because of the numbers.
Yes, absolutely.
What Adam Rasmussen has done is really incredible. He won an Open. He won a Nation in the fall of the year, Lake Eufaula. You've been there. That's not an easy task for sure.
Wow.
And he's in 3rd place in the Bassmaster Classic after day 1. That's pretty dang impressive, I must say.
And, Tommy, I forgot to mention, he's also on my fantasy team.
I
just wanted to let you know.
That's
that
the
in there.
final dart. I give up, Ronnie Moore. You have got this thing under control. He is the king of fantasy, of course. Just many of our viewers may not be aware.
You know, we've never done basically an hour. This is almost like coffee with Bassmaster live.
This is. Wake up with Bassmaster.
Ray Roberts.
Come on.
Thunderstorm.
Oh, yes,
we did it.
We did actually.
One other time, but it was not 37 degrees.
And it wasn't intentional either. We kind of had to improvise, which we're kind of doing now, but we love it because this is a very, very big day in the sport. History is going to be written today. You can count on that. They
A lot
are just
of emotions.
moments away, just 5 minutes before the takeoff begins, and it won't be long after that. We'll have some anglers, some of the anglers that we're in the boat with our cameras set up and ready to go, and the fishing will commence very shortly here. Bassmaster Live, Bass Pro Shops, Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors.
All right, here's our man, the leader, through the first 2 days, Rick Klein. All right, he's got to have fish. He's still digging. My goodness. To break the record, he's got to have 11 pounds, 12 ounces to break the all-time record. Let's give it for him, folks. Come on, everybody, stand up. This is the broke all the record. 27 pounds.
One of the most celebrated Bassmaster Classics of all time. 1984, Pine Bluff, Arkansas, on the Arkansas River, and Rick Clunn, who owned 2 classic titles, found a bunch of fish, pre-fishing there, came back for the Classic, found him again. His father in a coma in the hospital. The family said he will not allow you to not fish this Classic. Stay and fish. He did. He set all the records.
It set all the records and absolutely blew that tournament away.
It was incredible. No one will ever forget that. He made a speech at the end. I wish we may be able to show that sometime this weekend about the opportunities that bass fishing affords him and how only in America, that sort of thing. 2 future presidents standing on each side of him, Bush and Clinton, and you could see thought balloons over their head saying, "Man, I wish I'd said that."
That's awesome.
It was absolutely stunning.
I bet they used it somewhere down the line.
Yeah,
I
know they
guarantee
did.
you they did.
Coming up on his 500th Bassmaster
That's right.
event. Just
Wow.
think about that.
2
That's
events
incredible.
after this one on the Bassmaster Elite Series, 50th year with the Bassmasters. We live in a great sport. I mean, none of us has ever been able to meet Babe Ruth or Lou Gehrig or Bronco Nagurski
And
or
he's
Red
still
Grange.
playing the game.
Yeah, he's still playing the
Right.
game. Well, and him and several other the original stars are still in the game. The Bobby Murrays, Bill Dance, Roland Martins. It's a great time to be in bass.
And then we talk about one of the great things about our sport, young to old, you can participate in this sport. I mean, we just had a Elite Series winner that had just turned 19 years old. Rick Clunn is about to fish his 500 tournament. So that shows that even on the Bassmaster Elite Series, you can participate from very young to older.
Ronnie said we have an angler in this tournament that had to turn in his homework on Thursday.
That is right. That is what an incredible sport. Nothing like it.
All the excuses, not the dog ate it, but I mean, could you say, my jerk bait got caught up in my jerk bait. I lost my homework. I mean,
I have to fish the Bassmaster Classic. Well, 56 anglers taking off. The takeoff is underway here in Grand Lake of the
Big
Cherokee. It's
crowd.
about 60 miles long and pretty well distributed, but mostly mid-lake is where we saw most of the action
Yeah, and it's
yesterday.
time to start diving into really what Grand Lake is. If you've never been to Grand Lake or you've never watched any of the footage here of the Bassmaster Classic, it is pretty much rocks and docks. And the interesting thing on this lake, you'll hear this with a lot of anglers that have history here, it is the same old Grand Lake. A lot of these fish tend to set up in the same areas, use the same docks, the same brush piles year after year, and really look for, like classics past, that mid-lake region, that Horse Creek region, kind of Honey Creek. The reason why, just that watercolor.
yeah, absolutely. And it's really amazing, like you said, Z, that this lake really gives us no surprises as far as the general areas that these fish are going to be caught. Horse Creek is always a player, Honey Creek. And it's just so interesting to see anglers with so much experience like a Jason Christie, a Kenton Kimura that we've talked about all week, knowing, and I rode with Jason on the one official practice day, he said 4 out of the top 10 will come from Horse Creek, right here where we are.
Nailed it.
He nailed it, but he didn't catch him there.
Right.
So it's interesting to see how they figure it out, and we're going to see a Cody Hutt fish extremely shallow, and then some other anglers doing some other things to be able to get those fish to bite.
Saw the TH Marine Weather Watch just a few minutes ago. Get to 63 degrees today. It's a long way from that right now. It's got a ways to go. The sun will help things, and you think about where Grand Lake is, and it's not too far from the Ozarks, and you think of those White River lakes in Arkansas. It's similar, but not really like those.
No,
lakes.
Actually, Cody Hupp was one of the anglers we got to talk to, and he really dialed us in. He said this place, Grand Lake, is a lot more like Lake of the Ozarks instead of, a Table Rock or a Bull Shoals. He said the fish on Grand Lake, like Lake of the Ozarks, they want to be on an object, to where a lot of fish on Table Rock and the Bull Shoals, they'll suspend, they'll roam a lot more. He said that is not the case on this lake. We got to see that. A lot of your masters of forward-facing sonar, Koya Fujita, they struggled. You can obviously tell there's not as many fish offshore. They want to be butted up against something.
If you idle around and graph around on this lake and see so many brush piles, the locals know that they like to be on some type of cover. That's why they put in so many brush piles. Heard Jason Christie said he idled around and found 970 some odd brush piles in about 6 days. Some of these other anglers talked about idling around and finding 300, 400, 500. So that tells you the locals certainly know that these fish like to relate to something. The big problem for so many of them is other fish, the white bass, the hybrids, the catfish, the carp, like to relate to those pieces of cover too, so it's been real difficult for most of the forward-facing sonar users to distinguish between the different species.
And you nailed it right there. There's a certain brush pile holding these fish right now. We talked to Tyler Williams, said, man, those big brush piles, exactly what you said, they just have too many catfish. It's almost like the nasty small.
Some of them said small bushy ones.
A stick.
Yeah, a stick even. It's
Your leader,
as random as that.
Justin Hamner, a lot of his weight yesterday came off one stick.
Yeah, I always like to think about bass relating to the best cover available, because some places we have vegetation, and to me, if you've got vegetation, that's the best cover available. But when you think about it, best cover available, it's a cover that there's not 20 catfish competing for shad with you. It might be a stick where you've got cover and you can ambush those shad or crawfish, whatever they might be feeding on, but it's best cover available.
And whether you like technology and forward-facing sonar and that whole thing in the bass fishing world right now, no matter what, you learn a lot of things. And a lot of your leaders, talking to guys like Justin Hammer, they said if you get in a brush pile and you catch one catfish, you will not catch a bass in that same area.
Well, we're more than halfway done with our takeoff right now. Again, 56 boats hanging out there, or leaving out of the takeoff place there. Right now, Robbie Floyd is out there with our leader, Justin Hamner.
That's awesome. Justin
Second classic, the month of March has been really good to you, Justin. It's your birthday month, man. It's time to celebrate. Look at Fork. You got the Century Belt, the big fish of the tournament, an 11-7. Here, you've got big fish of the tournament and the Classic League going into this second day. How good is March?
March is pretty dang good. Let's do it again. You think we can do it again? Let's do it again.
And I can see on your face the anticipation of today. You think today is going to be even better than yesterday.
I really do. I was begging for some wind yesterday. As soon as we got like just a little ripple of a breeze, those fish just started, they were chewing. Today is nasty. This is when fish bite. It's terrible to be out here, but they're going to chew.
All right, two different approaches to look at this classic going into day two when you're the leader. I can either stay in it. Some guys say, I don't want to, knock myself out of position. The other is to put your foot on their throat and trying to jump away. Which is your approach on this final going into this second day?
We go in the foot on the throat approach. Yesterday we had 22. Could have had about 24, 25. Today the conditions are right to really make something happen. So.
And if you remember last year, Gustafson needed that second day charge to win on day number 3 and hold on to that lead. Justin Hamner, again, the Shakespearean play, what is it? Beware the Ides of March. Beware of Justin Hamner in March.
Roll Tide, roll.
A lot of reasons, to be aware. Roll Tide is right. Lake Tuscaloosa, his home water. And Davey, he finished fourth place in the Classic in his second classic on Lake Hartwell. He's been kind of under the radar, not totally under the radar, but he has, the people who know, like you say, this kid has got it.
Oh, he definitely is, and he hangs out a lot, rooms a lot with Patrick Walters, and it's been tough on Justin Hamner to really just sit back and watch Patrick Walters have so much success, although he does, he pulls for Patrick in his own way. But Justin Hamner is just as good, most people think, as Patrick Walters, using his forward-facing sonar and using the jerkbait. Here's the big thing that Justin Hamner has talked about over and over again recently. For the first time, this is my only job. This is my focus.
Let's check back in. Yeah. Now we're going. Now the camera guy, Robbie had to jump out to the other boat, but Hamner and his camera guy getting a full measure of the Grand Lake this morning.
Those brakes on that pole back there, that extra trolling motor is kind of bouncing around a little bit back there.
Hey, big hats off to cameraman Seth Doman right there. He is getting a licking this morning on Grand Lake.
Oh, all our camera guys are so good. They are the heroes for sure at bringing this tournament alive for you. To watch it at home, there is second place Cody Huff. Very, very confident coming into this day, and dangerous, and just have to see how his spot works out. It's a very special spot he found, and he's got some good backup places as well.
Another thing with a lot of your leaders look for, as we're taking off right now, a lot of the guys that are in contention, their first 2 hours were critical yesterday.
Yeah, Cody Huff certainly being one of them, and I think he's going to be just fine. These fish are not going to just swim out of the back of that creek, but he's fishing really shallow. In the colder nights, you have to think about just a little bit. He's been fishing really shallow water with a little small flat-sided crankbait. The OG Tiny, he said he caught 4 of his 5 fish on. But extremely shallow water on this colder night, you just have to ask yourself, if those fish going to move out in that ditch and not be set up on those stumps like they were yesterday.
Fishing so shallow, he watched a lot of fish eat his crankbait yesterday morning.
You guys talked about it, the stick up, a tiny piece of a brush pile, fractured cover. Lee Livesey said, I caught a 5-pounder yesterday on a piece of a cinder block on a mud flat. So there's no structure around for hundreds of yards, and then that one piece could hold 2 or 3 of the right fish to help you win the Classic, and that's just in inches of water at times.
All these guys are so good, and you can bet they're going to get it more and more dialed in as they go through the short 3 days of competition here. Here's a look at your leaderboard to start this leaderboard. Shane LeHue started the day tied for 10th place. Well, these are updated results here, so he has already made the move up. He is fishing already, 18 pounds and 7 ounces to move into 5th place. Justin Hamner still on top. We'll have more. We're going. The Classic.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Open presented by Jockey Outdoors. This is a scene. It's all about tradition. This is 2003. Mike Iaconelli, former Bass Nation champion, performing in this classic here after a day 2. He had a day 2 that had some drama in it, for sure. Yeah. And we remember this championship Sunday at the Classic.
Never give up! Never give up!
That'll wake you up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, no one will forget that classic. 2003, the Louisiana Delta, the victory lap. It was all part and parcel of a great story. There's his record. 20 appearances in the Bassmaster Classic. 11 top 10s. That is remarkable. And, of course, the win in 2003. Oh, if we could only have Mike Iaconelli on stage with us today. That would make it all complete. Yes. Oh, wait a minute. We do have him here.
Coffee with Bassmasters.
Wow. Yeah, please.
Wow.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. Thanks for making it here today early. It's a little cold outside, but you know these guys, these 56 anglers out here, they're not noticing the cold.
They're
today.
not noticing the cold. No, this is not as bad as the Hartwell Classic that we had, but these guys are pumped up. That energy level, just watching that clip, I got goosebumps remembering that feeling. And, you know, somebody's life is going to change after these couple days, and we got us a tournament, Z.
Absolutely. And one of the interesting, we talked about the diversity of forward-facing sonar and guys actually doing old school bass fishing.
Yeah.
But besides that, if you look at our top 10, 9 out of the 10 have never sniffed a Bassmaster Classic title. Yeah. Talk about the feeling that those guys have. Not Hank Cherry, the other 9 in there.
Yeah, it's an amazing feeling because you fish your whole career, your whole life to get to this moment where you have an opportunity to close on that last day. So, you know, they're new nerves for a lot of these guys. These are nerves that they've probably not experienced. Even if they've won at the open or elite level, these are new feelings for these guys. So that's a little added pressure. But some of these guys are going to be able to tune that out. They're going to be able to dial into what they're doing, and you're going to have a Classic winner on Sunday. This is amazing.
How important is having been here before?
Having been here before,
being able to tune that out.
Yeah, I can relate a lot just to my experience. In my first Classic, the nerves were unbelievable. I remember being on stage with Davey and Denny. I saw Denny in the preview, and I was nervous. I remember being nervous. The thought of that making me nervous. And a couple of these guys are nervous. They've got nerves that are chiming in. It's going to affect some of the decisions they make. It's going to affect going left or right, going too quick. And then here's the other thing I watched yesterday. You sprinkle spectator boats. I thought that was a thing of the past.
No.
You sprinkle spectator boats in the mix, and it makes more nerves. It creates more jitters.
You also hear the word for the Bassmaster Classic compared to the Bassmaster Elite Series Tour throughout the year.
Yeah.
Ben Milliken, fishing his first Classic, he said, I'm uncomfortable. I'm out of my usual schedule.
Yeah.
Talk about this tournament just being uncomfortable. It's almost like every day is its own process.
Yeah, everything is height, and if it makes any sense, in a regular Elite Series tour, you're thinking 9 events. I got 9 events to have my glory. These guys are thinking 3 days, and everything's condensed, and that pressure, it's like a ticking time bomb. So I think for guys like Ben, and Ben might be a little different. He's probably a standout of the younger guys of handling pressure and cameras and people. But even with Ben, I think that extra pressure is making him think a little different. You know, again, these aren't giant decisions that they're making wrong. They're little decisions that they're making wrong, but they add up, and that can be a big difference, you know?
There's pressure, there's anxiety because it is so life-changing, and your story is one of the greatest life-changing stories. I mean, before and after for you. You've been over it with us before.
Yeah.
What a contrast.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's life is going to change, and, you know, winning an Open or winning an Elite is an amazing thing, and you put that trophy on your mantle. And for a year, that win is important to you, but this win changes your life. It really does. From a business perspective, from a personal perspective, when you win this event, you're a different person.
Good win there for Hank Cherry, just identical to just about every fish and he caught many of them yesterday.
We talked about taking a look at Grand Lake, and you have a lot of history here looking at Hank Cherry with his first keeper.
Yeah.
The same areas of this lake, of all the classics, all the Elite Series, the same areas always play.
Yes, very similar areas. Lee hooked up here. This is like a flashback for me, seeing the rock, seeing the dock, seeing the cables. And as much pressure as this lake gets, these banks are key. And when you look at these banks, you look at the way these these docks are set up and the rock is set up. These are key areas. And it's early. I'm not hearing or seeing any dogs yet, but
is this the lake you got in a fight with the dog?
This is the lake I got in a fight with the dog. It sure is. It sure is. And talk about distractions in the Classic. You know, having a dog yell at you. Come on.
I think we don't need to.
Yeah, I watched Hank pull that one over the cable, and cables here are the gift and the curse. They're the gift because regular guys don't want to make those casts. But then when you hook that fish, it is nerve-wracking. it's nerve-wracking getting them over those cables.
Looking at the footage of Hank Cherry, Lee Livesey, John Cox, all fishing shallow, all fishing old school. It's nice to see this fishing again.
It is, and I've been guilty of it too, Z, calling this style of fishing old school, and it's just fishing, whatever you want to think about forward-facing sonar, it has changed the sport, and change is inevitable. But for me, as an older angler, it does feel good watching this.
Yes.
It feels good watching the way of fishing that I grew up doing, and I can tell you it's a lot more exciting commentating watching this.
It is, Mike.
Oh, really?
It really just
I
it is.
wouldn't have guessed.
Well, you guys know. You guys know.
Oof. We have got some wind today, and even though the temperatures are they are 20 degrees colder today.
Yeah.
This region of our country, these fish don't feel that. The wind will activate it.
It will, yeah. So this isn't, we're not in Florida where a 2-degree temperature and change lockjaws these fish. These fish are very used to cold fronts. And one of the things I vividly remember about some of the classics I fished here in this cold water period is a lot of times, Z, once those fish make that commitment, once they go from that winter pattern and they're sniffing for that spawn, they're not way back out, right? So I feel comfortable saying that no matter with this temperature change, with wind, these fish are up and they're ready. They're ready.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Robertson.
Yeah.
There's a coal shad fish.
First cast.
Wow.
Wow.
That's a big.
First cast Bassmaster Classic.
Oh, boy.
Oof.
Wow.
Nice.
That's not a good sign, though. That's the worst luck in the world.
Oh, my gosh.
Have we ever had a power pole replay of the day on the first?
That one is possible, I would say.
Worst luck in the world's catch one on the first cast.
There's about 55 other anglers that would love to have caught that one on their first cast, whether it's good or bad luck. I mean, some guys are superstitious, maybe some are little stitious, but that's a big one for your first bite of the day.
Look at the bank, the type of banks that Matt Robertson is fishing.
Very steep, bluff style bank. You can see that rock transition.
I saw one was too far away from the point, and I saw one on live scope just whoop. Whatever. We'll take it however we can get it.
Yeah, and Z, you see what he's throwing there.
Yes.
It's, that style of bait is very hero or zero style bait. Big swim bait. Right there, great example of what that bait can do, but could also kill you.
Yes.
Could also kill you.
Are you gonna go through or no?
Interesting thing that Matt Robertson said. He said, if I'm going to compete with guys, with anglers that are going to stare at their sonar, he goes, I'm going to throw a bait this week that I can compete. If you get 5 bites on that, and the interesting thing, how many big ones with the lack of wind yesterday that just tracked it, didn't commit. He said, if I get wind, I'm going to hurt him.
He said he wants 40 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You'll see it tomorrow.
Yeah,
Wow.
Unfortunately.
Little fat spot right there. Good one.
Will Davis, 2 back-to-back Bass Nation championships. How strong is that, former nation champ?
That's hard to do. I've been yelled at before for saying it, but making that tournament and winning that tournament is super hard. Just as hard probably as making and winning the Classic. So Will's had to go through the grassroots level, scrape his way through some of the most hard local fishermen in the country, and for him to get to the Nationals twice and win twice, it's unheard of, Tom. It's unheard of.
Edward Robertson's fish is a 4-pounder. Stetson Blaylock has a 4-pounder on the board.
Mm-hmm. All right.
It's a different day already. You can absolutely feel it with the fish catches.
Mike, you are welcome to stay with us. We know you're a busy guy. You got to go, but more than happy to have you stay here for another segment.
Let's go.
Heck yeah, if I don't stay, Beck's going to make me play basketball somewhere. So.
Can I borrow your coat?
Sure you can.
It may not fit, but...
So we'll be back with more Mike Iaconelli. The fishing getting heated up here early. Really different complexion than yesterday. Justin Hamner on top still. Cody Huff maintaining his spot. And Matt Robertson with that big one right there. He said he saw plenty of them yesterday. Moving up into third place. Chris Johnston, also big move up. Livesey, Cherry Jr., we've seen them both catch fishes today. Adam Rasmussen, we're going to keep our eye on him as well. 56 anglers shooting for 25 spots. The ultimate moving day. You got to make that move to the top 25 if you want a shot at the World Championship. It's all going to go down today, Grand Lake.
Another one. This is the fish I needed. Yes! Yeah! I gotta go. I gotta go. Yes! I got 5 minutes to go. I mean, I'm not kidding. I knew it. I just knew it.
20 years ago, the Classic is all about tradition, history. History's being made this week, and 20 years ago at Lake Wiley, North Carolina, the first international winner of the World Championship of Bass Fishing, the Bassmaster Classic, won by Takahiro Amori. We all remember that one, Mike Iaconelli.
Wow, what a moment. It gives you chills watching that. You know, when it gives a little bit to my theory, when it's meant to be, it's meant to be. When it's your time, it's your time. And that was T.O.'s time. For him to catch those fish at the very end, clutch move to win over Aaron.
Not many people have felt this, Mike Iaconelli, but that tournament, you were the defending champion of this event. So going back, trying to go back-to-back, like a guy like Hank Cherry has, how hard is that preparing for that tournament, like what Jeff Gustafson's trying to do this week?
Yeah, it's super hard. I mean, you know, you want to win, and you put all your eggs in the win category, but to win back-to-back is very difficult. You know, there's something to it that when you win a Classic, maybe subconsciously you take yourself out a little bit because you're satisfied, you have that trophy. I look back at some of the Classics where I had top 10 finishes and didn't win, and I wonder if being satisfied hurt me. So
took your foot off the throttle.
Yeah, pull off the throttle a little bit. You've got one. You accomplished your goal. I think for a regular dude, maybe that creeps in there. Hank Cherry, different person. Maybe it doesn't affect him like that, you know.
Few shots there of what we have seen so far today, the second day of the Bassmaster Classic, moving day. Big one there for Matt Robertson. Let's get out to Justin Hamner, our leader to start the day, 22 plus on day one.
But y'all just got to bear with me. There's going to be hopefully not any like hooks in the hand. There's going to be a lot of these fish catches that are about this size. After about 20 of them, you get the right one. We got the conditions we wanted. Wind's actually blowing like directly into here. It's setting up to be good. First thing in the morning. But I mean, every day of practice has been so different. So that's why it's just like keeping an open mind and seeing what they're doing that day. Because these fish move a lot, especially this time of year. They're thinking about pulling up the spawn. Told you, a lot of these.
Justin Ham, you're your day one leader.
It was a terrible practice. Dude, it was awful. Really, I came in here and I had one good fish follow me off of like a treetop or something like that in here. So I pulled it away from it, like, oh yeah, maybe I can catch that 3-pounder. But this place has a ton of bait. I mean, there's a bunch of fish in here. I didn't get any good ones in practice in here, nothing like that, but it just has everything basically that I'm looking for. Feels comfortable to me. I can hit a point, I can hit laydowns, I can hit docks, hit the backs of the pockets. But the biggest thing is there's a ton of bait in here. If you want to look out on that live scope right there, you see all that bait that's just sitting in the middle of them pockets. Now, I'm not actually catching the fish off of that bait out in the middle, but that's why these fish are in here. They'll start pushing those balls of bait to the back of the pockets or up on these bluff walls. So basically right now they're just sitting in those little ambush points till a school of shad decides to mess up. That old jerk plug comes by them.
Short, steep main lake pockets. I remember covering a guy on this lake one time doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, very similar to the way that I fished in a few of the classics here. Cadence, I was watching Justin just then. Cadence was a big thing for me then, and it's a big thing here. You find that right cadence with jerkbait, it'll make those fish bite. It will make them bite.
Hank Cherry, 6th place as it stands right now.
Yep, 3/8 ounce jig yesterday and a bladed jig. Since
Oof.
Score.
That's a good number, too.
across the board, the best quality we had on camera. Good one right there. Boy, he had a quiet confidence after the weigh-in yesterday.
Did he? Yes, he did. Talked about saving his best deal for Sunday.
Yes.
When you talk about that, you have some positive expectation.
New leader. Hank Cherry's in the lead.
Wow.
Man.
Again, 3/8 ounce jig yesterday and a bladed jig. Said he has jerkbait fish, Tommy, that he's going to try to hold off till tomorrow. And he made the comment, if I take enough shots with a jig and a bladed jig, I'm going to catch quality. Well, right there, the biggest one he has caught in this tournament so far.
A lot of anglers are hoping nothing changes and they don't have to adjust. He's got the backup plan if he needs to adjust. But at this point, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, if this still sustains, he's one of the best dock fishermen. If he continues to figure out that rock and dock pattern and roll with it, he might not need to adjust.
You see those black floats right there. He said that's been
awesome. I'm just
big key.
just trying not to be satisfied. I mean, it's fun, it's good, all that stuff, but we still got business.
You know, it's interesting. I've seen a lot of this morning bait fish imitators between a swim bait and a jerk bait and a crankbait. And looking at what Hank's doing between a jig and even this vibrating jig, look at the color of it.
Yes.
These are really crawfish imitators that he's fishing. So, you know, this is a lake with all that rock, a huge crawfish population. So they're not just eating shad out here. They're eating crawfish. And it looks like the right ones are eating crawfish.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
We actually, Tommy and I compared Hank Cherry to a
That
Davey
junk
Height.
is addictive.
He does not care if he crashes and burns, but when he
Had a week in
connects,
Arkansas for a little bit. and then
big tournament
in
player.
Mississippi, but
Yeah, he's a finisher.
Yes.
can't do
Finisher.
that now.
Reminds me a lot of Van Dam in the classics, too.
Ain't
You know,
nothing like
just,
going on.
I don't want to say cold-hearted, but very just
mercenary,
stone face, just gone after it. And here's the thing.
Not a lot of happy fun.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You know, emotions can bring you places that aren't good, right? You know, good emotions can bring you places
Mike,
that are
we've
good.
seen that with you before.
I know all about that. So, you know, ups and downs. Hank's a guy that can handle that emotion and that
We ain't
level
got
of
that good
excitement
flyway.
or failure at an even keel. And that's
a flatliner.
Very valuable in big tournaments.
It almost seems like it keeps like shifting just a little bit.
Huh?
Like more in
3 or 4
Texas
feet.
now.
Yeah. I'm just thinking in my head, because I can't count the ounce. I'm not counting the ounce. I'm doing like yesterday. I'm not counting the ounces in my head yet.
Yeah.
I asked Hank yesterday backstage at the interview room, I said, did you go to Costco and buy your 3-pounders in bulk? Because you probably caught half of the 3-pounders we saw on Bass Track yesterday, but he was at 16.5 pounds. But he said, I just need a big bite. I feel real comfortable. I didn't expect to get that many bites, but the fact that they all were that size, he was saying my depth zone was 4 to 6 feet around these docks, but it was 4 inches to 6 feet yesterday.
Let's get back over to Lee Livesey. We saw him catch one already, live well.
Hey, I don't know if that flag is wanted in this area, Tommy Sanders.
I didn't get a look at it.
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
I think I'm going to catch them in Horse Creek today.
They came down the Neosho River.
The same one I caught them there the first day of practice.
Yeah, definitely having some flashbacks. You know, again, I thought spectators were a thing of the past, but here we're seeing all these spectators.
There was a lot yesterday.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Z, it's great to have them, and we love them in our sport, and I love that feeling. He'd pump you up. But there's no way in hell that they're not affecting the environment of these fish. They are affecting the environment of these fish.
I don't care about the wind.
Second place, Cody Huff is fishing in 1.5 feet of water. That will be an issue. Livesey hooked up.
Yeah.
Getting the bait, too.
I hadn't caught a fish right here all week. It's just like 10 times. You never know where you're going to catch a fish on this lake. It's crazy. This shows you they'll just move around everywhere, or they are everywhere. Number 2, another little one. But we're confident that we're going to upgrade. Yeah. That's a big little. That's like Lane. She just thinks she's big.
Say hi to Lane.
No, Lane. Only for you. All right. I bet Lane's still asleep. If I had to guess. Y'all being awful quiet.
Where's the beer guy?
I think he got drunk yesterday.
Lee's best finish was 8th.
I was like, hold.
Bassmaster Classic at Guntersville.
Bubba. Hold up.
Moves Livesey to 3rd, right behind him, Joey, and then Nia from 24th to 4th. He's got 3 for almost 7.
Wow.
That is really the beauty of Grand Lake. If you see what we've seen on camera, jig fish, bladed jig, square bills, jerk baits, diversity. But here's what's strange about this lake. It is always the same baits, a jerk bait, a square bill, a jig, a spin. You know what I mean? A lot of places we go, it's a guessing game.
Yeah.
It's not on Grand.
Yeah. Seems like the very similar program. You get in this pre-spawn mode. There's these, you know, categories and areas that are always solid. The big one is forward-facing with the minnow. You know, that magic minnow, jig head minnow has changed things. We just mentioned Joey. Probably one of the best, not big name guys that understands that minnow and that bait and watching forward-facing sonar. So
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes.
Are you happy that the jig head minnow is getting its face kicked in this tournament?
You know, I'll answer that cautiously because, you know, again, I think you have to accept change and you have to be a realist that, you know, the world is changing, technology is changing, and you know, that style of fishing is taking over. But for me, I love that it's not a dominant player this week. I am not a fan of the technology for me. Not for the sport, but for me. So, you know, I've got my son Vegas, and he loves it. So I got to be careful with what I say.
Mike Iaconelli, what a pleasure to have you here. You're one of the biggest figures in the sport for so many reasons, but your classic history is just outstanding. And to have you commenting on the classic's been great. You going to stay here around for a while here?
I'm going to go over by the fire pit here in a second.
Yeah,
are you crying right now, too?
I got the tears, and my nose is red and cold. I think I'm going to go have some marshmallows by the fire.
I'm with you all the way. I wish I could do that, too. The great Mike Iaconelli joining us today. Day 2. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. There's your unofficial leaderboard, and Hank Cherry just put himself on top of it right now in search of his 3rd World Championship Classic title. Justin Hamner, leader to start in second. Now Lee Livesey just put a good one up there. Moved him up as well. Joey Nania having a good morning so far. And Cody Huff in 5th place. We got so much more to explore on Grand Lake when we come back. Next weekend, pro football is back on Fox as the UFL kicks off next Saturday with the USFL champion Birmingham Stallions taking on the XFL champion Arlington Renegades. And kickoff weekend continues next Sunday on ESPN. We have got a lot of action here. We are continuing day number 2 coverage, live coverage from Grand Lake, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Good start.
Yes, absolutely.
Canadians are kind of liking this cold. Cooper Gallant's just jumped up from the 30s to 6th place. 3 for 7 pounds, and Chris Johnson's right behind him.
Live coverage brought to you by Power Pole. We are having some good fish coming in today. Seems to be a little bit faster, as you say. Coming in, takeoff took place about 50 minutes ago, and we have seen some good catching so far from our 2-time Classic champion, Hank Cherry. Seemed so comfortable all day yesterday and just continuing right on where he left off to get started on day number 2.
Got it started on day number 2 with a bigger fish than we saw him catch all day yesterday. Early on with a bladed jig in hand.
Good bite right here for Hank Cherry. In fact, I believe this is the biggest one we have seen him boat in this tournament. He made the comment after the day 1 weigh-in. If I take enough shots, I will connect with quality the way he is fishing. Definitely not fishing for numbers. Again, earlier today, really in about the first 20 minutes for Hank Cherry.
Cool. Fishing boat docks and some rocks along these sharp edges here, these corners that man-made. Some of them are not man-made, they're natural. But those corners, he wanted the colder night for those fish to move up on them, and then also throwing a jig under the last black floats closest to the shoreline, he said, was like the ones that he was focusing on. He's done a good job navigating these cables. You have to do that on Grand Lake. Being very patient, getting up there, just lifting the fish over. Saw him do that a time or 2 yesterday.
Yeah, and really, if you look at what it looks like where he's done work with that jig and the bladed jig, obviously there's just a lot more watercolor in there compared to if you get from Drowning Creek to the dam, staying in that stained water for Hank Cherry.
Yep. Good point. I noticed this morning, Justin Hamner, the water is much clearer there where he is than any anglers that we saw yesterday.
I think I heard him. Did you hear him? Pretty sure I heard a chicken. Pretty sure.
Hank Cherry made the comment after the day 1 weigh-in. A lot of his fish were shallow, 6 to 8 inches of water yesterday.
That means it's time to catch something, right? Okay. As long as you're cool with it.
They are not wanting the crankbait today.
I had to wait on you to get ready. Ah, stop.
Who wouldn't love a good flipping bite to start things off today?
Sounded pretty good weight, but I got my boggin on too.
No, let it do it.
Justin Hamner has caught,
yes,
I think about 8 fish already this morning with 0 in the live well.
But this ain't a Grand Lake special.
Can kind of also bring up Cody Huff by this time yesterday. Already had 3 good ones in his live well.
I was definitely thinking that. He's got to be starting to wonder a little bit about these fish, the cold weather affecting them. But here's the thing that I thought about more than that. Will these fish replenish? I think the cover and the depth, the area that he caught these fish in yesterday, they were probably up there ready to spawn, getting real close to going to spawn. Will they be replenished overnight?
And let's talk about that depth. That flat around him is 1.5 foot of water with a really narrow 5 to 6 foot ditch.
Man, a lot of the time I'm just creeping that bait along. I mean, just really fishing it slow through that stuff and just kind of letting it hunt. It seems like all of a sudden they'll come flying out of there and just kill it. Somewhere you might have already thrown 4 or 5 times.
Rasmussen and Shakurit are fishless as well.
Surprising. Very surprising because Shakurit was culling by this time yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Get a look at Justin Hamner's jerk bait right there. It's coming right in at 30 feet in front of his boat, that little dot. Looks like there's a fish right at 65 feet.
Yep, and just made a cast to that fish, got a bait close to it now. Big key for Justin Hamner, getting those fish to react, tells him that it's a bass.
And one of the key things for your leader, Justin Hamner, there's a lot of anglers trying to push this and do the exact same thing he's doing. And I said, why did you outfish them? He said, I fished slower than them. Look at all that bait to the left of your screen.
That's my little magic tree. Not this one. The other one over there.
See that fish right there at 28 feet?
Please grow.
Oh, there's a lot of life.
Sure is.
Bass Track is lighting up for some guys. Drew Benton with 4 fish. Cole Sands just caught his 4th fish.
Whoa, what are y'all?
Okay.
Please be bass.
59 feet,
cool
2
if y'all were
fish.
bass.
Here comes his bait.
He's bait just above him, which is exactly what he wants. We'll see what happens here. Yep, there's one following it. It's a good one, too. Just a follower, though. Swimming back away from the boat now. He mentioned fishing slower than a lot of the other anglers that are doing this, but making consecutive casts to those fish.
Yes.
You know, sometimes 3 and 4 casts. Which you think, well, that's not uncommon, but you got to be able to distinguish if it's a bass. You don't want to be throwing to a carp 4 times.
Right.
You know, time's so precious.
Justin Hamner, obviously one of these guys doing very, very well in the past year. And he attributes a lot of it to his prowess with the electronics.
We're up close and personal, and I'm fishing off of the instincts that I grew up fishing. Yes, I'm using my forward facing. I mean, I'm using the technology to see how they react to it, but my decision making is going off of, you know, what's in front of me. I'm literally just going down the bank, but I'm able to change how I'm using the bait to be able to make them commit and eat it sideways like that. I can change the colors, I can change cadence, the speed, things like that, and then they gag on it.
He's hoping to find some fish to react to a jig today as well. That's on his wish list for today.
A jig and a jerkbait, he said, was the only two baits he really used yesterday. Caught a lot of fish. He's catching a lot this morning, but still no keepers.
Oh, and there's the difference. Jay Shakurat right here, dropping down a little bit, but fishing a lot shallower, only about 6 feet of water for Shakurat, actually digging a jerkbait into the bottom.
He's got his first keeper there. Slower start for him, but
yes,
still early, still very early.
Looked like there was more than one.
Yes, I totally agree. Getting those fish to bite, digging a jerkbait in the bottom in these brush piles is interesting. Look forward to watching him today.
Winner of the Classic in 2020 and 2021, Hank Cherry on top, day 2, the Bass Pro Bassmaster Classic. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Day 2, very, very important. You've got to be in the top 25 today. This is the World Championship of Bass Fishing, and we are doing this championship for the 3rd time. State of Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the Grand Lake of the Cherokees. And Hank Cherry, who won the Bassmaster Classic 2020 and 2021, is on top today. Our leader to start the day, Justin Handler, yet to put a keeper in the live well. Cody
Cooper,
Huff, second place, same story.
Cooper Gallant in second place. You saw he's got our most weight today, a little bit over 10 pounds on 4 fish. He's up from 28th.
You could make a move, that's for sure. You need to.
He's starting it.
Lewis currently in 4th place.
A little, but I think he's a keeper.
Very flat pockets for Lee Livesey. Boy, his day is starting out exactly like it did yesterday. Caught about 12 pounds quick.
A little better. That is a skinny bass. Right.
Catch a lot of his fish on a square bill.
Yep.
P4 flat side from 6 cents being his best bait, but mixing it up. One of the anglers that he talked about catching them on about 4 or 5 different baits yesterday.
Had a couple big bladed jig bites, and what he said was just on nothing.
I want to leave here with a limit. I don't care what they weigh. I don't care if they weigh 6 pounds. Then I'm gonna start burning it down. They love that freaking spot right there. You catch just a little bit secondary point, you know, entering a pocket with a little bit of gravel. You know, it's just, Yeah, there is actually some shad, but I mean, these are crawfish eaters. You can tell they're just down there eating crawfish in those rocks right there. I mean, they'll eat anything, trust me, but dang. Just a couple bigger rocks right there. I'm gonna take this light pole out before I get in my mind.
Here, anglers talking about catching them on rocks here. Well, there's rocks everywhere, but it's usually something a little different. A few bigger rocks,
Right.
maybe some pea gravel. If they're looking for a place to spawn, it's just the type of rocks and the size of the rocks.
Hey,
Back
Kent.
over to Justin Hamner.
Kenta Kamara making a move. 3 fish for 6. And Brandon Pollock just caught a 312. He's up from 31st, trying to stick around for Sunday.
There's a fish about 18 feet deep, 20 feet away from the boat.
You see a tree
Yes.
right there, and he said, there has been magic. Piece of the fish right below his bait.
That fish is going to eat. That you can. Oh, he's backing off. Here it comes. Here it comes. Got him.
Wow.
Got him. Got him.
There's number one. Not a giant. I just figured something out though. They wanted a little bit faster. Yesterday it was slow, and they just kind of meandered behind it. As soon as I started going a little bit faster, she's like, whoa, don't leave me.
And you look from Lee Livesey, the banks, the shallow banks that he's fishing, really 2 to 3 feet of water to Justin Hamner. His boat was sitting in 38 right there.
Matt Robertson, another angler fishing the deeper, bluffy type banks.
Very Main Lake oriented to start this morning.
He's about to leave.
Hey, Robbie. Robbie, we find you there. Where are you, Robbie? I don't know if Robbie can hear us. Go ahead.
Robbie's down on the lower end on the
See
bluff
there?
bank.
That's Matt Robertson taking off into the sunset. He actually come upon where Kyle Patrick is, and Kyle goes, hey, I'm making sure this working. Oh, but either way, I'm making sure my mic is working. Kyle Patrick, I've been following him this morning. I'm trying to find that guy outside the top 10. And when you see Matt Robertson take off, I am getting a lot of weird stuff coming across the thing today. Kyle's actually dragging a jig, doing something totally different than what you saw Matt Robertson doing a moment ago, throwing the big swim bait, but the same areas. Kyle wanted to be where Matt started off his day, where he caught that 4-pounder, and now he's going to get his opportunity, doing 2 totally different things. Now, this stretch, Kyle's been getting a lot of bites, but he has not been getting many catches, just 1 single fish for about a pound. But yesterday, he said things changed. I mean, they kind of pulled off of that no-nothing bank that he was really looking forward to on day number 1. Right now, he's getting the bites, just no takers. So, for whatever reason, they're not biting as well as I'm hearing other parts of the lake, but they're biting the jig, just not really taking the jig right now.
Robbie, thank you very much. I know you'll be where they're biting because that is the way you work here. But Robbie, keep up with Matt Robertson to begin with, and finding a few tidbits from Kyle Patrick. Kyle Patrick, New York angler, fishing in his first classic. Maine angler Tyler Williams there, fishing in his first classic.
Uh-oh.
Hey, we got a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert Brandon Card with a 5-pound 8-ouncer. He just jumped up to 5th place. He's got another good one, 315. So he's got 2 for about 9.5.
Great start. That's what size you want. Those 5-pounders go a long way here this week.
He's 39th to start the day with only almost 13 pounds.
Here we find Hank Cherry.
That's why I love this. That's going to be one of the hardest things to leave.
Hank Cherry and boat docks. That's part of his
Just
heritage,
being able
that
to
is for
bring
sure.
joy to people from catching fish. It's just
Appreciates his fan.
You're so much in the public eye, you fish so much with your friends at home that you're looked at as just one of the guys when you're at home. But as soon as you get away, it's a whole other different realm. And like kids ask you, what's it like to be a star? I was like, I don't look at it that way. I never have. I'm not one that wants the bright lights, the attention, the cameras. That's just not me. It's never been me. That's not why I did this. I did this because I fell in love with fishing as a young kid. That's why I do it. But the fans here are fantastic. They're very nice. They stay out of the way. They talk to you. They cheer you on. They root you on. And every time I caught one, they would go screaming. I was like, it's not going to help. And they're like, oh. But I mean, it's a good feeling to show up and be appreciated that you're there.
What is a big Saturday in the world of bass fishing? Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Jockey Outdoors. This is day number 2. Our live coverage brought to you by Power Pole. Very, very crucial day. Only 25 get to fish on the final day. Let's take a look right now. Another important part of the year is the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. Lead Series Angler of the Year. Leaders right there, 2 of them right on top, tied. Trey McKinney and Ben Milliken, first year. Rookies on the Bassmaster Elite Series, tied for the top spot there. Patrick Walters a single point behind, and look, Justin Hamner, who's leading this tournament coming into today, just 4 points back. What a race.
Absolutely, and really what you need to look at with that leaderboard, we're heading to the Florida swing next, so look for some big potential shifts.
That
in
usually
that
affords us some
some
changes on that leaderboard. And on through the season, that one goes all the way out through the 9 events, but we're just 2 in so far. But there's only one Bassmaster Classic, one shot at that for this year, and these guys are trying so hard to get themselves in a position to win.
Brandon Card is getting it done today, a 3.5 pounder with that 5.8 and a 3.15. He's got 12.15 on the day. First place.
Wow.
From 39th.
Come here. Are you gonna make it?
Be close.
All of Hamner's fish on day 1 on that deep
That one hook comes out.
I don't think he's going to make it. Close.
Such mentioned Brandon Card taking over the lead. He is one of 4 anglers in the Classic this year that have fished both previous Classics. So we had Brandon Polinick, Jason Christie, Greg Hagney, and Brandon Card. And if you count in the Elite in 2018 here, he has seen this lake for the 4th time, which is by far more than anyone else in our field other than those 3 other anglers.
So as we say that, Cooper Gallant gets his limit and takes over the lead.
Speaking of experience on this lake, Justin Hamner, along with a few other anglers that we talked to yesterday, were in our top 10. Their first time here was last week. Really amazing the way some of these anglers have mastered this lake.
A lot of your leaders.
Yes. In fact, I think that was more consistent than not out of the top 10 that we interviewed yesterday afternoon, which is very surprising to me.
Well, the one thing to definitely look at, Cody Huff.
Yeah.
Fishing that little shallow ditch. It is not playing yet.
Yeah, I was concerned about that. Anytime you fish a flat, you know, you just wonder about how many fish are moving in there and how quickly. It's got a little ditch that winds through it, and that's where that wood is stuck on that lip of that, which is a perfect scenario to have those targets, but you just wonder how many were actually sitting in that 3-foot ditch to move up to 1 foot of water. Speaking of replenishing, Justin Hamner's caught a lot of fish, but this is a small pocket. This is a very small pocket that he said he stayed in this one area until 11 o'clock yesterday.
I thought it was interesting with Hamner, too. Like Hank Cherry said, I held a lot back. Yeah. You know, I've saved a lot of areas that I didn't want to burn down on day 1.
That's your Lowrance bird's eye view. Justin Hammer, a lot of these guys saying we're going all the way back to the backs of these creeks, and we get to see full evidence of that.
Looks like the spectator boats are being very courteous.
Yeah.
There's a few in there, and they're staying right in the middle, probably out of his way. He's one of the anglers that talked about really not fishing for those fish in the middle of these pockets where most of the bait is, but trying
on the bank.
Yep,
yeah.
On the bank, relating to some type of cover, a stick. He said 3 big fish yesterday. The biggest one that he caught, and there were 2 more there, were literally relating to 1 stick.
Yes.
979 brush piles, and they're relating to 1 stick that catfish aren't hanging out around.
And as much as he knows about forward-facing sonar, listening to what he said, I really wasn't concentrating on the fish, seeing the fish on my sonar. I was concentrating on my bait, just trying to get a fish to move. And he said, if I can get a fish to react, then I know it's a bass.
No, come back. Jeez. That one should have been.
Justin Hamner may be from the Coosa River, Alabama River region of the state of Alabama, but not far from a place like Smith Lake, which has a lot of those back in creeks ending in these steep pockets, rock docks as well, knowing the cables. So it's way different at times, but knowing those winter to pre-spawn fish will be key for him.
Ronnie, there is a dude. We're having the big tailgate here, the Bass Pro Shops tailgate presented by Yokohama. There is a dude wearing sandals and shorts right now. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, he's the shorts guy.
I guess.
The out fishing with Tyler Williams?
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, dude was a great way to put it.
I think it's my dad. No, I'm just kidding. My dad would only wear pants when it snowed when we were fishing, and I'm like, you are unbelievable.
You are dad.
Unbelievable. Guys, we talked about it earlier, the youth revolution and how, Hamner's hooked up.
What are you doing?
It's like a real good one.
Come here. I should flip you.
Biggest one yet.
Yeah.
I don't know how to hold him.
Is that a spot?
I think it is. Yep.
Gosh,
it is.
Chunky thing, though. You can ride for now.
Love that confidence. He can ride for now.
Jerk blows on him.
A couple anglers mentioned filling their limit. They catch a 4-pound largemouth yesterday morning.
Oh, barely. Oh, barely. 7 pounds, 4 ounces. What you think? Nope. That'd be cool. Oh, yeah, sorry. We're about to catch a big one, though. They're starting to set up. What is going on?
I don't know if I can remember an angler this young leading the Bassmaster Classic and just being so confident we're going to catch a lot of fish tomorrow.
Absolutely.
I mean, last night when we talked to him, and this morning he has been all smiles and 100% confident that he is going to catch a lot of fish.
He had zero worries yesterday.
Really did.
Just
really,
nothing
really.
concerned him at
I
all.
mean, like, I'm not doing anything but fishing for the first time in my life. I don't have to cut grass. He literally said that.
You got any water in there, buddy?
Took him a while. Said he would go through a lot of small ones, but Justin Hamner gets his first keeper in the boat, and then gets another one. Still not back in the lead yet, though. Actually, he's in 5th place now after starting the day with the lead. It's Cooper Gallant of Canada trying to make it 2 in a row for Canada in the Bassmaster Classic, 23 and 24. 26 pounds even for Cooper Gallant. We got more to come. Be right back.
By the way, this man coming through the chute right now, folks, is the only man ever to win the Bassmaster Classic 3 times. Rick Klein of Montgomery, Texas.
The one and only Rick Klein. And the day he clinched his 4th, his record-setting 4th Bassmaster Classic. What angler got his last one in 1984 on the Arkansas River. He started out with back-to-backs in 76 and 77 on Gunnersville and Toho. And Rick Klein, just another bit of evidence why many people have voted him the greatest of all time.
Tommy Sanders, that's up for debate if he's the greatest of all time.
Sure,
for some, but for the diehards, the numbers that he's accomplished this year, Rick Klein, as I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, the wall of knowledge, Rick Klein will fish his 500th B.A.S.S. event. He has fished probably 100 other events elsewhere and 500 B.A.S.S., and we'll be able to see that at the St. Johns River, 50th year of bass fishing, and he's made 32 Bassmaster Classics. And so I'm at the deal, and no, he is not new to the dance. Rick Klein has 32 classic appearances himself, but in this field of 56 anglers, there are 16 anglers fishing their very first Bassmaster Classic. They're feeling those feelings they've dreamed as a kid, they've witnessed as a fan in the stands. When the curtains open, Will Davis Jr. said, "This is my 2nd Classic, and I've won on the Elite Series. I've won in the Nation twice. I've won a lot in the last year and a half." My knees were shaking coming through the arena yesterday because weighing in a bag, a good bag at the Bassmaster Classic is something that you always want to do. And so we see 16 first-timers. There's probably about another dozen second-timers like Justin Hamner. So half our field, very inexperienced at this tournament.
Some of them not acting like that.
Yeah, there's one in particular.
We're going to get the opportunity to also have Rick Klein on the set in just a little bit, so that it's a good little precursor. We'll have his thoughts.
Well, that'd be great. I knew he was possibly going to make it here today, and that makes you happy to know that.
Take a look at Jay Securic's forward-facing sonar. You see that brush that he was talking about. He fished a lot of yesterday. You can see there's some fish around it also. A lot shallower water, only about 6 feet deep. You see his bait and that brush about 20 feet away. He's hooked up. Close to the boat. Is that a smallmouth? Just dirty water.
Pretty much just grinding a jerkbait, shallow water. Couple bites on a jig yesterday. Sharing a little bit of this water with Adam Rasmussen from Wisconsin.
Still fishless.
Hopefully hit a good flurry.
Maybe it's starting in that region.
You take note of his strategy for a Bassmaster Classic in March. Last year he was doing basically the same thing. Isolated cover, brush piles, or a log in about 4 to 6 feet of water. Made him a top 10 there, and he's certainly right in the mix of things here today.
Guys just mentioned Rick Klein, and another legend just walked past our booth here, Hank Parker. Come on down to the expo, folks. You get to meet him in person.
Tyler Williams.
That was kind of fun.
That's a great fish.
Just fishing in his socks. It's all good.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be one of those slow days.
Using a greenfish
I got
tackle,
him.
little rubber
He wasn't
jig,
coming
3/4 ounce. Yamamoto flapping hog for a trailer.
Let me give you one with Tyler Williams.
My hands are so cold. I was like, is that a bite? I'm like, I think that's a bite. Let me check it. And it was.
Your hands are cold. What about your feet?
Asked him what his hobby was when he's not.
It's like all metal.
When he's not fishing, he said, "I just like to crash." He just likes to sleep.
Hey, stay out of trouble that way, don't you?
Yeah.
Fish and sleep. Yeah, you hear that. Eat, fish, sleep. Fish, eat, sleep, whatever. He left the eat out. It's just fish, sleep. He literally said, I just like to sleep when I'm not fishing.
Started the elite season with a 19th at Toledo Bend and a 4th at Lake Fork. Now that's a pretty good Elite Series debut.
A lot of pre-fishing time for him. He is totally dedicated to this. Left home in December, has not been back home.
Yeah.
Pre-fished for the Classic here for 14 days.
And just idled.
Yeah, it's mapped.
900 brush piles, he said he has.
Idled for 14 days, thinking about these 3 days.
Look at the bait in that pocket Justin Hamner's in. All those clouds are threadfin shad.
Brandon Polinick, 11.5 pounds, 4 fish. He's up to 5th place. Watch out.
There's Justin's jerk bait, a fish right on it at 30 feet away from the boat, about 7 feet down. He's hooked up.
Hamner had a limit yesterday by 9:30. On his way.
That's a good spot.
Another good spotted bass, it looks like.
Don't do that. There we go. Oh, chunk. Oh, chunk. Ow. Yay. Slowly. Slowly. How many times have I thrown at these trees? They just keep moving. They keep moving up and down them.
When you had this much bait in an area, those fish will move around with that bait and set up on these trees. Unlike where Cody Huff caught his fish yesterday, there's a lot better chance that these trees will replenish.
Of all the classics that we've covered here on Grand Lake, that is one of the biggest spotted bass we have seen.
Yes.
Loaded. Good one.
Too. Went in as a 2-pound, 12-ounce.
And something weird in those deeper pockets, Justin Hamner told us yesterday, he goes, and you'll get to the back of them and you'll actually have schools of drum, schools of them around pods of bait, suspended.
So I remember breaking off a lot of fish right here. And that was the rock that was getting me. Look how sharp that thing is. That was 6-7 years ago. That's crazy. Yeah, oh no, it's down now, but oh gosh, I got a big one. Oh God, don't go on those rocks, baby. Stay out of them rocks. Oh gosh, stay out of them rocks. Oh God. Stay out. Stay out. Come here, baby. Come here. Let me get my hands on you. Oh God, I got it. I got it. Oh my gosh, I was just reminiscing on that rock because I was like, I've hooked a lot of big ones here when the water was up and that rock's sharp. Got him on the fritz side. Hey, that's the size we need there. Gosh, look how fat that guy is. Oh, that felt good. I was kind of worried when we couldn't get on our starting spot. I really wanted to get a limit. Gosh, look at that. Look how thick that bass is. Oh my gosh.
John Cox on the board now. That's 16 pounds, 14 ounces yesterday. Just slow start today.
How did we know we would see John Cox with a crankbait around a bridge this morning? We all knew that.
That makes sense. It all adds up.
And a crankbait.
And a crankbait.
That big spot put Justin Hamner back on top of the leaderboard with 29 pounds even. Looking very, very good to make it to Championship Sunday. Cooper Gallant, Brandon Card, Hank Cherry, and Brandon Polinick rounding out our top 5. '24 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. There's your leaderboard as it stands right now. Day 2, very important. Our full field out there laboring as hard as they can. Justin Hamner had fallen out of the lead. Now he's fished himself back into it. A slow start for him, but back on track. Look at 3rd place, though. Brandon Card started the day in 39th place with 12 pounds and some change, and he has actually topped his first day's total already today. Wow. A 5.8, a 3.8, and almost 4-pounder. I guess he's going to be it.
Yes, he is going to be. Brandon Card from North Carolina. Your Mercury moved the day from 39th all the way to 3rd place. Only 3 fish in his live well, so a lot of room to move. Fishing 1 spot in a very popular creek that we have definitely highlighted so far here on day number 2. Mercury moved the day. Big jump. Brandon Card from North Carolina.
Card's fished his share of classics. He's been around for a good long time. The first college angler to make it out to the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he has certainly made a successful career out of it.
Well, you know, there's going to be, some are going to agree with this, some are not going to agree. Matt Robertson catching a slouch on the first cast. We thought it was going to be, but it's not going to, Tommy.
Oh.
The power pole replay of the day, my friend. Hank Cherry, 2-time Bassmaster Classic champion. Now, we can give it to him. Bladed jig here earlier today.
Wasn't his first cast, but it was the biggest fish we've seen him catch in the second day. Yesterday we saw him catch about a dozen nice fish, 3 pounds or so. He needs a few of these, 4-pound plus, and he got it done early this morning. Not first cast, but you know, fishermen say first cast can be bad luck. He certainly can't be power pole replay of the day with a bad luck fish.
Ooh, good one right there for Hank Cherry. Bladed jig fish, and Hank Cherry also, like Brandon Card, a lot of room to move. That power pole replay of the day.
Card just landed his 4th, but it was only a 1.25 pounds. He's got our big bag of the day, 14.3 though.
That was weird. It's like I had him on there and then he kicked it off and went to something. I don't know. That was weird. That was very weird. Huh.
So just a few minutes ago when Hank Cherry was idling out of a pocket of creek, he said it's hard to leave this. I just assumed he was going to another set of boat docks, but it looks like he's changing his strategy out on a main lake secondary type point.
Still kind of the same region.
Okay. Not his jerkbait stuff that he's holding back.
Yeah.
Just straight across. 2 minutes.
Really starting to wonder about the boats around Justin Hamner now. They several right in front of him. He's still catching them,
How big
though.
are you? You're not that big. You had that one tug that felt good. Oh, you're dangerous. Oh, you're dangerous.
Let's get back out to Jay Shakura. Currently in 7th place.
A little slower.
Not fast as it was yesterday. It's been a good part of the early part of the morning on top yesterday.
He's switching it up, not throwing a jerk bait. Definitely in some wind.
His roommate, Adam Rasmussen, caught a giant on a spinnerbait yesterday in the same region. Believe that's what we got to see right there. And the interesting thing about that spinnerbait, we saw Jason Christie push that a long way yesterday, pretty much just grinding it on the bottom.
Be very interesting to see what Jason Christie has today with this win. This is certainly the weather that he was wanting. We'll see if he can have a better day today.
Slower day than yesterday for Adam Rasmussen as well. With a big day yesterday. Almost 20 pounds.
Rock isolated brush, 4 to 6 feet of water.
Single Colorado blade, half-ounce spinnerbait.
Yeah, I had like maybe 10 feet of line out when it bit it. You can see him crawling all over the place. I'm forward facing in here. Threw a spinnerbait over him, threw a crankbait over him, threw a jig over him. Picked the spinnerbait back up and got bit. 2.7. Hopefully that's the smallest one today.
Had over 19 pounds yesterday. Really didn't get his day going until about 10:30 or 11 o'clock yesterday. So don't be discouraged to only see him with that fish.
That was we have seen with that spinnerbait, it is a lot like Hank Cherry. You don't need a lot of bites fishing that way.
I was looking for Jason Christie, and he is among about 4 guys, Welcher and Downey Milliken, who are off Bass Track altogether. Their Bass Track unit is not pinged.
It's like an X Factor.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. Give me a break.
Now they're mysteries to us. Let's see what we can solve the mystery sooner rather than later. We hope so, anyway. So we have 56 anglers out there going hard today. Brandon Card now moving up into second place. Hamner still on top.
Rick Clunn is the man.
Clunn is the sport of bass fishing.
He's been the benchmark.
He won 4 classics. That in itself is like Babe Ruth.
This has got to be the most incredible classic we have ever had.
You can put him in the category of a Tom Brady, a Jack Nicklaus, a Michael Jordan, 1 in a million.
We live in a country where there are no limits.
He did it on his own. He did it his way. He still loves it as much as he did day one. He's been doing it longer than I've been alive. He's been fishing at the tour level at Bassmaster since the year I was born.
Rick has had an amazing career, and he's had such an impact on people.
He started the dream for millions of people.
The one and only, an absolute singularity. You're watching the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, taking place right there on the Grand Lake of the Cherokees. Here in Oklahoma, this is the second day of this classic, the 54th edition of the World Championship. And we are so proud on this day to be able to share with you and spend some time with the man we just met right there, Rick Clunn. Thanks so much for being with us today. The 50th year with the Bassmasters, and my goodness, it's got to bring back a lot of memories. So much classic tradition is tied to you.
Well, and you know, and I was in the middle of it, and Davey probably understands this. I was in the middle of it, so I didn't see it all. I was like, Davey's son, I think, was a quarterback, but when he handed it to that running back, and that running back broke through that hole and dodged the guy and went 50 yards down, he was in the middle of it. He didn't see the whole play unless he went back and watched video of that game. I didn't come back and watch video. So I didn't see that tackle that wiped out that hole, made that hole for me. I didn't see the tight end come across and take out the cornerback unless I went back. And so it's been an unexpected part of this year is seeing that film, seeing all this other stuff y'all did on cast, on the other people that had an effect on your life that you really, unfortunately, didn't notice at that time.
So is this really the first time this year, the first time you've really looked back at your career? You've just kept looking forward and trying to win the next event?
Absolutely, and it's really, you know, you're sitting there looking at me and you think, well, we all love to look at ourselves picking up trophies, but it's so much more than that. You see the people around you. You understand the people that did so many things that you didn't necessarily even notice or especially appreciate at that time. And so I've been able to reflect, and I wasn't expecting that.
Such a tremendous career, and I don't know if a lot of people know what a struggle it was for you at the start. I mean, my goodness, you made the outlandish decision to become a professional bass fisherman, and it did not go well financially those first few years.
No, I'll never forget telling my dad what I was quitting Exxon Oil Company, working for the second largest computing center in the world, what I was doing. He goes, well, if that's what you want to do, Rick, do it, but you're going to starve to death. And he was right. He was right. For 2.5 years, I starved to death, lost a home, you know, didn't have enough money. I had enough to get to some of the tournaments because my wife kept her job, but I didn't have enough to get back if I didn't get. Are y'all okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
But anyway, I didn't have enough to get back if I didn't get a check. Yeah.
So aren't there so many stories like that? I mean, your story is, we all got our own personal stories, but you see that in our sport. I think more so than maybe any other sport. So many people just start with little or nothing, and they just have a passion for this sport like no other.
Yeah, I kind of believe it in all sports that exists, but we rarely show it as media people. And in our sport, we rarely show it. And it's so, you know, Davey, it's so tough. I feel these young anglers, and gosh, they're so young now. You know, they're taking something they love, and they're letting the finances of the sport. You're putting it all at risk, not just your food and stuff, but your love for it.
So to get to do something you love is, the older you get, the more you realize you really can't replace that with anything of material value. Don't you agree that it's so, now you look at other sports when guys are making 10, 20, 30, $50 million a year, and a lot of the bass fishermen get caught up in that maybe and thinking that we should be making?
Too much. And that's the one thing I feel very fortunate about. When I quit Exxon, I told my wife, I said, I just gave up security. I just gave up life and medical. I just gave up, you know, retirement benefits that you get with corporate America. I said, but all I want to do is put food on my table and a roof over my head and do something I love to do. And it's done that for me. Unfortunately, we knew how big a salesman Ray Scott was, and he would tell you win one tournament, you instantly become a millionaire. Well, and that's where I just wish these young anglers, I see the love and passion. I just wish they don't worry about getting rich. Yeah, just put food on your table.
So I think that's why Ray Scott was worried about what you might say sometimes, because you would tell people, you're not going to make $1 million a day you win a certain tournament.
No.
Talking about the Classic today, let's walk our way through those 4 Classic wins, starting with you having to sell your deer hunt rifle to make it down to New Orleans to get on the plane to go to the Mystery Lake, which turned out to be Guntersville.
That was how broke I was. We'd had lost my house, typical Hollywood. I came home from a tournament with my wife, and my oldest daughter is sitting on the porch. Can't get in the house. We've been locked out. So she went and got a $125 a month rent house, and I was trying to guide, but nobody knew who you were. And so I was broke, and all I had to do was get to New Orleans, and it was all paid for. And I lived in Houston, so it wasn't that far, but I didn't have the money. And so I had a Browning deer rifle that I cherished, and I'd pawned everything else I had, but I finally pawned it, and that's how I got to the Classic.
Oh my goodness! And you went to Guntersville. You won that Classic, and then and the first Classic changed your life. How much did it change your life back then?
Absolutely. Like I said, I was trying to guide and have something to do in between. And that first win, all of a sudden, sponsors showed up. And then what really showed up was the people that wanted to hire me guiding. I had oil companies calling me and saying, how many days a year do you have open now? And I said, I got 135. And I had one company say, we'll take them all. We'll pay you in advance.
Wow. Wow.
So that's how quickly it changed. To guiding once a month,
Yeah, we talk about the way the Bassmaster Classic, to win will change your life, but just that in itself, just going from not being able to get work, no one knowing your name, to a corporate, company like that to say, we'll take all your days you have available.
Right.
You went on to the second Classic the next year, Lake Tour, and the quote from you that sticks in my mind says, I won that Classic by sucking less than everyone else over the first 2 days.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the irony of it, I look back, under today's rules, I wouldn't have won either Classic. We wouldn't have fished those days. See, that day was so foggy, I couldn't find the lock. I could not find the lock, but they let us go back then. And I circled in the tow hole looking for the lock to go to Kissimmee. Couldn't find it. And finally, I just got mad, and first weed line I had, I started fishing, caught a 7.5 pounder, and I won the tournament there.
Oh, wow.
And the one before, Ray Scott, the day I caught the big bag at Guntersville, lightning. We could see, those old black fronts coming up the lake and lightning popping out of them. And Ray said, y'all get that blankety blank out of here. And we all took off, So.
And we went through, earlier in the broadcast today, we went through that such a memorable Classic, Pine Bluff, Arkansas, on the Arkansas River, and you found a big pile of fish there near Pine Bluff Harbor in your pre-practice, and you came back and they were still there.
Yes, that was, it's one of those perfect storms. I mean, I found them, and they were really there when you go back, and I went back to it and immediately caught a 5-pounder and left it. And they were there, and it really was probably the most. Dr. Greg South fished by far the best Classic.
Wow! I
was just going back and forth on a wad of fish that nobody fished for. Even the local guy that found me with the camera boat that first day, the final day, he was on me every day with the camera boat. Final day, he come up to me. I got to tell you something, Mr. Clun. He was a young guy, and he said, if I hadn't watched you catch those fish, I would have swore you cheated.
Wow.
Because this is July and August, and you're catching 25, 28-pound streams. Even though it was 7-fish limit then, that's out July and August on a river. He said, well, you don't catch those kind of fish. And he said, nobody's ever caught fish where you caught those fish.
So that 1984 Classic, to you, you've seen them all, and to this one right now, to me it looked like, from the outside looking in, with two future presidents on the stage with you and the big crowd in the arena, was that the Classic where this sport kind of changed the Bassmaster Classic, or was there another time in your career where you think it just all, like, this is going to be here forever?
That was absolutely it. It gave us, Ray had this knack. I didn't always like the man, I'll be honest with you, but he had this incredible knack of bringing the right people to him at the right time. Bob Cobb saved his life with the media. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And then he brought in Bill Dance, and now they thought, well, dang, fisherman, most of he has all his teeth. And then they brought in Roland Martin because they thought fishing was luck still. The government still had us in the tax bracket of gambling. And he brought in Roland Martin, who brought the science. Wait a minute, there is an art and a science to this. And then, fortunately, the right thing came out of my mouth when he had two eventual presidents standing on both sides of me. And he even wanted to write.
Oh, he was worried about
he
what
wanted
you might
to
say.
write my speech. He said, Rick, let me write for you what you're going to say. They knew I was going to win, probably. And I said, no, Ray, I can't do that. And anyway, fortunately, the right thing came out.
We watched that tape, and these two future presidents are sitting there, and you're saying that, and you could tell they're thinking, I wish I'd said that.
Well, I know I don't know where some of that stuff comes from, but thank goodness.
Rick, thank you so much. In two
Appreciate it.
events in the Bassmaster Elite Series, you'll fish your 500th Bassmaster tournament.
Yeah.
50 years
Oh,
with
no.
the Bassmasters.
Amazing, yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot. Words fail us. You're one of a kind. And thank you so much for everything,
Well,
Rick Klein.
appreciate y'all. Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Well, there's your unofficial leaderboard. Justin Hamner started with the lead today. He is back on top. And look at Brandon Polinick. This is his best classic performance. Was here in 2013, all those years ago. He is back knocking on the door. We've got a lot of developments going on out on the Grand Lake of the Cherokees, and we will be right back. Tomorrow on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to the Lone Star State as the best drivers on the planet tackle the twists and turns at COTA. Pre-race begins at 3 Eastern with the engines firing at 3:30 tomorrow on Fox.
Got Kyle Larson on that, you think?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Guys, great segment with Klun.
Oh, what's that?
That was
That was
awesome.
fun.
Awesome.
That was really
Gave him a
good.
hug.
Yeah.
And him and I are a little bit like Paul Newman and Tom Cruise from The Color of Money.
You are a little bit. It's
Not at
pretty
all.
much like that.
Actually, no. Not at all.
You've had your ups and downs, but man, I'm telling you.
Clun talked about money shouldn't matter. You need to just love what you do. See, we love being here.
Whoa! Don't focus on me.
Justin Hamner still on top. Started the day on top and fell out of the lead. Had a slow start to his day. He wasn't worried in the least. Said, I'm going to catch him, I'm going to come back.
Yeah, you do not feel like Justin's going to run out of bites. In fact, little bit like Hank Cherry talked about it earlier in the show. He's got a lot in his back pocket that he did not hit, these deep, shallow main lake pockets. So
The little one got it. Looking at his graph there. Not shallow pocket where he's at.
No.
It's the side of a mountain coming down into the lake. Might be his 5th keeper here, though.
Jeez. And find it interesting. He could look at a map yesterday and go, I'll catch him in here, in here, in here. And he has nobody around him.
That was rude.
It's very unusual for an elite tournament, let alone a Bassmaster Classic. These anglers are great, and the reason they're so good is because they find the fish, and so often we'll have multiple people in one small area.
Started chasing it.
The leader to have something all to himself like it seems he does yesterday
Nobody
and today,
around him.
it doesn't happen.
Doing it there for Justin Hamner. Gets him up around 30 pounds. Let's get over to Hank Cherry.
That is something we did not see him do yesterday.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. The weather change is certainly dictating what he's been doing. He started out this morning with a bladed jig and a jig a little bit, but he has gotten away from that. Throwing a crankbait a lot more today. Still surprising, though, Z, to have him say to us last night, hey, I can call my shots on those docks. I know where they'll be sitting.
Left it quickly.
Yeah, he left it very quickly this morning.
About to wrap up our fishing time here. I want to remind you that the NASCAR Cup Series qualifying from the Circuit of the Americas in Austin follows up this program. Time on FS1 is almost finished for today. Some good action on the way this morning, and A couple of the anglers found it slower going for today. The ones who had prospered yesterday. We always get some turnaround from one day to the next.
Yeah, but first cast, Matt Robertson, come on, bring it. I don't think he's caught one yet. He's right. It's bad luck.
If you really looked
Yes, it was.
yesterday, looking at the action early today, definitely got to see more quality this morning and look for that to happen later this afternoon.
Absolutely, and Justin Hamner says, I will catch them all day long, and Hank Cherry, look out for him.
Well, we sure appreciate you being with us for this live coverage of the World Championship of Bass Fishing. There is your unofficial leaderboard as we leave you here. Justin Hamner with 30 pounds on top unofficially. Cooper Gallant of Canada. Could it be a Canada winner in 23 and 24? Brandon Polinick, Brandon Card.
And look at how that leaderboard changed from 2 hours ago.
Yeah, big changes, huge changes. Day 3 coverage at 10 a.m. tomorrow on Fox Sports and FS1 and Fox Sports at noon. So we will see you right here first thing in the morning tomorrow on FS1.
Rick Klein is the man.
Clun is the sport of bass fishing.
He's been the benchmark.
He won 4 classics. That in itself is like Babe Ruth.
This has got to be the most incredible classic we have ever had.
You can put him in the category of a Tom Brady, a Jack Nicklaus, a Michael Jordan, 1 in a million.
We live in a country where there are no limits.
He did it on his own. He did it his way. He still loves it as much as he did day one. He's been doing it longer than I've been alive.
He's been fishing at the tour level at Bassmaster since the year I was born.
Rick has had an amazing career, and he's had such an impact on people.
He started the dream for millions of people.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Well, this is it, the top event in the sport, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Jockey Outdoors. Grand Lake of the Cherokees, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Our live coverage continues. Sponsored by Power Pole. We're happy to be bringing you this very, very important event and a very important day. Of course, they're all important. It's just a 3-day tournament. But today you have to move into the top 25 or your classic is finished for this go-round. So it's very, very stress-making for these anglers, stressful making. And Justin Hamner, the guy on top, as you look at the unofficial results, and he has added to his weight. In the few minutes we have been away, Cooper Gallant of Canada having a great day today. Ditto Brandon Card, who had a 39th place finish at our weigh-in yesterday. Now moving all the way up to 3rd place and knocking on the door of 30 pounds. Brandon Polinick as well, recovering from a very tough day
Hostile.
one.
That is a hostile leaderboard. If you look at Cooper Gallant, Brandon Card, Brandon Polinick, all of those anglers kind of getting away from other competitors. Big shifts so far this morning.
All right. Now, we have not had a chance to see what Brandon has been doing today. We were in with 10 other anglers a day. He's starting in 39th. We were not able to be with him, so let's go on out. And our own Robbie Floyd, in fine fashion, has found Brandon Card, the man of the hour, it would seem right now. Robbie, tell us what's been going on with this guy.
Yeah, I had to catch up with him. You know, I had
to pick, one of my favorites. It was outside the top 10, but now when I saw what Brandon Carter was doing, he just showed me his fish just a moment ago. I think we're going to be able to roll that back in tape, but he got a good one to start things off. He said it's pushing 5 3/4, maybe even a 6-pounder, a big old belly on it. But right now he's hitting this steep rock bluff. He's just bouncing a crankbait. He said he was just bouncing a crankbait all the way up against it, just going really slow, and obviously getting the big bites that he was looking for. He said he caught some of this fish here on the bluff, but the other one, and it may have been the big one that he caught up around a point as well. So steep wall here, point there, taking your time with that crankbait to success.
Looks like we got a few of his fish right here.
Oh, yeah.
So
that?
So Robbie, is he taking a look at his big old fish there? Is he fishing just paralleling this bluff wall for just going on and on, or is he back and forth right in between underneath these two docks?
Well, I just now pulled up to him, and he didn't spend any time with this dock at all. So he worked in this little stretch. He told me he had a squeaker. So what it shows right now, he does have 5 fish. He had a one that was really close to 14, a 1-pounder. Got rid of that, and that's the one you saw him call just a moment ago. So he's got 5 fish, but he's spending all his time on this bluff. And when he pointed at the point, he mentioned further down there, so maybe he makes this run, goes back to that point, give it a little time or not. But yeah, he's going parallel, and he did say, I'm going slow. And I said, are they all the way up against those rocks? He goes, yeah.
Robbie, is this one of the first classics we see Brandon Card in the same creek that you really have been in this entire tournament? But what's been interesting is the creek that you're in, the different approaches, the different techniques that you have watched with a lot of the leaders.
Yeah, I was starting to lose you there on my communication, but yeah, this creek has it all. I mean, and the one thing that it has is good-sized bass, and plenty of them. But if you want flats, you got flats. You want brush piles, you got brush piles. You want contour, some ditches, we've got that. We've got steep bluff here. This area has everything, and that's why so many people come here to fish. You can fish your strength, and no matter who you are, you can be Canadian, you can be Mexican, you're going to find your kind of territory in this stretch of water.
I saw a lot of boats in the wide shot there. Are those other anglers, or are those spectator boats that are in the area there?
I saw one just rip by. I've got 1, 2 spectator boats. I really haven't seen that many people yet since I've been here, but now that they saw me here, they might start making their way a little bit closer, but it really hadn't been crowded around Brandon at all. He was solo when I pulled up to him.
Oh, you want Harry, you've got Robbie Floyd right now, because you are making it happen.
That's great. That's the Robbie we always want to see.
Yes.
We turn up there. Robbie, Brandon Card.
Hey, by the way, I don't know how your set is, but it is cold out here on the lake.
Yeah, it's a little chilly here too,
like
Robbie.
2013.
Yeah,
it's
a lot of
bad
fresh
out here
air
and rough too, and it's going to get worse.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. That is true. Now, is Brandon has got another plan? Does he have another destination for today? You think he's going to work this until he feels like he's done all he can do here?
I'll go full Scoop McGee here in just a minute. I just wanted to show you that one fish. He's like, let me show you it to you. I was like, yeah, come on, let's get it out.
All right.
I'll get more out of him, and I'll find it, and I'll follow him for a while. So why wouldn't I follow a guy that's near the top of the leaderboard now?
Right, absolutely. Robbie, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
We do appreciate it. It's good stuff from Robbie Floyd there. Brandon Card started the day again at 39th place and has worked his way all the way up to the 3rd spot. Let's get out to Adam Rasmussen.
Yeah, definitely. Horse Creek is where it is going down. I understand Cooper Gallant also in that region, off to himself.
Gallant and Carter tied for our Mercury Big Bass at 5.5 pounds. So, but we just heard Card say it could be closer to 6.
Certainly where it goes down quite often, but you have to think there's a big bay outside of that. It's all considered Horse Creek, but it's almost a lake outside of the creek itself.
Guys, I got to talk to Adam Rasmussen last night and asked him, Bob Downey's won on Grand Lake, Jay Shakurit as a co-angler's won here, Seth Fighter's gotten top 10s. I said, what's the deal with the way Minnesota and Wisconsin anglers can translate to Grand Lake. And he said, we just see a lot of different types of structures. You think about grass lakes or the rivers like La Crosse or Mille Lacs. There's a lot of grimier fisheries that have different traits. And Grand shows a little bit of that, but they also said they just have the confidence. Seeing a fighter go national, a lot of these guys are trying it, and they're really finding their comfort zone across the country.
Back over to Tyler Williams. Definitely from another different looking region of the country, the state of Maine.
Rare moment here.
Yes,
He's
it is.
actually throwing a jerk bait is the other bait that he throws, but he mainly throws the jig like 99% of the time. But let's watch this closely.
Listen, he's a little bit like John Cox, where he says, I have a boat full of jigs, a couple jerk baits, a couple crankbaits, and that's all that's in his boat.
He said, oh, two flip-flops.
Yeah.
Away from everything.
Did all of Lake Fork and finish in 4th place with the barefoot situation going on there. So,
but you think about it, he says, I try other stuff, I don't catch anything. I throw my little jig and I catch fish. So why complicate it?
And when you honestly connect that to a John Cox, who's in our top 10 on camera today, they don't overthink it. They're going to do what they're going to do and don't care about anything. And all he did after the weigh-in yesterday was giggle and laugh.
Start catching them once it gets warm out eventually. This is just a warm-up. Pound and a half. Yeah.
Well, you got to stay. The story of the morning so far has to be Cody Huff.
Yeah.
He was scorched earth yesterday morning, and that is not the case.
Not only did he do that, but he got out of there. He didn't
hammer him.
He didn't back and forth on it. He basically made a pass, caught him, and left, had him 20 pounds, and spent the rest of the day making people think, oh, I'm trying for a big one now. And really, he was just, practicing just.
And David, you thought it might be, even though he's fishing shallow, 1 to 5 feet of water. You thought it might be a little bit grimy, but you would not have seen 0.
No, totally agree.
It was not a very heartful attempt, fish.
Had he stayed in there all day, then yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But he did.
One thing that he mentioned was he found those fish, at least when he spoke with me in the interview room, that he found those fish on Friday of practice. So he found them 1 week from when he caught them. And the conditions changed. A lot of pressure, wind, a lot of boats on Saturday. It got colder and windy on Sunday, had off days. Yesterday was the most resembling weather and conditions they had last Friday. So it may just be a certain scenario deal, and he knew he was going to have to possibly adjust. No way it's going to go perfect 3 straight days, but he's got to find his way.
Is he still in that area where he started?
He's been bouncing between there and the back of one other drain up in there.
Because he said he had another place or two he felt like he could catch him.
And he did check that.
Nothing. Like Hank Cherry is back to his docks and back in the pockets off of the main lake now. He left for about an hour there.
How about a big fish from our youngest ever classic competitor, Aaron Yavorsky, a 6-pounder he just put on Bass Track at 9:45. He was in the 50s, now he's 30th.
Didn't take Hank Cherry very long with that vibrating jig back in his hand behind the boat docks.
Sound like Joe Biden giving a speech.
he's going to end up with a bigger bag today.
Yeah. Oh, I think so.
Thank you.
He's got 2 bigger than he had
Than anything from yesterday. Yeah.
I don't think he'll be back out throwing a crankbait on those main lake anytime soon.
Oh, gosh. The suspense is killing me. $312. Got me. $312.
Put him in second place.
Let's get rid of some chunks, and we're gonna be hunting some hammer. Thank you, Lord Jesus. That's why I love it. You just never know. I made the same cast twice. I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, he should live there. Look at all that shad. That's the deal, I'm telling you.
I got another one.
Oh, no.
They aren't big, but it is what it is.
That's in the words of KVD. I love that guy. My idol, my friend. If he's got it, he does it. That's the deal.
Lower than yesterday?
Guaranteed.
What does the classic? What does the third classic mean, Davey? I mean, a guy who's never won an elite. He wins all the right small.
Boy,
tournaments.
that is a bizarre thing.
No elites. He's won an Open at Smith. He's won the All-Star. You know, beat Van Dam head-to-head in that to win Rookie of the Year and win the All-Star event, and then just 2 classics. But he shows up when it matters, and a third would be incredible.
He does, and that fish in particular, you might ask yourself, he's won 2 classics. 312, I mean, but you can tell it just clicked with him. He made multiple casts right there, which normally you would not do. He's dialed in as like there's supposed to be one there, and then makes another cast with the same bait, the same cast, and catches that 312. Then you start, you know, you see him looking up into the skies saying, "Thank you, Lord," and you know he really thinks, now I know. Exactly what I want to do the rest of this day.
He is out fishing other guys that have fished through these exact same pockets.
A lot of other guys.
And really good fishermen.
Yes.
Nope. Almost hooked up again.
Oh, heads up. That wasn't a very big one.
Twice.
Well, I mean, you know, Ronnie, just to go back to what you were saying, if you're only going to win, you know, if you're not going to win Elite Series tournaments, you might as well just go win Classics. I think him and Jacqueline Cherry are fine with that.
He would have to win 6 elites to make the same amount of money he made with 2 classics.
I just win Super Bowls.
Yeah, why bother with a division championship or something like that? Just get in however you can and win the big one.
After his first Classic win, he was telling me that's the one thing he wanted to concentrate on.
It's dark and dingy out. Probably just gonna burn a little time. We're gonna run down towards the dam for a little while, maybe do a little jerk baiting over some brush and stuff like that to see if we can get a few bites and maybe try to figure something out that's really not been affected as much by this little cold snap. But hopefully the sun pops out here in a little while, and I think it'll kind of get back to normal pretty quick. So we're just going bassing. It's kind of a good thing and a bad thing, but sometimes when you just trust your instincts and just go fishing, sometimes it works out really well.
Well, there's two things that happened. Number one, he caught what was set up there on that shallow wood in that 3-foot ditch. And they're not going to replenish, or hopefully for him, he's thinking on the right track. Those fish moved off into 3 feet, and they'll come back when the sun comes out.
Yep. Then we're going to go ahead and start working our way down the lake a little bit.
All right, Cody Huff's going to move on right now. Went over 20 pounds yesterday, day number 1, and today he gives us our Bass Pro Shops top lures.
Man, just rolling into the weigh-in here, day 1 of the Classic, and we had a day today. We had a lot of fun, caught around 20 pounds, somewhere around there, and man, it doesn't happen like this very often, let alone the first day of the Bassmaster Classic. They were right where we left them. They were biting, and didn't get a lot of bites, but the ones we caught were really nice. So hopefully they stay put for us tomorrow. Little OG tiny action. That's one that I whacked on a dock, but that's what we weighed them all in except for one. So hopefully they keep biting that bad boy and we have a fun week.
Haven't even reached the midpoint of the fishing day so far. Yet on the second day of the World Championship, Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. We've got 56 anglers out there trying to make the top 25. We have had some changes, significant changes, in our top 10 as we go through, but we're in the boats with 10 of our anglers who started the day in the top 10. One of them, Lee Livesey. Lee Livesey's done a good job of holding his position today.
He has. That's not been an easy thing to do for a lot of the anglers in the top 10 so far, but Lee Livesey has been able to. He's been doing a lot of different things, fishing some deeper, steeper type bluff banks and also some real flat stuff.
There he is. Not big, not little. Nice keeper. There's the limit. Not the size we're looking for in there. I thought it was going to be a great big one. Fish are spotted up. But that gives us, that's 5, right? That gives us a limit, I think. Beautiful pigmentations on that fish. Oh, man, I thought that was going to be like a 5 or 6 pounder. That's where giants get. Another one close to 2 pounds, though. All right. 5 bass. Yep. God, I thought that was going to be a big one. Like I said, I hit this
Lee
twice
Livesey
yesterday and then pulled up,
4 wins with the Bassmasters, 4 classics, and he's always finished in the top 15 or better. He credits a lot of his success to the good wishes and the help from his supporters.
I'm Lee Livesey. I'm from Longview, Texas, and I just weighed 1815 day 1 at the Bassmaster Classic on Grand Lake.
Get loud for the people's champion, Lee Livesey.
Winning the Classic is everything, not just for me, but for my sponsors, for my fans, for my family, for my friends, for my haters. You know, I want to hoist that trophy Sunday night for everybody out there that's watching me and that supports me. It's not the money, it's not the fame, it's that trophy. It's, you know, everybody that's out there watching Bassmaster, watching Bass Live, you know, when they're supposed to be working, you know, it's for them. You know, I have a huge fan base that's just really supportive. It's just a very genuine friendship and fan base that I have. I want to hoist that trophy for them.
Trying to look at new water, but be quick at the same time. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. We got 5 bass, all 5 small ones, but we got 5 at 10. Trying to go through some of my progressions, jumping offshore, fishing shallow, looking at new water, but at the same time getting to where I need to be to catch bigger ones. We're getting close. About to be fishing here in a minute. I'm going to hit this one little secondary point right here and then get moving a little bit faster, more power fishing, a little bit shallower. keep hitting these little flat secondary points. You can see they got pea gravel, little chunk rock on them. You see them on my Lake Master map real good. I got some great big ones doing this in practice, just cranking a 6 cents 50X square bill, but God, I just can't get it going. I keep trying. I tried yesterday for a long time, but where I just got that last fish, I'd hit it twice yesterday, 2 or 3 times, and didn't get a bite, and I pulled up there and caught one of them. Now, it wasn't one of those great big ones, but it was a keeper. So we're not treading water yet, but we're just getting close to putting the foot down a little bit harder. This water is pretty green. There's just so much stuff here on ground that looks good. There's a million little points and rock changes and trees. And you want to hit it all, and you run about 20 of them, and you wasted 4 hours.
Lee Livesey won twice on his home lake, Lake Fork, also at Lake Chickamauga, all on the Elite Series. Won an Open over at Ross Barnett in Mississippi. Let's get back over to Wisconsin's Jay Shakurit.
Boy, he's staying in that shallower water. We've seen a lot of these anglers from Justin Hamner, Matt Robertson, a lot of them fishing bluff-type banks. Certainly not the case with Jay Shakurit. 6 to 8 feet of water, shallow brush. You see some brush there. A few fish moving around in it. It's been real tough. He's thrown just about everything in his boat. The only thing he could get him to bite was a jerkbait, which is very difficult. Here's one. Came out of that brush, got him hooked up. Fishing over the top of a brush pile with a jerkbait is not very difficult, but he said I had to make contact with the bottom oftentimes to get these fish to bite, which is very tough with a jerkbait in brush.
They really, the bushes, the brush piles that worked best for him are the shorter and the bushier they were. The taller, the less worthy of your time.
Yep, and very interesting to hear him dial into it that much, to know, to find this many brush piles on a lake, a body of water that you're not familiar with is an accomplishment, but to be able to distinguish, the bigger ones, the smaller brushy ones, the logs, that don't have much attached to them at all, just the base of something, and he certainly has them all in their certain categories, and has figured out the smaller the brush pile, as long as it's bushy and has some density to it, has certainly been the key to him catching those fish. A lot of other people fishing that area with no success, so you can't argue with what he's doing.
It's a good move forward for Jay Shakurit. More things to happen before too much more time fades away. We're talking about the history of the Classic here and the heroes. The Bassmaster Classic. Boy, that's one right there. The one and only Hank Parker. First one in 1979 down there at Texoma. Backed it up with a second Classic. And, the weigh-in situation looks a little bit different than it does today, that is for sure.
Oh, who rode in the front of the boat? 19 pounds, 15 ounces for Hank Parker. Let's give him a nice hand.
Yes, later in Virginia.
10 years later?
Yeah. 89, 79 and 89 for one of the most respected people to ever fish the Bassmasters. One of the true heroes, Hank Parker. Thanks for making a little time for us today.
Good to be here. Good to see you. Hey,
Good
my highlight was getting to be the MC at the in New Orleans and crown Davey Hyde as world champion.
That was my highlight. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's so awesome, man. That's good times.
So many great Classic memories, and you have been faithful to the Classic. You always come back. I know it means a lot to you.
I don't think I've ever missed one. You know, it is the biggest thing in all of our sport. You guys at Bass have done just an incredible job. I'm so proud of you. And to bring back the cast, let me tell you, I go to high schools, and some of these kids say, Ray who? Yeah. They don't even know. It's so awesome that you guys did that, and I watched that, and it just tells the history of the foundation that this sport was built on. Great job with that.
Certainly at the high school level, but it surprises me today, 2024. There's a lot of anglers that fish the Bassmaster Elite Series that were never on stage with Ray Scott. Tell us a little bit of your best memories that we can talk about on TV with Ray Scott.
You know, Ray was so colorful, but he was a dreamer. You know, at his memorial service, they built that whole thing as a celebration of his life as Ray Scott, the dreamer. And he had all these dreams that he was able to make reality. And, you know, we're in a world today that there's controversy with this or that, or forward-facing sonar versus non. Man, we need to just sit down and look at what is best for the sport and come together and decide on, let's make this ruling or this ruling. That's what Ray was a master at. He brought all these personalities together and brought them in unison to build the sport, and that's where we need to stay. And he built that foundation. Let's all rest on it and build on it.
One of your contemporaries was up here about an hour ago, Rick Clunn, and he made the exact same point. He says his real talent was bringing people together and bringing people in who could get the right job done to make the project work.
And look at what we have today, and it's on the foundation that Ray Scott built.
It's so hard, Hank. You know that coming up, so many anglers, they just have a passion for the sport. So many struggles. Rick Clunn talked about hocking his deer rifle to be able to go to a classic that he won. And you hear that struggle more often than not. But there's always things that seem to want to divide the tournament community. You know, we have a lot of alpha males that compete in this sport. But it's incredible what Ray could do. And we've got something now that some people like, they're all for this or they're all against it. But Ray did an incredible job of keeping everybody together. And like you said, to keep your eye on the big picture, we're all in this together. This is a sport that Ray built, but we should feel the burden, if you want to put it that way, to make sure that this continues and grows and grows.
And that is where we're at today, and I like that. It's always going to be controversy. There's always going to be innovation. Technology is always going to play a part, but somebody has to sit back and say, okay, we've got this. Is this the best thing for our sport? And that's where we have to settle on. And I think that's what Ray always did. And, you know, I'm a Marine, you're a Navy guy, you're an Army guy. I'm proud. I think the Marines is the best. You think the Navy's the best. You think the Army is the best, and we can argue that among ourselves. But when we hit the battlefield, we've got each other's back, and we're after the enemy, and we're in unison. And that's the way we need to approach this. I mean, you may have this viewpoint. I respect that. I think my idea is better. You think it, but when we get ready to get on the battlefield, let's do what's best for our country. Let's do what's best for our sport. And I think that's where we got to land.
Hank, did you ever fish Grand Lake in a tournament situation before?
I never fished a tournament here. I fished Grand Lake quite a few times. I love it. It's a great lake. But I never did fish a tournament here.
Where would you, a place that we've never had a classic before, where would you like to see a classic stage? People want to know.
That we've never had a classic before. Maybe Lake Norman.
We've gotten close. We've gotten close up there before.
And Lake Wiley right down the road, but Lake Norman would be a good one.
That would be a good one. A lot of boat docks there, too.
Oh, yeah, a lot
like
of them. It fishes a little bit like Grand. You know?
Does it?
You see some of the anglers that are doing well here, Hank Cherry, several of the other anglers that are from that area that are doing good. So, surprising that you haven't fished here. Got one good one on the jig.
Tyler Williams, all right.
This lake really sets up, in my opinion, for what Hank Parker would love. You see a lot of spinnerbait stuff, and in 2024, you don't see a lot of guys throwing spinnerbaits anymore. And these fish love to set up on wood, on brush piles, and that sort of thing. Don't you feel like you would really fit in just perfect here on this lake?
I do. I like this lake, and I watched Hackney yesterday. He fished a lot like I would have fished this lake, and I watched Hank Cherry a lot yesterday, and he fished a lot like I would fish this lake. It's one of those lakes that you just want to go. Put that troll motor down, and there's sparse cover, and hit it and go.
Hank, this young fella here is just fresh on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Showed up at Lake Fork with the 2 jigs, a brown one and a white one, and finished 4th place. And got a century belt and the whole 9 yards.
You don't see that much anymore, but he's a young angler on the Elite Series, making his first classic here. And honestly, He throws a brown jig, a white jig, and he's got a jerk bait or two he throws every now and then, and he has done tremendous in the first 2 Elite Series tournaments. Top 10 in both. Makes it real simple.
He's also from Maine. Can you remember anybody from Maine ever
That's
fishing?
pretty awesome.
That is. Isn't that something?
Has he kicked his shoes off yet? I can't imagine being from Maine and fishing barefooted.
Oh, my goodness.
Lord have mercy. That is pretty awesome. I like old Cooper Gallant. You know, he's
Sorry.
he's been attacked.
I'm going away.
Must be nesting up.
Yeah.
Do you want to fish?
They get that
I'll give
tongue
you a
stuck
fish.
out. You know they're coming after you.
We just talked about we should all just get along and be in this together.
It's
The
not
goose is
working.
not-
I'm about to get killed.
Geese didn't get the memo.
That is a gander.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get out of here.
That is a gander, and there's a nest close by.
Gotta
I
be.
need a 12 gauge.
Got to be.
Here.
What was incredible watching that old classic footage.
I'm going away. I'm sorry. I'm not going to your ducks. Get out of my way.
Got a nest close by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not on board with the classic at all. Just one more look at the, okay.
Yeah.
There's a
Somebody's
goose
got a
on
nest
there.
on the front of their pontoon.
Huh? Go to your family. Oh, it's time to take a bath. Cool. All right.
Get very
Guys.
protective.
You
my
talk about a
buddy.
lot of obstacles. You never
We're besties.
encounter a goose attack.
Now, goose attack is not something you can
I
plan
don't
for.
think he's a big fan of me, but I love him.
Well, how are you going to be spending your time at this classic, Hank?
You know, I go from booth to booth, and I love people, and we're working here. We brought a fundraising opportunity for high school fishermen. That's something I've been working on for 2.5 years, so we unveiled it here at the Classic. I'm excited about that. So we got a lot of stuff going on. It's all been good.
I know you have a hard time making it across the expo floor every time we go to the Bassmaster Classic Expo. What do people want to know most from you when they stop you?
You know, we get so many comments, but when you guys brought that cast back to life and highlighted my career, everybody says, man, why did you want him to put those fish on the scale so fast, you know? And so I get to tell that story. I had lost the Super Bass tournament by 1 ounce, and Gary Klein beat me. And I let too many water drops fall off. So I said I didn't want to hold them up because I didn't want the water drop to fall off of them because I knew it was going to be within 1 ounce or 2.
A lot of people remember that, watching you, Ray, just keep dragging it out and dragging it out. And you said, put him on the scale.
He got me by the head and held my head down there and he said, look, Hank, it's going to be a lot more dramatic if you'll hold those fish up. I said, Ray, it's enough drama for me like it is. Put them on the scale.
So tell our viewers a little bit about winning the Classic, how it changed your life, let alone twice, but one time how it affects you as a professional angler.
I don't know that everybody realizes the impact that has. You certainly do because you've won it, but it is life-changing opportunities, not only monetarily, but notoriety. It puts you in a league all by yourself. You know, you got 40 Classic winners now, and they'll never take that away from you. You're a world champion for life. And that is a huge, I mean, you have all these dreams as a kid. You want to be a great fisherman. You want to someday, but to stand on the stage and hold the world champion trophy, and that'll never be taken away from you. And it changes your life as far as the way the fans view who you are now and the opportunities that you have within the industry to make a living. A lot of things change, and to be able to do that, it's just so impactful, it's hard to describe.
Hank, we can't thank you enough for stopping by today. When we interviewed you for the Cast show, we pulled you off Interstate 40 and sat at a picnic table at Lake Fort Smith, and the cold front blew in, and we made you freeze to death, and here we got you out here freezing. We've been freezing since 6 o'clock.
Hey, I just want to tell you what a great job you're doing. I'm proud of you,
Well,
man.
thank you very much, Hank,
Thank
so
you.
much. The great Hank Parker, ladies and gentlemen. What a great day this is here. Second day, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic there. Unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Unofficial results, Brian Schmidt.
Thank you
with
so
16
much.
pounds, 15 ounces. Full expanded leaderboard a little bit later on. Remember, we got to make it to the top 25 if you're an angler out there today, and this wonderful opportunity of getting to fish a Bassmaster Classic. Been out here in the cold a little too long. You got to make it into the top 25 on today, and there's plenty more of that to be decided. Who's going to move up and who's going to move down? Our live coverage continues here. Fishing the Grand Lake of the Cherokee, 75 years old. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic is the World Championship presented by Jockey Outdoors. Our live coverage sponsored by Power Pole. This is kind of a unique lake, and for the third time it serves as the playing field to decide the one angler who's going to sit on top of the mountain for the year of 2024 and on into 2025. We will contest it again over in Texas. Got 10 anglers with a boat, with a cameraman in the boat all day. We're watching them.
Kind of feel like in this tournament, this is the first time, if you look at Adam Rasmussen, Cody Huff, little bit with Justin Hamner, even though he has the lead, you kind of feel like your three leaders right there. The door is open for the field.
Totally agree, especially Justin Hamner. He's catching a lot of fish, but we've seen nothing like the size and quality that he caught yesterday from him today.
Matt Robertson had that bad luck fish. Remember, he's tied for 7th. He's now right at the cut at 25th.
Still sitting on one fish.
One good one. And again, Welcher, Christie, Downey do not have a Bass Track signal.
Yeah, and we'll...
Like all the brush, they seem to be like scattered because like I can't really hold on. They're probably glued to the bottom, but they won't eat anything. And
I think Jay summed it up right there, didn't he? I mean, those fish are glued to the bottom, and yesterday he could get them to bite a jerkbait, which is very unusual, but today he just cannot get them to bite anything.
I'm pretty good at it.
Thought it was interesting to listen to Hank Cherry fishing a bladed jig and a 3/8 ounce jig. A Davis jig with a Bass Mooch trailer on it. Said that 3/8 ounce jig, very efficient, will not get hung up in a lot of that rock. Jay Shakira locked up here live.
Be number 5.
That one to bite its jerkbait.
I don't know, he looks like one of those 14 inches again, or 13 and whatever size ones.
Davey, what's the last tournament that you can remember that grinding a jerkbait in 4 foot of water?
Most anglers can't afford to replace the number of jerkbaits you'll lose grinding that jerkbait in brush piles in 4 to 6 feet of water.
It's a keeper.
Well, that's been the beauty of Grand Lake so far, looking at
Captured a keeper. Look at that hog.
4 different techniques right there with some of your leaders from day one.
5 bass limit. I don't know about the weight on this guy, but oh boy. Well, he's not even a pound and a half. 1.41. Hey, well, at least we know the one we need to call out.
Fish got a bad review from Jay.
He did.
He really did. But a keeper nonetheless.
I remember a Bassmaster Classic. I had one that size, I would have been the winner. So you shouldn't talk so harshly to those 1-pounders before you know how much they might mean to you.
Yes, and it's appearing a limit is going to be pretty impressive for some of the leaders.
He's going to jump 2 spots with that fish.
What's that? Yeah. Just not my shad. Hit straight to the bottom.
Lee Livesey actually pretty much on pace where he was at this time yesterday. Caught 2 really big ones after our midday break. Can almost feel the temperatures starting to rise.
Almost.
Almost, yeah. I can feel a suggestion of that.
Wind chill still under 40.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is hard to believe that it is supposed to actually end up getting warmer today than it was yet. I will argue that.
Yeah. We haven't got hard evidence of that yet.
I think the really to look at going into Championship Sunday, though, tomorrow morning, it is supposed to be about 12 degrees warmer tomorrow morning than when we got on FS1 this morning, but there is going to be a lot more wind tomorrow on Grand Lake.
Southwest wind?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the way this is shaping up right now with Justin Hamner in first place, Hank Cherry in second, 2 very different looks. One using forward facing in a jerkbait, which we've seen a lot over the last 18 months. Right. Maybe even farther. I guess goes back to Patrick Walters in the fall on Lake Fork. And then Hank Cherry not using it so much. Vibrating jig and a jig, not catching as many fish. You only have to catch the mentality that I grew up. You only got to weigh in. You only can weigh in 5, catch 6 or 8, 10 fish, and you're in good shape. How will it? I mean, we've got the perfect battle right here, right now in first and second. Justin Hamner's catching a lot more fish yesterday and today, but today the size is not there.
I know you.
You know,
if the word jig is involved, for the simple fact, if you don't follow the Bassmasters, if you catch 5 on a jig, man, the quality is going to be there, and so, especially on this lake. That is what this lake is known for.
So could this be the perfect example of Justin Hamner catch 25 on a jerkbait, looking at them and have less weight?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the tailgate is starting.
The tailgate had just started. I heard someone threw out the first roll tide here in Tulsa for some reason.
We got some anglers between 9th and 15th. Brandon Cobb and Chris Johnson. Hunter Shryack's having a decent day. And Drew Benton. And Clark Wendland is even getting in the mix. These guys are with 4 fish, and they catch a nice one. They could
Clark
be in our
does
top 10 and be in
well on
position.
these Highland reservoirs.
Yes.
He likes to fish these type places. Had a lot of success on Beaver, Table Rock, and like you talked about, Tommy. They're not exactly like this, but they are in some ways.
Yeah, they're
similar. A lot of rock, size of rock transition.
The rock looks real similar.
Yeah.
And boy, with what Hank Cherry has in the live well now, he can be thorough. And like he said, if he can keep a couple of those areas he's not hit yet for, until tomorrow.
Crankbait a couple times. We out of here.
Let's say the wind's blowing 20 miles an hour tomorrow, 15 to 20 tomorrow morning at takeoff. Do we see him for the first time starting on something looking very different with a jerkbait?
No.
I don't think so either.
No.
Okay.
No. Boy, that'd be hard to do.
It would be hard to do. I think Hank has that mentality, though.
He absolutely
if he felt like
does.
he could catch 5 good ones doing it.
Don't see his individual fish, but Jason Christie just showed up in 10th on Bass Track with 3 fish for 11.3 today.
Wow.
So watch out.
That's the bad thing about here when you make a long cast.
That right there is actually the news of the morning.
Absolutely. It really is. Not that he's moved up all the way to 10th from 40, whatever.
Instead, he has 3.
3, yeah.
Yes.
So 10th with 3.
Yeah, he's 35th with 13-1. So, like his dream.
Yeah.
A little bit more than what he's dreamed.
David, if you would, you practiced with him. Explain that dream really quickly.
So he said just a couple days ago, I was with him Wednesday, I had a dream that the first day I did terrible in the Bassmaster Classic, only had 12 pounds, but then I did a lot better on day 2, finished the tournament with 27 pounds on Sunday, and won this Bassmaster Classic.
And what did he have yesterday?
Freaking barely 13. I'm just going to call it 12, 15.
Wow.
Just for the story's sake. And was in 40-something place.
Hey, the great thing we will have, every time we have had a classic here, it is always down to that last day.
Yep.
The weight's always compressed, and it looks like we are absolutely headed that way.
No, it could be a big-time shootout at the end of it all, but we're far from there. In fact, we've got half of this day 2 fishing yet to unfold for us today, so there's plenty more to tell. It's going to wrap us up for a little bit here. We're going to have continued coverage here on Bassmaster.com. Dave and Davey coming up an hour later. That'll be good.
One other thing real quick on the Jason Christie. Everything I'm seeing here, he told me would happen. So none of this is not like he's out in left field.
Right.
Okay.
And a weird thing, less fish catches today on camera. Quality starting to show up a little bit more.
Yep. Everything's changing. One more look at the unofficial leaderboard with Justin Hamner back on top where he started the day. Hank Cherry, Cooper Gallant in 3rd. Brandon Card, one of the ones who crashed the top 10 party there. Shakurat Livesey and Brandon Polinick, another one moving up today. A Brandon Cobb, 2 Brandons moving up into our top 5, and see Jason Christie now in 10th place.
There you go. The Cherry Truck. Welcome.
Right there. We need to catch
Welcome to the Cherry Truck and the Christie horses.
Yeah.
And Alamino Rider and the Hand Lake and the 2024 Bassmaster Classic presented by Jockey Outdoors. Sitting here with Ish Monroe and Gerald Swindle, and man, they are breaking it down. And we've seen some shifts and moves in this deal.
Yes.
I want y'all to kind
Just
of
in our little 30-minute period.
Continue your thought on how this is going to play
And
out.
Ish was sitting there looking at it, and we're going over it. He's got his eye on somebody, but I'm saying I'm going to keep my eye on Hank Cherry because he's got 5 for 14.4. That may be 15.5. If he puts another 2.5, 3-pounder on there, he jumps to 17. Puts him at 32.5. And let me tell you something. The Cherry Truck has already won 2 of these. Right. He knows how to bring it to the market. So I'm going to say that guy is a cold case killer if he gets the opportunity. But Ish, you say you going to put your money on somebody else, dark horse.
Yeah, but watch, there it is. Well,
Yes.
Just watching Hank right now.
Hooked up.
Hank caught more 3-pounders than everybody else combined yesterday.
Just chatterbaiting the bite.
Just chatterbaiting and flipping a jig.
Yeah.
Dirty water, the way he's fishing, love that. I mean, to me, that's the way I would be fishing.
And weather tomorrow?
And the weather tomorrow, he's in for that. He, like you said, he's right there. But he has his limit. And he can upgrade a pound,
little bit,
2 pounds, 3 pounds.
Without a giant.
Without a giant.
Yeah.
There's this one guy. He's in 11th place now. He just kind of bumped down. I think Luke Palmer caught one. He's on the move. Caught a good one. But he's only got 8 bass. And his 3 today almost weigh 12 pounds, which is almost a 4-pound average.
So if he dumps 2 more of those, we're going to be looking right at 20.
Right.
Which would put Christie way up inside the top 5, which means he closed the gap.
Yeah.
When they say he about to put some gap sauce on them, he has gap sauced them today and reeled that gap in. Now, that's a lot of ifs, but I'll put my money Jason Christie's going to get 2 more bites. Will they be 4s or will they be 2.5s? That will determine how close he'll have to or what his uphill grind to be tomorrow.
But he ain't fishing for 2 more keepers.
Yeah.
But you're talking about an uphill grind, but you're also, you've also mentioned the weather's going to change drastically.
Yes.
Who does that benefit?
Benefits Jason Christie.
Jason Christie,
but it also
Hank
benefits Hank Cherry.
as well.
It will not be as good. That weather, if the wind is windy, cloudy and rainy, it will not help the guys. Even the shallow live scopers may struggle a little more for boat position.
Right. Too much movement in the water, too much movement on the boat.
Totally 100% in his comfort zone. He's making short, smooth, real great mechanical cast with a chatterbait. He's got he's not burning it. He looks very comfortable. And like Ish said, he's catching a lot of fish. So even if he continues with just this limit, Hank Cherry will still be probably in the top 5 or 6 today. If he bounces another 16 tomorrow, there's a good chance he'll go to 2nd or 3rd, or possibly if somebody stumbles, he can win.
Right.
Well, and the other part of that is it doesn't matter how hard the wind blows right there. That's what you're going to be looking at tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's where the fish are. That's where the fish are going. That's where the big ones are going.
Looks like a little deeper banks. I mean, I'm looking at this issue. You picking up on maybe that if you worked a set yesterday, was he fishing steeper banks yesterday?
He was fishing it all. He was just covering water. But he was covering the right water. What I say is the fish that are, once again, pre-spawn, moving up, ready to spawn. The big ones, you know, they always move up first. When he gets a bite, he's catching a 3-pound average. He gets a big bite, one of those big females move up
18.
there. 18. Woo! Right. And you know, Christy, he ain't fishing for 2 more keepers. He's fishing for...
He ain't pinging a minnow right now.
No.
He's pinging a half-ounce jig against something.
Or a spinnerbait, or a big spinnerbait, thumping it through there, waiting for that bite. And if he gets them...
Yep. Well, I love these big shootouts like this, Steve, and because you get to a certain point where an angler has to go back to his comfort zone. So, like, if you're a prize fighter and your comfort zone is punching, you're backed in the wall, he's punching.
Yep.
He ain't trying to score a point. You find out where you're the most comfortable, and you will kind of roll back to that. If we put Ish in a situation where he could have a chance to win on a frog or a chance to win on live scope, 100% of the time, he's going to go back to his comfort zone and frog, knowing this is my punching strength. This is where I'm going to beat these guys at if I get a chance to beat them.
A knockout.
And that's what you're seeing these guys doing. They're falling back in their corner of the ring, and it's like the old coaches going, son, just stick and move, stick and move. Put the spinnerbait in your hand. Stay calm. You know.
To me, you got Hank Cherry, and he's Mike Tyson, and you got Jason Christie, who's George Foreman, and they gonna just beat you out. Like they just jabbing at you.
They power swing. And then there's Cooper Gallant. He doesn't jump all the way up in 3rd, you know. And Coop's a hammer.
Yeah,
little Coop's a hammer. I call him the little Cooper giant because he's small, but he's swinging a big hammer on you now. But he's had a solid tournament, dude. He's had solid days.
Yeah, and like I said, obviously, Jason Christie, we don't know what's going to happen because he was in 51st when we looked up. He had no fish in the boat. He might be fishing around an area that has very limited cell phone service.
Could be.
Or he's, once again, holding back, or he had a flurry, and that flurry happens again. I mean, shoot, it's only 10:30 in the morning. They got 5 hours to fish.
But, you know, you look at what Christie had on him yesterday. He had live camera, big crowds. Today, he starts the event out, and it doesn't look like Jason Christie's in the hunt. So I'm sure some of the fans slipped. So now all of a sudden, you left old big Cherokee Nation out there riding that horse alone. So what's he doing? He's covering water, and he's totally relaxed, total comfort zone.
Right.
And he's not having to idle out of a pocket or work around a fan base. He is strictly kill mode.
Yes.
Well, we talked some yesterday, too, about that strategy. Is he laying up a little bit?
Yes, a little layup.
Yeah, is he laying up a little bit so he can get rid of some of this? You know, and
there's a strategy to that.
I understand, and I think that some of these guys actually do play that.
I mean,
I was going to tell you earlier that it's amazing to me that if I go to an elite event, okay, everybody wants a camera with them. When I come to the Classic,
nobody wants
Christie don't want on camera.
Nope.
Hank Cherry was mad that he had a camera on. That He's like, man, do something. I'm like, you're a 2-time Bassmaster Classic champion, Christie. You got to have a camera. But they're like, they don't want that. I mean, it's just it's a different animal, and everybody's thinking about all these different things.
And if you look at it, you know, guarantee you, Justin Hammer didn't have a camera on him the first day. Cooper Gallant didn't have a camera on him the first day. You know, Jay Shakurik didn't have a camera on him the first day. Polinick, he did have one, and once again, he kind of same thing. He was slow start, and now he just kind of creeping up in the top 10. And that's another guy that he he's good with it all. Yeah. He's good shallow. He's good deep. He's good with forward-facing sonar. I mean, like, he, to me, is the ultimate guy when it comes to he's not focused on one thing. Full package. You know, he's the best, great at flipping, great at cranking, great at drop shot, great at everything.
Yep.
And he's my hero.
Yeah, he is my hero. He's my
hero.
son.
He's your son?
He calls me daddy.
Well, he's my brother, so does that make you? But
we cousins.
We cousins. Okay, cousins.
I'm coming to the cookout.
Coming to the cookout. Awesome.
Oh, Lord.
God.
Just never know what you do.
Hey, I told you be careful. I mean, I did tell Swindle. I said we got to be politically correct today because we might get ourselves in trouble.
We have a lot of fun, though.
We enjoy it.
And I tell people that fishing in our community is supposed to be fun. It's a lot of love. It's a lot of brotherhood.
Yes.
And you may see guys pick at each other and not really know the context of it, but it's mostly out of full respect.
Yes, it is.
I got
100%.
tons and tons of respect for this guy beside me and what he's done. And I was I think Ish will vouch for me. I was one of the first to text him when he said he's coming back and said, bro, you got this. I knew when you came out, I'm like, you got this, bro. You would do exactly what you got to do.
I just wish you would have grabbed me when you was heading and just been like,
trying, dog.
Ish, just go.
They was punching me, bro.
Yeah, I was like, come on, just grab me.
They was getting my billfold, trying to punch me in the eye.
Oh, they definitely got the billfold.
They got the billfold. So I'm glad to see these guys come back, and I think you're seeing those guys are really seeing the power of Ish and how he adjusted on the opens. And even my nephew Trey said, that Ish pretty versatile, ain't he, G? I was like, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's fun times.
You're going to see some of them boys, how good they really are.
Will you just give Trey a little, kick in the butt, get him fired up, something?
Hey, dude, he bless his heart. He had one of them years last year, and he come in and he said, Uncle G, I don't know what's happening. He said, I'm having to really key bites at the great times. I'm just not landing them. I said, son, I've had it all year. There's no explanation.
My whole career.
I said, I've had years where you don't lose any.
Right.
And I said, last year, man, I had no other explanation in my mind when I left Shep Plain besides, hey, God don't want me to be at the Classic fishing. Maybe I'm supposed to do something different because it didn't make any sense. But what you have to do then is just take, it's like you've got an etching sketch. You just shake that off. It's just it wasn't in the cards. Last year in the Opens wasn't what you wanted. But it was in the cards.
It was in the cards.
But it's going to make you better. Being here today is going to make me better. I'm motivated more probably than I've ever been. I knew where I made my mistakes. I worked on some things, and you learn and grow from it. As a human, as a fisherman, you just take it on the chin and say, okay, so I tell young anglers, if you have a rough year or two, man, don't worry about it. It's fishing. It'll wash out.
It's coming.
It's coming.
You can't have a perfect year every year. So.
Yep. I think guys expect that too. And I talked to Kyle Welcher, like he won AOY last year, and I told him, he said, what's next year going to be like? I said, I'm going to be honest with you, dude. Both years I won AOY. The first time I did better the year after, but I said, when I won it in 16, when I come back in 17, I said, I was still exhausted emotionally. And he said, what? I said, I was still exhausted emotionally from the way I had been the year before. And I said, I didn't fish as well in 17. I just couldn't get it. It was just something there. I don't know. And Aaron Martin said this to me, and one of the greatest fishermen I've ever met, one of the greatest human beings I've ever had a chance to love in my life. But he told me 1 year after he won AOY, we were standing there and we were Wisconsin. And he said, gee, the fire's not burning this year. He said, when I won AOY last year, I just can't get the fire burning. And I thought, that sounds crazy. And then when I won it, I found myself 4 tournaments into it next year, and I'm like, the fire, it's not as hot.
It's probably not as easy to get it started because there's so much stuff going on. Your phone is completely blowing up. All these folks here want your time and energy because you were the #1 guy in the world.
That's what I told Welcher. I said, balance your steel. But I said, the #1 thing you need to remember is you have a child now and a wife.
Right.
And I said, so when people try, they're going to want your time, and you give them what you can, but protect your family and your wife and protect your mental side of it. And I think starting out this year, he's like, I'm going to win it again. And I'm like, I admire that.
Right, yeah.
Well, that guy's a stick.
So he was on the baby pattern as well.
He's on the baby pattern. I'll tell you, I'm about to kidnap me a couple babies in here, Steve. You see any cute ones? Lulu put them in that backpack. I got them 2 tournaments of fork got me in a little hole. I'm about to come out. I'm gonna get me a bus load of kids.
Folks, watch your little ones, folks. Watch your little ones.
Keep them close.
Keep them close. And I think anglers go through things. Each year they build on it, they learn, and just simple for me this year. I had two tough tournaments. Just didn't do anything bad, didn't do anything good. Sitting 90th in the points. I've never been 90th in the points. Somebody said, man, it's a tough year. No, it's a great opportunity. I'm wearing a T-shirt under this one that says adversity is opportunity. And that's the way I look at this. If I want to prove that I'm a real winner and that my mindset's right, I'm going to dig out of this hole. I'm going to be back at Ray Roberts, and instead of me and Ish working together, we're going to be fishing together.
Yes, definitely.
Not much changing on our scorebook right here. No. Things are kind of... I always keep my eye down on Luke Palmer, man. That guy's he's a little Drew Benton, Drew Cook. You can't never rule them guys out. They have pretty good tournaments. Brian Smith's right on the cut line.
Yes, he is.
Everybody's shunned. The guys that are not in contention to win are trying to stay above that 26th place because they don't want to work the show. Not that they don't love the fans, they just want to fish.
Because on him, you know, he's only got one bass today.
But
so
it's a 4.
It's a 4. And so, you know, we don't know if he's got cell phone service. And, you know, I know there's a lot of people out there that want him to fish tomorrow, but there's a lot of people that want to see him tomorrow. So
you know, they want to meet him. And I tell guys that. I said, because, you know, Steve, we talked to guys who didn't make the Classic, and they're like, I don't know if I'm going to work the Classic. And I say, okay, I get it. And they said, well, I don't have anybody paying me to be there. And it is expensive to come on your own dime. But I said, you know, look at it like this. If you're an elite angler and you don't qualify for the Classic, you can do more for your sponsors in this booth or in your sponsor's booth than you can if you would have fished the Classic and finished 35th. Now, I said, that's a hard pill to swallow. But I said, you got to suck it up, Buttercup, and come work, because this is the one time that your sponsors can see you interact with fans. They can't see you interact with fans on the water. You can't have the booth full of your fans. So if you don't make the Classic yet, it's a bitter pill to swallow, but get here, work. You know, Bass, Steve may ask you to do something, Ronnie Moore, Davey Height, Zona. There's a lot of things moving and shaking, and, man, just a couple of times on the mic, some sponsor might see you and say, hey, I want this guy. You know?
And that's the same thing for the positivity.
More than what most people realize.
Same thing with the positivity.
Familiarity.
Yes. Be positive with these products. You know, I tell these young anglers all the time, you guys got social media and YouTube, and it's, you know, don't go out there and talk about, you know, the equipment failures. Let's talk about the equipment that helped you catch more fish, because that's truthfully what the fans need to know and want to know, because we're all here for education, and we want to know, well, how you caught them. And so when I go out there and, you know, like I said, I'm not the greatest live scope guy, but I'm telling everybody I'm learning to use it, and, you know, Active Target is so huge for me. You know, when I'm using Lowrance Active Target, it shows me how to catch fish that I've never caught before. So being positive. I'm going to interrupt
my boy Ish right here and say this. Ish, you know how to use it. What you're doing is you're getting more better at depending on it.
Yes.
Ish Monroe could use it 3 days after he's seen it. But now Ish Monroe has become more where he depends on it. Your faith in it is so strong, and that's where I struggled at. I got where I figured it out pretty quick. But now when Ish has to just turn it on and depend on it, you can. Whether it's Lowrance, Garmin, Humminbird, guys are building confidence in that product. And once you do that, it's a much refreshing feeling that you don't have that second doubt, like maybe I should go throw a spinnerbait on the bank. No, I know exactly what I'm looking at, and I can do this with this right here. That's where you and I have we've gotten better, and we will continue to get better.
Yeah, because, I mean, for me, it was even like this year in the wintertime, I was fishing a lot of stuff at home, and we have a technique called a float and fly. And we're talking about an 8-ounce fly. I mean, that fly is that tiny, and I can now see the fly, and I'm watching these fish that swim up to it, and now I'm actually leaving it there longer because I can see it on my Active Target. And so, you know, folks, when you're here at the Classic and you're watching this live, and if you're not here, you need to come here, because there's so many great things. You know, go by the Lowrance booth and check out Active Target too, because it's going to show you how to catch more fish.
Yes, it will, and I think that's as fishermen,
it doesn't guarantee.
No, there's no guarantee.
We're looking at Matt Robertson there, and he's using it some. He's mixing it up. And while y'all were talking, I overheard him say, you know, I said, I don't know what I got to do to get the dinner bell ringing here, because his first cast was that first fish.
Yeah, I seen it this
morning. And he calls it a 5, and he's got a 4 down there, right?
Right. So
I mean, you know, any time can be there. We know how good of an angler Matt Robertson is.
Oh, yes.
You know,
him trying to trigger these fish, he said to sit there and work at. He went from throwing that big swim bait to now
fish still has the final say.
Now I will give up when we come up with the bait, when you see him on Lawrence active target and you cast to him and he bites it, then that's when I give up. Every time. If he bites it every single time, that's when I give up.
But, you know, I think there's so many companies now, guys, that are really counteracting this whole front sonar. I mean, just for my study through even Zoom Bait Company, we've come out with a shimmer shad. We've got a 3-inch swim bait coming out. We're coming out with our version of a Zakamata shad. These companies are saying, hey, if this is where we're going to go for a while, we're going to get in the game. You know, we're going to build great baits. So I think for the fans and the people, you're going to see some new baits created by whether it's Ish or Polinick or Jacobson or myself. Trust me, we're in the ear of these great companies and saying, hey, this is what we need. This is what we need. And it's going to help the fans. It's going to help everybody catch more fish, have some more options.
Yes.
Right. Definitely more options, and the reality of it is the fishing industry is the great imitation industry. So you know everybody, you either get in the game or you get left.
You get in where you fit in, or you don't get to go to school. Look at old John Cox. Now he's back here in the creek. He's exactly where I thought he'd be.
Yep, and there he is cranking.
He's cranking that. He's cranking him old flat side down the bank.
Wait, he does have a fish finder on the front of his boat.
Yes. Yes.
He does. He does.
Yes.
There's a fish finder on the front of He might not have a forward-facing transducer on the front of his boat, but he's got a fish finder on the front of his boat.
He doesn't use an Ultrex.
I know.
He likes a standard trolling motor cable driven because of the weight and how he controls it. He does not use any type of spot lock ever.
Oh, man.
Conventional.
To me, the spot lock was like the greatest thing.
That dude has like 6 rods. He's redoing his whole. There must be some great deals going on down here at the Bassmaster Classic show. I mean, there he is, right there.
Hopefully they're all G-mans. Appreciate the love, baby. My wife wants another one of them fake Louis Vuitton purses. We don't have them real Louis Vuittons. We had them fake ones.
Fake ones, yeah.
Them Sheen $60 if you catch them on a car seat.
It actually says Louis Vuitton, not Louis Vuitton. It says Louis Vuitton on it.
Yeah. Look at old John. He just cranking down the bank, 45-degree cast, just doing what John Cox does.
And
just
5 rods on the deck.
Head on a swivel.
Head on a swivel. He's looking.
He is the ultimate shallow water bass fisherman.
I see that. I see we still ain't had much change. Card's made a pretty good move. He's up to third. He's jumped in front of Gallant. Lee Livesey's holding steady.
My guy, once again, see, they don't even have his last catch up there. That means he's got to have some bad cell phone service. So, or TV crew sandbagging for him. And,
yeah, you know. I mean, and we got to get the fans to understand that bass track is a slang for bass trap. It doesn't mean it's right. Okay? Right. My wife wants to build a shirt that says, been driving wives crazy since 1999. This bass track is a prediction of what the angler might have.
There he is. He's got one on.
Oh, man.
And you have no idea what size it is.
Right up in there. Just a little keeper.
Just a nice little keeper.
He says he's going to be close. And how many does Cox have?
Better measure that one, John. He's going to measure it on his
cooler.
Come on, Jim Bitter. Don't do the Jim Bitter here.
Yeah, no. Cooler. We got to move the cooler in the middle of the boat or something.
Shut his gill.
He doesn't even have a measuring stick.
Plus, John catches all big ones, so you don't need to measure them. Yeah, you don't need to measure. It's like, I have to put my cooler in a boat just to measure them. He's still got a lot of colon tags left in there.
That's only his second fish, though.
Oh. Second fish.
I didn't feel him hit it or anything. I don't know if it's because my hands are so cold.
I know the fans are probably hearing that sound muffled and thinking, but what it is just so much rain gear, and we have to try to put the mics down inside that because the wind's so bad. So they're trying to get it, but it's cold. And you hear him complaining about his hands are so cold.
And he said he needed a 3-pounder.
Yep.
The thing I like about John and both of y'all are similar to this is the attitude. I mean, he is genuinely having a good time.
He just smiles. Every time I see him,
I love him at a weigh-in.
Yep.
Love him at a weigh-in.
He's got the demeanor of Aaron Martin, the $1 million smile, and I don't listen. Everything's great today.
Okay, wouldn't you smile too if you won championships, lots of tournaments, and get to fish the way you want to fish every single time?
Yep.
He ain't got it.
But the other part of that is, and I've told y'all this at the weigh-in many times. You come up, you got a sourpuss look on your face. you got to fish all day, and all these people sit out here and they didn't get to go fishing today. So you ought to be happier than the rest of us.
How many times have you talked me out of retirement? I walk in, I'm like, I'm retired. I'm retired. Yes, I'm retired. I'm done. That's it.
Oh, God, we've had an update. Yes. Stand by. Breaking news. Breaking news.
Okay.
Is that correct, or am I saying that it go back to day one?
It went back to day one. That was just day one. You hit some buttons there.
I tried to get it to update and it flashed up. And I'm like, oh, it done scared me, boy.
Don't be.
Hang on, I got to get my dude wipe out. Hang on a second.
You got to learn how to use the electronics.
Get my dude wipe out. I about had to wipe up right there. I thought he done bust another 20 on us.
Well, the guys are jumping up. Guys are starting to catch him. Once again, this guy, he was kind of off the planet too. He's a California boy. A lot of people have not heard of him out here, but Brian Smith, he is
hammer.
Exactly. The guys at home were so happy when he decided to go on tour and leave. They was like, Brian's leaving?
Yep.
Heck yeah, let's.
Good. It's a good drone view of Lee Livesey cranking. You can see the brakes around there, rocks. Looks like he's cranking the darker rocks.
Oh, just beautiful structure.
I think we're going to take a little short break right here and come right back.
We're going to take a long break.
Take a long break?
Long break.
We get to go home?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. No, I got to go. I got an hour off, and then I got to get back on live up at the studio with Zona and them boys. So.
Y'all come see us, guys. We're at the Coliseum. Let's have a great day.
Having a good time. Come on back with Live Mix. Jockey Outdoors. Steve Bowman sitting here with Mark Menendez and John Sukup, two of my great friends on the Elite Series, and actually have kind of a unique group in some ways, since we got John here, who's kind of a forward-facing expert, and Menendez, who's kind of an old-school expert.
Oh, we're getting ready to fight, John. Sounds like we got an arm wrestling match coming up.
I'm as good once.
But John's also from Oklahoma, and he knows Grand Lake well. And Mark has been here many times. And so the first thing that everybody does when they sit down at this desk is they start going through Bass Track. Tell us what y'all are seeing in Bass Track and what you expect to happen during the course.
Well, I tell you, from what I've watched on Bass Track this morning, numbers of fish have been caught, but that better fish has not shown up as often as it did yesterday. That 3.5 to 4 pound fish that bumps those weights up over that 15-pound range. Seeing a few more spotted bass, which is telling me that this weather has affected these fish a little bit, and these better largemouth, they're going to show up a little bit later today, most likely, Steve, but we're waiting on that to happen.
It also looks like a few of the bigger fish that have been caught, the guys haven't even filled out their limits yet. Like they're really not around a lot of fish, but they've come across a good one.
Right. Our youngster, Mr. Yavorsky, he's got a 6-pounder unofficially in there, and that's big fish of the tournament. How about that, being a 17-year-old kid and holding the big fish of the day on a Bassmasters Classic? That would be absolutely awesome. Did see another catch come across the board here. Justin Hayner just caught a 3-4, and that pushes him up to looks like over the 35-pound mark. So it's just a little slower, and it's steady.
Well, I'm going. You didn't come sit with me yesterday.
No, I didn't.
So I will tell you that the big fish that we've seen this morning came early.
An early bite.
We didn't have good ones yesterday until about this hour.
Neat.
So, but then they started coming with a lot more regularity later in the day. So I expect that kind of regularity to return. But we had 3-4 pounders in the first 20 minutes this morning. Matt Robertson had a 5-pounder.
First cast. I saw that.
And we didn't see anything like that yesterday until much later in the day. And they built some really. We talked about it being a developing day. Rather, everybody was building. You always build, and things do develop, but we didn't see anything foundational that gets started right off the bat like we've done this morning. And so I think it's going to be really interesting the next 3 or 4.
Oh, absolutely.
4.5, 5 hours left.
Well, I think this time of year, I think one of the biggest keys is warmth. And whether that's on the rocks or the docks, and that end of the day bite, when that little bit of warmth comes in, things start warming up. I think that's when some of those bigger females go ahead and they slide up and snap a little bit.
Well, John, my question to you is there another lake in Oklahoma that has the quantity of 3 to 5 pound bass in it other than Grand Lake? Is there another lake like that has it? I know there's other lakes that have some giants in it, but they don't have the numbers.
Yeah, maybe a Eufaula when it's doing good, but Eufaula is a temperamental personality.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe a Eufaula. That's the one lake in Oklahoma I never launched my boat in.
I've killed a limit of ducks there.
Well,
Killed a turkey off the bank.
I do not doubt that there was some shotguns being fired with Bowman in the house. I know that.
You know, it's one thing I noticed. Just they pulled Lee Livesey up here just a second ago. He's flipping behind a dock that I know really well, and it's a dock that's got a lot of brush on it. It's got a slow transition with the big chunk rock behind it. So you got your shallow 2 foot of rock, and then you got a little drop where they can stage, and then you got spawning pocket right behind, and you got the main lake just off the side. And he's not that far away from where I saw Hank Cherry fishing. And it's a certain section of the lake, we'll call it the sailboat bridge area, you know, where there's shallower rock, a little bit dirtier water, and it's kind of known for those fish to kind of pop off a little bit quicker, sooner. And the average, you're not going to catch your 6, 7s, and 8s there, but your solid 3s and 4s. And so I'm looking here, and I see Lee in 6, and I see Hank Cherry in 2nd.
In that vicinity.
And I'm just wondering if they're going to have those constant 6 to 18-pound sacks. I don't know if it's going to win them the tournament, but they're going to be right there to compete with where they're fishing at.
Well, you know, the first time I came here, John, was fall of 1991. It was my second Bassmaster tournament. The high for the week, Steve, if you recall, was 35 degrees at the final weigh-in. We fished in freezing temperatures. No, it wasn't Jim Moore. It was Ron Shuffield. And he fished this very same style behind the docks. He was up in the Elk River. That water was a hint warmer up there than the rest of the lake. But boy, did those fish bite. I'm really interested to see that cold situation that we're talking about. We've got a little cold snap here. Waters are in the middle 50s, so that's not really going to harm those fish too much. I'm really interested to see if Steve is right that we're going to see a push in the afternoon when it does warm just a hint.
And we're supposed to get some sun this afternoon. It should be starting to break any time now. And I do see a little blue there in the clouds right over Justin Hamner's left shoulder. But I'm not going to guess the weather.
Well, the last time Justin was on, you could see his tournament jersey, so something's changed.
Oh, it's cold out there. So it was earlier, and I don't know what it is now. It was the 35-degree air temperature mid-morning with a 30-degree wind chill, and the wind's howling. So a lot of these guys are. I mean, it's not a nice, wonderful fishing morning. It's a great day to fish. But it's not a great day to...
It's a prelude to tomorrow,
right?
Because the wind's supposed to howl.
And this is the first time that we've actually seen Justin all morning where the bank isn't coming to him.
Correct.
You follow me? He's out in space for the first time that I've seen him in this tournament.
He was in a mid-lake section that's known for, and I don't know how often I'm allowed to say actually where he's at, so I'm being careful, but that's known for some big fish moving in. He was back in those pockets, right? And Grand's known for having a transition rock from like a chunk rock, you know, where you kind of got your bluff and then it goes in a chunk and then it gets into this pea gravel. And those big females will slide up right before they go and they'll sit their bellies in that pea gravel. And that's where they're warm, their eggs and their body and stuff. And so the pea gravel pattern is huge. And it's usually right towards the back. It's either the last secondary point. I mean, you got some pea gravel on the main lake too. It can happen. But they're right before they slide out and then they spawn right in that spawning pocket you can see. And that's what he was doing this morning. Right now, he's definitely moved offshore. I did have an interesting thought, though, when we were talking about live scope and the baits that are used for suspended fish, right? They're talking about the minnow, and he's hooked up right now as we're
Looks
talking
like
on
a
the
good
jerkbait.
one. He's acting like it's a good one anyway. Oh, yeah. So what's this going to do for him on Bass Track real quick? What have we got in the well? And
he's got 12-pound total. This is gonna call up at least a pound for a fish, if not 2.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, it looks like
that fish is definitely.
that
is definitely
it's a solid pound and a half, Steve. It's a solid pound and a half.
See that pea gravel behind him? He's definitely jerkbaiting a brush piles where he's at.
So I'm glad
mid-lake area.
You brought that. We talked a lot yesterday about the pea gravel component being such an important part of these regional lakes in this part of the world, and pea gravel being that. You know, it being exactly what you're saying. I've never heard it quite, you know, I just knew that when it came time for spawn, it came time for feeding, that pea gravel is important. But you're telling us that those fish will lay on that to warm their eggs. Is See, that's a new element.
thought process. Well, and the other thing is in those cuts, John, tell me if I'm wrong, you've got that transition from that big rock to that pea gravel. Those transitions, that's basically the only cover change they have back there. So that's real attractive to them. Anytime you've got that cover change, Kentucky Lake's the same way. Our lake's older. We don't have a lot of stumps. We don't have a lot of wood in it now. And now those fish are relating to those edges. Anytime you've got a predator, he's going to relate to those edges most of the time.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, he's going to jump up a couple pounds for sure. That's just going to give him a
couple.
Yep.
At least
That's a good
couple. I'm saying that's a 3-pound cull.
Yeah.
In the ballpark for sure. Those are one of those that really gives him some separation from the rest of the guys. And now that
so
may
what
give
would
him
3 pounds give him? That gets, is it how much closer to 40?
2 pounds away. He'd be 2 pounds.
So he's at 38.
Yeah.
We'll see what he reports.
So that gives him an average of 18 and a half. He's going to make it hard on him.
He's going to make it hard.
So the thought before he kind of rudely interrupted me with his Bassmaster Classic catch was, the cloud cover. And an interesting thought about it is a lot of times people think and associate cloud with, maybe power fishing and suspended baits. But in Oklahoma, a lot of times I found that it actually works opposite.
Yeah.
That the sun is what you need for the jerkbait bite and things like that. And the jig bite actually really kicks off on these cloudy days. And it'll be really interesting. It's the guys that are behind the docks kind of being a little bit slower with the jigs. It'll be interesting if someone doesn't pick up on that, if that doesn't.
So,
gotcha.
Cody here. He had a fantastic day. He set the pace yesterday. And I want to look for him.
There's a 0 beside his name right now for his catch.
That's when I was, and I think that's kind of where it is. And he was catching them in the dirt. He's on that's a deeper bank.
He made a statement yesterday that he got that big bag of fish without a lot of numbers. They were just quality fish. And so he spent the rest of the day exploring and then culled up a little bit. So his pattern may be fragile in numbers, but it's the right size.
Definitely. He's in search mode right now.
What he's doing right now, John, one of the cool patterns I learned years ago here are on the front of these docks, there's actually braces in front of them. Is this the time of year for those fish to do it, or is that more of a post-spawn deal?
So each one of these docks, you can almost consider it its own little secondary staging spot, because they will live on the front or out, and they'll find a dock, they'll go up underneath. Before they spawn, they'll live underneath it, and then they'll just slide down the back, and that's why you got the float pattern, and they'll spawn right on the cables right behind the docks. So sometimes on certain days they're on the bottom under these docks, and some days they're in that 3 foot below surface on those cables. And I don't know how you like to do it, but one of the best bites you got is what he was doing, where you swim that jig and it hits that cable, and then wham, they just grab it.
Well, all these cables create a lot of chaos, and it's going to hurt somebody's feelings before the end of the Classic's over with a fish that would have made a heck of a big difference.
Cody's from the Ozark area. This is just another day for him.
Well, you got a lot of things going on there. You got the protection of the dock, you got the cables, you got the black flotation, which helps warm. You got that big ominous thing that you can pull to. And some of the lakes in Texas, when we were in Travis, those fish would spawn on those braces.
Yes.
I don't know if they'd do that here.
I've never seen that. That'd be interesting. But I've seen spawn on stumps for sure, and treetops.
I'm talking about over
100 feet of water.
Over 100 feet of water,
yes.
Or 50 feet, or 20 feet for that matter. Wherever that brace was. And like I said, we've seen them do it on tree limbs, so why not?
So something.
They do that at Toledo.
Something kind of interesting about Cody. When I saw he was doing really well yesterday, obviously I'm assuming that he's using his sonar. And then I looked on the map and I saw where he was at, and I'm like, he's in 1 foot of water.
Yeah.
And he was back where they like to spawn. And what me and Mark were talking about before we went on is, when Edwin did so well the year he did, he chased a bunch of spawning areas. But he had 3 separate areas for 3 different days. And I think through his experience, he knows it's hard to duplicate that 20-something pound bag in that exact same area the next day.
area.
It looks like he's sliding out going out deeper, more towards the main lake, and he's trying to relocate these, another bag of fish.
Right. Well, this morning when we watched him, and he was in a real shallow bay area, and he was that far off the bank right there, and when he would touch his trolling motor, the mud would just shoot up, Right.
Well, you always get that early push of fish, and those always tend to be bigger fish that decide to go a little bit early to think about spawning. We're on the cusp of that. Water temperatures have been steady. They've been rising here in the last little bit. And these little days like we've got this morning where you have to wear a beanie or some bigger clothes, push them back just a hint and stop that forward movement. The guy that recognizes that's going to be the guy on top.
And a lot of the times those fish are still sitting exactly right there. You say push back, it could be just a foot or two, or maybe they suspend a touch, and they just don't snap at all. And so now they're so focused on wanting to spawn because they're just full of eggs and miserable that you almost have to get a reaction bite going on them. And that would be curious to see. That's sometimes flipping that big jig. Sometimes it just,
right,
get them to snap.
Right. John, is there a real smallmouth element here? Do you see any smallmouth in this lake other than way up in the Osho or the spring?
Yeah. So what I know about it is way up the Elk is there's a native smallmouth up there that's about 12 inches long, and they don't want to hurt that, the genetics of that. So local anglers have dropped giant smallmouth in here from a little lake called Pumpback that's up above Hudson that I used to fish as a kid. It's an electric only motor lake. So occasionally, and I've caught a 5-pound smallmouth out of here. It looked like a mean mouth, but I mean they're 1 in 10,000. It's just
right.
The wildlife department does not want them in here.
I understand.
Imagine John Cox being there in that shallow environment, throwing at wood, broken wood, standing wood, floating wood, flipping wood, pitching wood, and in a minute he'll lay the wood to one.
Well, with John, he's a gatherer. He gathers one here, one there, and shallow is his absolute strength. The only time he's ever in deep water is traveling to get to shallow water, but he's a really good, consistent cold water angler as well in that shallow water.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he understands the pre-spawn. Okay. And he understands how far these fish. He'll get a feel for how far they've pushed back, and where that better group of fish is waiting to push back. So he understands that so well.
He catches them in hot water too.
Sometimes that joker does.
I don't know if he's got a weight on this Senko right here, if it's a shaky head or if it's just a stick bait that he's pitching around, but he's slowing down right now.
He has been on an incredible pace. He has had 7 tournaments in 7 weeks. And he's been all over the country doing this. And here he is right in the thick of things again. Making it very simple, fishing shallow all the time.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's related to George Cochran.
Could be. That's a very good analogy. They fish the very same way. I think George would fish more in 5 feet of water than John does.
Yeah. A little deeper, but not much.
Not much.
Welcome in. It is moving day here at the Bassmaster Classic, the 54th edition of the greatest spectacle in all of sport fishing, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Jockey Outdoors. And the quest today is to jockey yourself inside the top 25 to keep your tournament alive and move into Championship Sunday. Day 1 leader, Justin Hamner. It was Hamner time. What a day he had on day number 1. But moments ago, this just happened.
That's her. Stay in there, baby. Get up in here. Get up in here. Woo! Yeah. Yes, sir.
Jesus. This is funner than what we was doing earlier.
Not sure if funner is a word, but I totally agree. Justin Hamner, I mean, the infectious excitement that he shows Davey Height, I mean, that's what fishing's all about. Not only just the Bassmaster Classic, but just fishing in general. That's why we all fell in love with it.
Look at Justin Hamner. I mean, leading the first day of the Bassmaster Classic, he's been able to regain that lead. He lost it a little bit this morning, but I must agree with him. It's fun to catch a big one fishing the Bassmaster Elite Series. But even if funner is not a word, it's a word at the Bassmaster Classic when you're leading. You're having funner.
Look at that, 37 pounds, 12 ounces, and Justin Hamner once again leading the Bassmaster Classic. An incredible tournament we got, but you got to keep your eye on Hank Cherry, obviously. But let's take it back to 2007.
Wow, I can remember those days.
Oh. Oh my God, come on, G. Get her back up. Come on, G string. Yeah! Yeah! Woo! You want it, baby! I got him! Woo! Yes! Yes! Woo! Look at the size of that fish! Oh my God! Yes! Give it here, dude! Don't worry about the damn show! Oh my God, what a bass. Oh my God, what a bass. Oh my God, what a bass, dude. Check out the size of that thing.
There he is, the incomparable G-Man, Gerald Swindle.
Yes!
And what an incredible Bassmaster memory. And really, sitting up here right now, I just have one song going through my mind. One of these things is not like the other ones. We've got a Bassmaster Classic champion, two-time angler. Well, we have 4 Angler of the Years between you guys, and I just moved the hole that makes the words. But it is moving day at the Bassmaster Classic, and man, the infectious excitement we see from an angler like Justin Hamner, that's why we fish.
Absolutely.
Justin Hamner, and in 2007, Gerald Swindle. Gerald Swindle's still doing it, by the way, but that was a special fish, a special time in your career, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. It was across the century belt that day, and that time was probably one of the biggest fish I'd ever caught. And it shows that, you know, you still love it. You know, I look back at that and I kind of like, man, I sure did act a fool during that, you know. That's probably before I got on my medication. But, like, the excitement is so great in that. It's everything you dream of. And you realize once you get that key bite, like watching Hamner a minute ago, he knows that's the key bite. And that split second between when you touch that bass and when you know he's secure in the boat, that's like the longest moment of your life. But once it's in the boat and you know I'm one step closer to achieving my goals, man, it's a great feeling. You have to celebrate.
An incredible tournament we have here this week. And I asked Hamner, I called him last night after weighing, and I'm like, dude, you're leading the Bassmaster Classic? How did this happen? And he said, because I caught bigger bass than anybody else.
That was a short answer, no doubt about it. The thing that's really cool about him, he is at the point in his career, anybody would be excited about leading a Bassmaster Classic, but he has just really done well this year, getting off to a great start in the first 2 events and coming here, and he's just having fun.
Yeah, the momentum is so crazy in this sport because the first 2 tournaments he was strong. And he's like carried that momentum right in. And I think I've seen this guy beside me when momentum's on his side, dude, he seemed unstoppable. Like it was just, it's like it was in the cards for Davey Height to win AOYs. I know the power of momentum, and that's what when I see Hamner, I'm like, his biggest chance to win is momentum. He's on him, but the momentum.
Talk to me about freedom. That's what he keeps saying to me. I feel free all of a sudden. I mean, obviously he had other jobs literally up till a year ago, but he said, I finally reached the point in my career where I've got a little breathing room. I know that this is all I do.
Right.
Talk to me about how important that freedom is.
It's the most important thing an angler can have, because once you know you have enough income through sponsors to solely focus on fishing, it's different. This guy right here was ex-military, delivered drinks, I think. I mean, this guy worked his way out of it. So once you know that job's behind you and your 100% focus is the next tournament, it's very freeing. And that statement could be as much as from where his financial status was to now or where he's at mentally on the water. And in this tournament, when you jump out to a great lead like that, he is free. He's not struggling about where the cut line is or am I going to have to work the show. He's simply, there's something about a great start leads to the momentum carrying through the Classic. And now he's not worried about anything but how much can I put on him today.
Yeah, and another thing, and talk to this point too, Gerald, because you lived through it. And Ronnie likes to talk about the young anglers coming in our sport. There's always been young anglers, but it seems like now they're 18 and 19-year-olds where, 20 years ago they were 20 and 22 or 3-year-olds. But there's also a point in your life, a point in your career where you're really gaining momentum. You're learning how to fish. You're becoming a better fisherman. You're getting it. You're feeling confident around these anglers before you have all these commitments with family and with sponsors and those sort of things. And to find that line in there like he has right now is great. And to be able to hold on to it like you have for your career, you can name off the bigger names. My gosh, Rick Clunn, almost fishing his 500th tournament, 50 years of doing it. There's a fine line to be able to do that.
Fine line of balance between where your most mental health is the best, where you're trying to do too much, where the finances are better, where you can simply relax, where your family's all in line. It just seems like at that time in your life, whatever age it is, it may be 21 now. For me, it was 28. When everything just fell in place and I woke up every morning and looked in the mirror and I didn't question what I was supposed to be doing. I knew when I looked in the mirror, this is your dream. This is what you're going to do. And to have that doubt go away was huge for me. There was no looking back. My brother still laughs. He said, you cut the hammer handle out when you come back after you won Beaver Lake. He said, you made a point to go to work, pick the hammer up and cut the handle out as a symbol to myself to say I'm never coming back. I've worked through this, and now I'm free. So I see it, man. And I look at some of the stuff that KVD's done, and people's like, man, his track record's impressive. I said, bro, it ain't his track record that impresses me. It's his work ethic behind his track record. Because I was like, I try to outwork that cat, and I've been out here hustling and hustling, but I say he maintained great credentials with a heavy schedule. Davey did the same thing. When you win a Classic and you win an AOY, your schedule doubles and triples, and the obligations begin to be greater, and you owe it to the sport. You're a leader of the sport at that time, whether you like it or not. Yeah. So you have to make those small changes and still be able to work on your game. And when I see these younger guys, I just admire the freedom. They're not quite at that stage where they're overwhelmed, but they're at that stage where they're hungry and they're free.
I see a sign over your shoulder saying it's Hamner time, and it definitely is. But what it also is, time to get caught up with our Toyota midday report. And we got lots to report, starting with Adam Rasmussen from Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin.
Yeah, no surprise to see him doing good here because he's had a great start, a young Bassmaster career. He had a win on Wheeler Lake. He had a win in the Nations Tournament on Lake Eufaula back during the fall when conditions were really, really tough. So to see him get off to a good start, not a big surprise. It was a little surprising when I found out what he caught him on yesterday. A spinnerbait, most of his fish, and there's some great spinnerbait fishermen, one being Jason Christie, that did not have the day he was hoping to have yesterday. Been a little slower for Adam this morning, but he's been able to pick up a few fish. One thing to keep in mind, he did not really get started yesterday until he caught a 5-pounder about 11 o'clock.
A calm, cool cat and a former Rookie of the Year, Jay Shakurat, currently in 8th place with 28 pounds, 5 ounces. Swindle, you fish against him. I mean, he's unflappable.
He is, dude. The guy's tough. I can't pronounce his last name, but I can tell you one thing. I'm just going to call him old Bass Snatcher because this kid has ice in his veins, and he has proved that he can do it shallow or deep, live scoping, or just fishing. He is going to be a force in this tournament.
Ice in his veins is very well put. Last year when he won Rookie of the Year, but the tournament on the St. Lawrence River there, he was out on Lake Ontario over in good old Chameau Bay. For him to be as calm as he was, just taking it easy, catching 100 pounds of smallmouth bass, which had never been done again before then. Absolutely incredible. Last year, a lot of people forgot about it. He was right in the hunt up until the last hour of the tournament last year in the Bassmaster Classic, just staying right there in touch. Not a big surprise to see him here again today.
One of the hottest pros in the last 5 years. 4 Bassmaster wins, the 3rd biggest bag in Bassmaster history. Lee Livesey, the self-professed people's champ. He says he does it for the people, wants to win the trophy and take it to the crowd.
And I believe him. I've grown to know Lee over the last few years, and he really, the money, he was making a good living fishing for a living, guiding, and, in Texas, a lot of it on Lake Fork. but he truly just wants to be out here and live his dream. Sure, the money is required to be able to be out here, but he truly loves the people and to have a good time and be able to pursue his dream.
He's a fan favorite. I got a lot of respect for this guy. He's one of the first guys I got to know when I came back was Lee Livesey, and I really admire this guy.
An 8-time Classic qualifier, Brandon Card. A little under the weather this week, but still catching bass.
Big move today for Brandon Card, moving all the way up to third place unofficially with 31 pounds, 11 ounces. Fishing a crankbait primarily on the bluff banks. There's one with a little flatter look to it, but a lot of them, yep, a boat ramp, absolutely. That one a little flatter, but most of his fish this morning coming off those bluff type banks, cranking there again. A lot of other guys trying to do that and not able to make it work out for him.
Mercer, this is my guy. I said hook the truck to the Cherry truck, boys. I'm going Hank Cherry all in. This guy's 1-2. He's on a solid bite. He's catching more 3-pounders than anybody in the field, and he knows what it's like. And I just got a gut feeling that the Cherry truck could ride the arena.
Does it seem so similar to you, Gerald, as the Guntersville Classic?
Yes.
He started out with a jig and a vibrating jig, ended up really catching his heavyweight the final day on the jerkbait. He told us yesterday, hey, I got that. I'm just hoping I can save it until Sunday. And currently sitting in second place, he can save it till Sunday.
This is in Hank Cherry's wheelhouse. So people, if you're around, you better watch out for this man right here.
Came close to winning his first Classic here and narrowly missed that. But this guy is atop the leaderboard. Justin Hamner was cutting lawns a year ago. Not anymore. He is cutting the field down.
He is the trimmer. Justin the Trimmer Hamner right here. This guy has made a move. Remarkable young angler from Alabama. Shallow, deep, great live scoper, great jerkbait fisherman, can do it all. And I think he's proven to the world that he has what it takes to try to win the Bassmasters Classic.
It's fun to watch him have fun because he's been hanging out with and rooming with Patrick Walters for a long time, seeing Patrick have so much success, and they're both great fishermen. A lot of people you talk to will say you can flip a coin which one's a better fisherman, but Patrick Walters has had more success than Justin, but it looks like Justin has certainly got all wheels on the ground now, and they've got traction.
He's coming back. That is a giant.
Well, I mean, this might be a little bit off-putting, but Justin explained to me that his dad, when he gets nervous, he spends a lot of time in the restroom. So Mr. Hamner's probably not watching any. Well, maybe watching on his cell phone.
I'll hook Mr. Hamner up with some dude wipes, and we'll get him out there on the expo floor just in case Hamner takes that trophy home. I'll be there with a bucket of wipes. We celebrating. Me and Mercer and Davey want to celebrate with whoever wins. We're pulling for all of you.
That's right.
It's hard to bet against Hamner, though.
He's infectious. I mean, he really is. You can't help but smile and you know.
I see a name down there at number 6 spot, that Pollinet guy. We better watch out for him.
I like a good jerkbait bite too, though.
Hamner and Cherry side by side right now. Why is Hank Cherry the Bassmaster Classic? Why is he so, like, I mean, this event, if you look at his track record, it's amazing.
I think Card's kind of proved that in the last couple of years. Card's, I think both of these guys are seeing their strength is a certain type of cold water fishing. And when it falls in that wheelhouse, I don't think people on fantasy fishing even realize that. There's certain water temperatures in structure and the way lakes lay out a guy fishes well at. I think that's happened for Card, and I think it's happened for Hank here. This is a lot like a Guntersville style. He's very comfortable, and he's just right at home. Both of those guys are standing so poised, like when you see their body posture, you can tell they're in control of the day. The day is not controlling them.
One thing about Hank Cherry that I noticed early on in his Elite Series career, for normal tournaments, he doesn't practice very long.
No.
He's not a daylight to dark kind of guy. And I talked to him about it. Once I got to know him, like his second year, I got to know him well enough to ask him questions like that, because some people might
be offended.
Be offended that you say that. But he's like, no, I don't need to overthink it. I don't need to make it complicated. I mean, he'd be back in from practice at 1:30, 2 o'clock, and I could never dream of doing that because I know my limitations. I need all the time I can get, and I need to work hard. But for the Classic, I think he might actually practice all day long.
Like the bigger brush piles, it seems like that's all like the drum and carp will be like filling it up.
How timely is this tournament? Really, when you know, let's be honest. You go on any chat board, any social media for the last 2 weeks, everybody has talked about how it's all scoping. And now this is honestly one of the most old school traditional bass fishing events we've seen in quite a long time.
It is, and still mixed with some scoping. It's just different than what the fans are used to seeing. The guys are not out in the middle chasing. But if you'll notice, each one of them guys keeps staring down, and they're picking their targets out, but they've got some old school baits mixed in. And, you know, Hank Cherry just caught one on a chatterbait and moving around. You see guys with a jig. So it's good to see the old school lures used in the new era, you know.
Yep, you're exactly right, Gerald. They're all using their electronics, but they're using those old school lures, and some of them just using it to pick those targets. Justin Hamner really the only one that's more of the, I'm gonna say, new era using the electronics and using that forward facing. But it is so surprising to me. Last year when Gussie won the Classic, he had already won the Elite there and shown a lot of people, hey, there's some 18-inch smallmouth in this area, and you can catch them using electronics. And he went back and did it again, and those guys that are so good at it weren't able to duplicate what he did. And to have Koya, to have Taku, to have Gussie, to have Patrick Walters, seeing Koya throw a spinnerbait yesterday and seeing him fish boat docks, it's like he just could not figure out what Justin Hamner's been able to figure out.
And it could be area specific. You know, these guys, we know in the spring in some of these lakes, it is area specific. Certain creeks turn on. If you're at Gunnersville, you kind of know in the early spring, Browns Creek's going to play. You know, there's other creeks, Town Creek, for instance, it's never that big of a player early. So these guys could have got in an area, and live scope, it seems like they've got it all dialed in. It just could be a better area, have better bait. More. And I heard Ben Milliken make a comment that there was more bass in the area than he fished. Like he had figured it out. This area is alive with bass and not drum and carp. And them guys, you know, once you get in the right area and then you settle in, like as we're seeing these guys doing, and what I see good here, they're all moving pretty slow. Compared to our first two tournaments where guys are just flying up and down, like ripping through the timber looking, these guys they're on the hunt. I mean, they are stalking around real slow, matching the water temperature. Hank Cherry's staying in a lot of protected areas.
That's one thing that Justin Hamner said yesterday that he felt like, because I always ask him, like, how did you catch him and Patrick didn't? And he's like, I fish slower.
Yep.
Let's make a quick move to Brandon Card, and not just Brandon Card, joined by Robbie Floyd chasing down the story.
Same thing. When I'm here and he's right there, we are with Brandon Carr, because I've literally been in his back pocket for the past hour, and he's done well while I've been here. I saw him catch some small fish on the bluffs, as you guys were talking about a moment ago. But then you saw that difference. It's like, hey, isn't he at a boat ramp? Yep, sure enough. He made a move from the bluffs and the points and went to this one particular boat ramp that ran out into the water, and it was either the first, second, third cast. He caught one, and it was a good one, almost 4 pounds. I think it was 312 to be exact. But he's got a small fish of 2 pounds in the live well, needs to get rid of that one. But he's been fishing pretty quick, pretty fast, throwing the crankbait for most of the day. Saw him throw a spinnerbait in one particular moment for just a second, but now he's dropped those two and has picked up the jig. So I'm thinking he's starting to hit all these laydowns, knowing that he needs that one big fish to really propel him on this day, on a very good day for Brandon Card.
So, Robbie, speak more to that about the speed that he's fishing, because he's in a great position right now, but earlier in the day, he was that guy that had to be thinking about, I might be working the expo tomorrow. I could get cut, only 25 fish tomorrow. You were with him early on today. Had he settled down and was fishing slow then, or has he really just started to do it after he got a good one or two in the boat?
No, I think he's fishing pretty methodical, and he never really let go of that crankbait. I even asked him, I said, are you using the same crankbait all the entire time? He goes, no, when I get into some super shallow stuff, I'll go one, a little less depth. But for the most part, he just cranked the entire time, and he was having success. Even that one that he went from a bluff wall where it was, you look and it's just straight down. He went from a bluff wall throwing a crankbait to a gradual drop off of the boat ramp, catching them with the crankbait. So it had nothing to do with it being steep or flat. You could tell he had confidence in that particular crankbait.
Robbie, I got a question for you. How much are you seeing him use his C brakes or his brakes off his power poles or talons? I see he's got his trolling motors on there. Are you seeing him use it for boat control a lot?
I have seen him with them, partially down and doing a little bit. So, that's a good point, G. And I didn't even really think much of it. At times I was thinking, well, maybe he forgot to pull them back up. But I think you're right, because he will go back there and make some adjustments. Oh, it looked like he just had a strike right there.
Robbie, have
this particular area of the lake's not far from a point in a flat that he was at, but this particular area has a ton of laydowns and boat docks. And I asked him earlier, you talk about his strategy, he would hit those areas, you know, along those bluff walls, and there would be boat docks right there, just like this, except a bluff. I said, are you taking any time with those docks at all? He said, no, not at all. I'm not even looking at them. I'm just hitting these walls.
Well, Davey, I'm just going to let you know that Robbie approached me out on the floor yesterday and said, hey, gee, how did you do today? And he laughed about it. Yeah, he thinks that's funny because I wasn't out there, and that's a common aspect.
I'm glad you brought this up,
So, you know, the next time I see Tommy Sanders, we're going to be working on a plot for you with that microphone.
Hey, but you know, G, when I said that, I love me some G, man. I mean, you're my guy, right? So
you love
I
kicking
said that
him, too.
to you because I know how much it drives you. I know how much it drives you. I even told Davey that. I said, I told G that, and he looked at me, and he wasn't so happy. Yeah. But that's how much I love you because I know that I can say that because it inspires you to be back next year.
It is motivation. I'm telling you, man, when you see the people in the show, it does rekindle that fire and want to be out there because it's the greatest event in the world. You know, I fished a bunch of them, and I want to be back. And you make a few mistakes last year, you think about it, you correct it, you learn more about fishing, you become a better fisherman, you come back, you regroup. I want to be at Ray Roberts, man. I want my shot.
I know you got a hair question for Robbie.
Well, here's the deal. Yesterday I made fun of him because, I mean, he does have some spectacular hair. I mean, it's 90% of his career, let's be honest. Yeah. And yesterday he had a hat on. Well, I saw him at takeoff. Spectacular, gelled up, ready, you know, from a Pert Plus commercial, basically. And now he's all, you know, looking like Little Red Riding Hood out there.
He went from just for men to just for maybe robbing a bank. I don't
know. Yeah. It was chilly out here this morning, and this I actually bought at Bass Pro Shops when we were there for the media day. So I'm still looking good with my stuff. I got my Jockey outerwear on, but y'all have given me so much flack for my hair. I'm just not going to show it to you anymore.
Well, it is the gift that keeps on giving from one guy with great hair. Thank you very much, Robbie Floyd. We head over to another guy with great hair and fur coats. Yeah, I mean, he put that on me yesterday on stage.
Did
and
you
I'm
feel
telling
sexy?
You, I instantly felt like Jon Snow. I really felt like I could take over the world. I did have to spit out hair balls for about the next 4 angles.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
But Matt Robertson, all jokes aside, yesterday, day number 1, he's a contender in this event.
Always, always. Guy looks like he's fishing a little further down the lake than everybody else does.
He is. He's stayed in that creek more than anyone else that far down.
Looks like he's doing a little scoping and jerking. Oh, he hooked up.
Come on, baby.
Uh-oh. That come on, baby's a telltale sign it feels big for him. Oh, yeah.
Well, I said he's big. Well, he is big. I ain't even got 2 fish. I'll take him.
He caught one on his first cast this morning.
I seen
has
that.
Not caught one since.
And he said this may not be a good thing.
The one he caught was a 4, right?
Yeah.
Well, it was a 5, but he called it a 4.
Right.
Promise. That's what's following it. Big one. I hope he measures.
So I'll just say, talking to him yesterday afternoon after having a good start in the first day, on the first day of the Bassmaster class, he'd already allotted how much money he was going to spend on the party Sunday night.
Yes.
I mean, that's planning ahead. That's having confidence.
What I like about him is when I talk to him, it's like I'm going to pave my driveway to my trailer, and I'm going to have a great party if I win this. You know, the guy's spending the money like he wants to spend it.
Well, the answer is how much money is he going to spend? All of it.
Yes.
All of
there it is, the classic Robertson move right there. Smash and grab.
I'm going to tell you one thing. That jacket, you get close to that jacket. There's a power that comes from it. There is a power, and when he put that on me, I'm telling you, I felt instantly powerful. It has a musk.
That buffalo was rutting.
Yes.
Bear, buffalo, whatever it was.
I'm going to say this. I love him for this sport. I mean, we've talked about what you do. We've talked about Ben Milliken a lot. We've talked about Matt. Personalities are like that is truly what grows this sport.
He's a very smart guy. People think that he's just acting crazy, but he thinks a lot about what he's doing. He's a great marketing guy. A lot of people love him. You know, you'll have a few people like, I don't know if I like that. Hey, not everybody likes eggs and bacon, you know. But Matt Robertson is good for the sport, and he has proved to me without a shadow of a doubt he's more than long hair and a flare. This guy is a fish catching machine.
Oh, yeah. He's absolutely a good fisherman.
If you don't like bacon, I don't trust you. Who doesn't like bacon, really? Now over to John Cox, another guy who is an absolute character and a joy to watch.
Smiles.
Keeps it simple. Keeps it close to the bank. This time of year, he's going to be around a bridge and throwing a crankbait.
Oh, stay on, baby. Stay on. Stay on. Come on, I know it's cold. I know it's cold, but you got to stay on. You got to stay on. Nah, he might make it, right? I think he might. God, look how fat they are. Gosh, we just got to get him to move in. Gosh, if he wasn't so fatty, hopefully he's long enough.
Yes, he's measuring the bass on the cooler.
Oh, yeah, that's number 3.
Who needs a bump board?
When you got the igloo.
Between Gussy's like 27-inch musky measuring board and John Cox measuring on the top of a cooler.
Oh, man. It takes all types, man. That's why I love watching it. It takes
multi-tool device. I mean, it measures. It's probably got a drink holder there. I mean, a lot of things. I mean, speaking of a lot of things, Gerald Swindle, you are a lot of things, but one of those is a joy to have on the stage. You need to get in the Classic because I missed you up there. But it's awesome to have you here.
I miss working with you guys. The best time to see Davey Hyde is when he's following my Phoenix boat around on the water. That means you're catching them. And I've enjoyed seeing the fans, and this is a great spot to be to do a lot for your sponsors. And I tell all the anglers, if you don't make the Classic and you don't come work it, you're not doing your sponsors justice. So as much motivation as this is as much fun as it is. It's great to be on the set with you guys. Enjoy it, man.
Thank you, brother.
Always. Dave, love you.
Love you too.
Stenching off.
I love the buffalo rut.
Oh, it is. You just can't get that smell out of it.
A powerful musk. A very powerful musk. Top the leaderboard, Justin Hamner with 37 pounds, 12 ounces. But as Gerald Swindle says, look out for some cherry bombs here at the Bassmaster Classic. Give me a name that isn't in the top 3. One of you two, go real quick. 1, 2. No.
Christy.
Nothing. Christy? Predictable.
I'm gonna say keep your eye on Polnick and Christie. You know,
those are such softball answers. I mean, I thought you would give us something. I'm getting a nice musky jacket. A live shot high above Cody Huff, who started the day in 2nd place. He's a former collegiate angler, and we keep talking about the youth movement. He is a big part of it. And if you don't believe his stats, you only have to believe one guy. Long before he was here, we heard from Rick Clunn saying Cody Huff is the real deal, and he's backed it up. But speaking of the real deal, the B.A.S.S, the big bass specialist, Ish Monroe, back in 2012.
You say, can I get some of that? Yeah! Giant one. You give me some on that.
Literally blew the roof off that tournament. If you can see, there is no roof on the stage at that moment. We had a storm, and you blew the roof off the tournament, Ish Monroe.
That was the storm that blew the roof off, but it was a great, fantastic tournament. It was so much fun. Lots of giant fish, catching them the way I like to catch them.
Have you been back to Lake Okeechobee lately?
Yes.
Because you hear the fishing's not as good, but then when I look at the weights, they look good.
So the weights look good. It's top heavy. I was there actually in February of this year for the Bass Open, and it's completely changed. There's basically 3 small, tiny areas where the fish actually live now. So that's why they look good, because all the fish are crammed into one little area.
Water quality an issue?
Water quality is definitely an issue. A lot of spraying, lots of vegetation gone. And that's going to be a huge part of it is when you kill that vegetation, you kill the bass. I mean, look at all the lakes that they've done it over the years that it's happened to. You know, when Guntersville lost all its grass, you know, it was definitely one of the greatest fisheries in the country. Grass gone, fishing, you know.
They also say the big problem there is it's too much water. I mean, it's a natural lake. It's not a man-made lake. And there's been a lot of water added to it, and when you put too much water in a natural lake, it chokes out the
vegetation.
Well, let's get out on the water. A live shot right now, high above Cody Huff, currently in 3rd place. former collegiate champion, and he is a guy, pretty quiet dude, but he does his talking in the scales.
But nonetheless,
consistent
the
angle.
days finally started to get exciting, finally getting some bites. Had to kind of back out a little bit from what we were doing, but we'll take them however they want to come.
Well, I mean, for him, the shallow water deal, that sunlight helps warm up that water, especially on a cooler day like today, and that's probably why he's getting a few more bites now.
It was so easy for him yesterday. We saw those 4-pounders popping up, and I think he might have been even a little slower registering those numbers than they came in. But by about 10 or 10:15, he had 20 pounds, and he got out of that area. This morning he went back in there, and nothing happened. So good move for him to get out of that area. He's still fishing shallow, like you mentioned, Ish, but that area that really he did most of his damage in yesterday was not kind to him this morning.
He might want to go back there this afternoon once again. Like I said, the sun's finally starting to pop out. It's a lot colder today. You know, the expo, I came outside of it, and I was like, got to put a sweatshirt on.
The sun keeps shining, and maybe it's going to put some big ones on some of those logs that we caught them off of yesterday. We're going to let it shine for a little while, then we're going to go give it a whirl again.
Heck yeah.
Look at, you called the play. Tony Romo.
Oh. It's just one of those deals. I mean, as being a shallow water fisherman, I get that. You know, if you start talking to me about forward-facing sonar and what's going to happen, I couldn't tell you. You know, it's like, oh well, they're on this color jig head minnow in this deep of water, or then I got to switch to a jerkbait. I'd be like, no, I can't do it. But post or pre-spawn, warm sunshine, afternoon. Yeah, oh yeah, they're going to be there in the afternoon.
We'll get him here in a minute.
Had that plan, and for this area that Cody caught him in yesterday, he waited till the sun got up to go in there. But we had a warm night the night before.
Right.
Cody Huff had already ambushed the place at 11. He's like, I don't know what happened. I thought I was going to smash. Obviously, we couldn't say anything to him.
Right.
But it was just bad timing for him. But like you said, it could be just the opposite today. The afternoon could be the time to be there.
Right. And so they might run into each other.
Yeah, they might. And I didn't see you here yesterday kind of conversation.
I already caught him before you got here. I was gone.
It's supposed to be even windier tomorrow.
Yes, and that's where the sleeper, I mean, I was watching it earlier, and we had Jason Christie in 51st place with 0 bass, and then all of a sudden, I mean, we're talking a minute later, 3 bass for almost 11.5 pounds, and he's in the top 10. And then all of a sudden back to he hasn't caught a fish since. Is he in a bad cell phone area? We don't know what's going on. So the 100-pound gorilla is right there, nipping at the heels.
The leaderboard after yesterday, I mean, going through the weigh-in, it felt like that. But when I actually finished the weigh-in and looked at it, this is a compelling tournament. I mean, because when you look at how tight it is, it really, I mean, we say this a lot, that anybody's in this, but really, we're on a body of water where you can weigh 29 pounds. Yeah. Anybody is in this.
And the thing that's one of the things that makes this lake interesting, and with the advantage of having 10 cameras on the water and a lot of other people besides that, some guys caught 14 pounds that caught 6 bass, and some guys had 14 pounds that caught 30 bass. So it's like it's not just like a Guntersville or Okeechobee where if you can get 8 bites using the right kind of baits, you know you're going to have this weight. It was so up and down on the numbers of fish caught and the weights and the way they obtain them. Cody Huff didn't have but like 6 bites yesterday morning when he had that 20 pounds. Patrick Walters caught 60 yesterday and didn't have very much weight at all.
But look at last time they were here for the Classic. I mean, you just all of a sudden the guy catches 27 pounds and comes out of nowhere to win.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this could happen exactly again. Conditions completely changing, the wind blowing more tomorrow, overcast, rainy, and if it's a warm rain, who knows what could happen.
And that very same guy didn't have a limit one day.
Right.
Just proving how because not because you can get such a big weight here, but you can also falter here.
Right.
It's not like the St. Lawrence River where you're like everybody's going to get
25 pounds.
That's what keeps people of the North sane throughout the winter.
Right, yeah.
The fact that the fish are dumb as rocks when the ice goes away. And very smart man, Hank Cherry, a 2-time Bassmaster Classic champion, a 4-time Bassmaster winner, and he is a proven performer in this event.
That's what makes him so deadly, is the guy's won twice, so I guarantee you the nerves that would be there for just about anybody else is probably not as bad, because he does like, okay, if I stay steady Eddie, keep catching them, I'm fishing a way to catch big fish, I'm going to make it happen. Jig and chatterbait.
Yep.
Maybe Christie, it was all a plan. I'm going to lay off him day one, so I get, lose 30 or 40 spectators out there.
I don't know if he wanted to lay. I don't know if he wanted to lay off 13 pounds. I think that he would have probably wanted to be in that 15, 16 pound range, because then if you stumble just a little bit and only have a 20, 21 pound day, and then the last day go out and blast a big bag, but. Who knows? He might have had that plan, because he probably doesn't have any spectators around him. You catch 13 pounds the first day of the Classic and 20's leading, everybody's going to go follow those guys.
So the interesting thing about exactly what we're talking about, I know, I think you guys do too, deep down, Jason Christie would just soon catch 30 pounds on day one and step on everybody's throat the whole time. But here's what he told me Wednesday. He said, I had a dream a couple of days that I won this tournament. And as anglers, I think most of us don't have those dreams necessarily. But he had just had a dream a couple of days before, and he said he only had 12 pounds the first day. But came back to win, caught more the second day, and he called the number, 27 pounds on the final day and won. And yesterday when he was struggling, I was like, oh boy, if he has 12, which he barely had 13. Maybe the scales were wrong, I don't know. And then when I saw those 3 pop up for 13 this morning, I'm like, oh boy.
And then we've heard nothing. We've seen nothing. We don't know. I mean, we're not sure if he's in an area with no service, and he rightfully so. He could be way up the river. He could be up the Elk way far where there's no service, and then what do? All of a sudden, Jason Christie, 22 pounds a day, up, he's in 5th. Yeah, pretty much over. He's going to go catch 27 the next day.
Yeah, if I was in this event, I don't think I would like to see him make that move today and be in the top 5.
I wouldn't want him in the top 10.
No.
I'll take him out of the top 20.
I wouldn't want him in the tournament, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and he very nearly wasn't in the tournament. Right. He was one of the final qualifiers, and I imagine, he literally left the last event, was driving home, and thought, I'm out, and got a call and said you were one of the last guys in. And I imagine, he said he pulled over and celebrated. I'm sure a bunch of dudes pulled over and said,
cried.
Yes.
Cried. They cried. Literally cried like, God, Jason, of all people, give me Van Dam, give me Clunn, give me Nixon, give me Roland Martin even, but not here with Jason Christie.
Right. Well, Hank Cherry, a proven performer in this event, but 11 years ago, he was our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. Not a rookie anymore, clearly. A 4-time Bassmaster winner and a 2-time Classic winner, and came very close to winning his first Classic right here on this body of water. But there's a look at our current Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year list. And look at the top. Trey McKinney and Ben Milliken are leading Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, as well as Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And that entire rookie class is incredible. And this is a year after we had 4 rookie wins, and people are like, that'll never be topped. 2 events in the Elite Series, you're like, is this the best class ever?
Yeah, and every year we say that. It seems like it's the best class ever. But if you look at those numbers right there, top 2 tied for Rookie of the Year have only dropped 5 points in 2 events. I mean, that's strong there.
Well, Trey has already got a nickname. We call him Magic Man from here out. Trey Magic Man McKinney. I mean, you saw what happened at Toledo with the jerkbait, and that doesn't happen to anybody. That doesn't even happen to Van Dam.
It happened to Cooper Gallant in the same event. You're totally wrong.
Oh, did it? I
Twice
missed that.
in one event.
That's
sometimes 2 at once.
Lightning strikes twice. Lightning strikes twice. I didn't see Cooper's, but Trey's fish, I mean, that was still amazing.
It was amazing
to me.
It was amazing. Sorry to correct you.
Amazing. It was amazing.
Our relationship has always been a little
touch and go.
I mean, I like you.
I like you too, but I mean, it's, I don't know. Yeah. So.
Good to have you here, though.
Well, I'm glad to be here. Well, glad to be back. I love making you a little uncomfortable.
No. As long as Davey Height's in between us, I think we'll get along
you're
just
safe.
fine.
Let's all get along.
Justin Hamner and Hank Cherry battling it out on day 2 of the 54th Bassmaster Classic.
I do want to say Bass Track, Hank Cherry is a sandbagger.
I love him for it. Makes the weigh-in
better.
better.
That 32.14, I mean, yeah, he's in second place, but I guarantee you he's probably a little closer than that. That's Hank for you. That's how he's always been, and like I said, he just pops up out of nowhere. Hank Cherry wins Classic, number 2. Number 3 could be the second guy to ever win 4.
I guess I already captured both of those.
You want me to catch a little one real quick?
That's wrong, too.
Yeah.
There's already 2 that have won 4.
Bored.
Oh, Van Dam. I forgot that guy.
You are
just
not
love
good at this job. You were really bad at this.
I was too busy watching Clun this morning when you guys had him on. I mean, nostalgia just running through the veins. I would have loved it been sitting here with you guys just to listen.
So can you really, because I can't imagine this, can you imagine fishing 50 years of Bassmaster tournaments?
I turned 50 this year.
So you can't imagine it either.
I turned 50 this year. So
I mean, just even try to, that's
no.
That's
500
insane.
events.
It's wild.
Because me and you, Davey, we're about the same amount of events, somewhere close to 300 in range. He's got almost double what we have, almost double.
Wow.
Justin Hamner, you talked about Hank Cherry being light. Keep in mind, Justin Hamner was light yesterday, too, on Bass Track. I love those people. As the guy who does the weigh-in, fudge it. I mean, we give a bonus. We give a bonus on the elites. I think $1,000 bonus for the most honest.
The water to go now.
I'm going to start giving $1,500 for you all to lie.
That's not true because I got in trouble at Mississippi River when I won because I was 5 pounds light, and I didn't mean to be.
Did you get in trouble from me?
No, I didn't get in trouble from you. I got in trouble from production.
Well,
they weren't happy.
1,500 reasons not to worry about being in trouble.
Okay.
Jack that limb.
Cody Huff definitely fishing a different area than where he caught most of his fish yesterday. But he said he had some places that he felt good about. But boy,
little sneaky spots.
Struggling this morning. He was struggling this morning. Good to see him come back and get right in the middle of things again.
All right, let's roll.
But that's typical cold front in that pre-spawn. When it gets a little cold, them fish decide we're just going to sit back a little bit, wait till it gets warm, and then all of a sudden, bang, bang, pow, pow.
Does this fish like Table Rock to you? Because Cody's got so much history there, and I kind of thought coming in, I know it's different elevation, but to me it's similar in a lot of ways to Table Rock. Is it
some true? Things from the clear water standpoint and the jerk baits and then the crankbait, but the aspect of the brush piles. That's what Table Rock does not have is the same amount of brush piles. Like you go into a pocket and there's 25 docks in there, there is definitely going to be some brush piles on some of those docks.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not nearly as many brush piles over there.
And those brush piles in the pre-spawn is the staging spot for those fish to move up. The deal is can you get a jig in there? Can you get a jerk bait in there? Some of those brush piles are way up underneath those docks, and guys probably broken off a couple fish. I mean, I saw we had a 6-pounder big fish so far. I mean, if you could get underneath those docks, you can catch a couple of those, and all of a sudden the classic changes.
Great stuff from Ish Monroe, and some of it was even correct.
Some of it's correct, yeah. Well, I mean, you think about it, like I said, Clun got me caught off guard this morning. I'm thinking about the 4, and then the other deal, we just, I'm nervous because you're here, because I'm not sure, because you're wearing all black, and you make me a little nervous.
But
well, you look at the police guys over here, they're wearing all black too, except for their.
But I mean, I thought really. I don't know if we. There's so many things in my mind that I want to say right now, but I love my job. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. Our tournament leader, Justin Hamner, Ish Monroe, thank you for joining us. Davey Height, this is, look at that. Look at how tight it is. I mean, Justin Hamner with a lead, but look at how tight our top 10 is tightening up, and this weigh-in is going to be a lot of fun.
It absolutely is. I mean, who knows? Anybody in top 10 certainly has a chance. We'll be right back with more fun with this 3. We are having some time.
We sucking right now, but we fixing to not be.
On you, we just kind of got in a little area, trying to kind of run the same deal I caught him on yesterday, and it just wasn't happening. So I backed out a little bit, and man, it just seemed like they were loaded on that last little deep bank. So we're going to run another place real similar to where we just caught those, maybe two places real quick, and I think the sun has got a big deal, or it got a lot to do with what caused them to get up there where they're biting, you know. But after we run these couple banks, we're going to go back to where we started this morning and see if the sunshine hasn't helped us out a little bit, catch a couple bigs and make a comeback here.
That's what's going through the mind of Cody Huff, and the sun has been a major player here. Everybody wanted the wind, but we had lack of sun really up until the last hour or so, and it's going to heat up the action. That'll look at how our playing field is laying out and where our anglers are fishing. And this is, I mean, it really feels like an evenly distributed tournament for this body of water. Like, at times this could fish a little smaller, but it's not at all this time.
It's really not, and we saw some big things happen early this morning, but you're exactly right, Dave Mercer. Until that sun came out, it wasn't as good.
Cody Huff had an incredible day number one, went out in second place. But here's what's on his mind, and it is the weather.
I'm Cody Huff, and this is the 54th Bassmaster Classic. It's just one of those things you've got to feel out every day, because I feel like, you know, depending on the weather we get each day, they're going to change. I mean, we could get a little bit of a front, and they could turn in, you know, to really, really pre-spawn fish, almost wintertime fish, really, really fast. I think whatever fish are in the area, I've got a good shot of them, you know, getting on the targets that I'm fishing, and I feel like new fish could pull up at any time, honestly. And you know, if I have to, I've got a couple other areas that are similar that maybe I can run through tomorrow that might not be messed with. You know, they're kind of, they're probably what I would call ultra shallow. You know, kind of a pain to get to, and hopefully something that most guys have been overlooking.
That's what it's all about right there. The Ray Scott Trophy, the 54th Bassmaster Classic, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. And the quest today to jockey yourself inside the top 25 to keep your tournament alive. And it's this leaderboard is tightening up, Davey Height.
It really is, and you have to be here on Championship Sunday fishing to be able to have a chance to hold that Ray Scott Trophy over your head. And all of these anglers know that, and they don't know exactly what position they're in. Know some things have tightened up. Matt Robertson was feeling real good this morning, going out in the top 10 and caught that 5-pounder on the first cast. Justin Hamner feeling really good this morning, but a lot of little fish in his area. He probably caught 12 fish before he caught the first keeper this morning, and finally caught that one good fish a little later, about a 5-pounder that has really made his day. One or two more of those, and he'll be right back where he was yesterday, and that'll be tough for the rest of the field if he catches another 20 pounds.
Fishing free and fishing well. If you look at his last 6-7 events, going back to last season, he is on an incredible heater.
Brush piles that I just fished, but kind of goofed them up. Got hung in one of them. The other one, I don't know. But there was fish in them that seemed like they wanted to bite. Hitting these real quick. You know, I don't know. Got some more brush piles. Probably gonna try a few more of them. That's a big one right there. We need her to bite. Oh, there she comes. Come on.
He knows a thing or two about big bass, obviously. One of Phoenix Boat's big bass 2 weeks ago on Lake Fork with an 11-pounder.
11-7, the biggest fish of his life. Said he'd never caught a 10-pounder. Still hasn't caught a 10-pounder, but he got an 11-pounder at Lake Fork.
Oh, thank you.
One thing I learned yesterday afternoon talking to Justin, he had that weight and only fished like two little very small areas. Said he had a lot of stuff. But for him yesterday and this morning, it was those steeper, more vertical banks. And you look, he's definitely changed areas and fishing something a lot flatter with less contour change than he has been fishing yesterday and this morning.
we talked a lot about his freedom and how he's committed to this sport. I mean, this is all he's doing. One of my most hilarious stories about him is he wanted to come on the podcast. And I said, so if I call you, you'll come at any point. And he said, yeah, if you, any point, last minute invite, I'm all in. I called him one day, and I said, hey, you want to do the podcast? And he said, when? And I said, as soon as possible. He literally sent me a picture of the whippersnipper. This is when he was cutting grass.
Whippersnipper.
Your weed trimmer. And haven't you ever heard of the term whippersnipper?
Weed eater.
Weed eater, sure. Whippersnipper. And he literally sent me a picture of that and his lawnmower left in the middle of his client's grass. And he went home and did the podcast right there.
Are you serious?
This is fishing. It's much more important than the grass business.
So did he quit that job so he could have more freedom fishing, or did he get fired because he came to do your podcast?
Probably a bit of both. Probably a bit of both. Depends on how you look at it.
Either way, it's worked out well for it.
It really has. He is. You see that happen a lot of young pros. You know, they go through those first few years. I mean, that is one of the disadvantages of this sport. Yeah. I mean, you look at a sport like baseball or any of those mainstream sports, I mean, even if you're making league minimum, you're probably making more than anybody you went to high school with.
Right.
So you don't have that financial pressure.
Got one on here. Let's see. He's taking his time with him. I think it's a big one. Just looking at the way he's reacting. Great shot from there. Well, this is a big one. If it's a bass. We've seen a few catfish so far.
Is this thing a bass?
His daughter told him to go catch some big catfish, but I don't think he wants it to be.
This is crucial right here when we find out if this is a bass, because if it is, if it's coming up, that's a good sign.
It's a bass. I'm willing it to be a bass.
Stop that.
Got two cameras there. We're going to find out as soon as possible.
I don't know if it's a bass or not. Keeps coming up like it's about to jump. Oh my gosh, it's a bass. She's foul hooked.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
it's a big one.
Come here, girl. Come here, girl. Come here. Come here. Give up, baby. Give up. Come here.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Smallest fish is 2.5, so that's a big help.
I'm saying he's officially out of the grass cutting business.
The whippersnipper.
That one's going to help the cause.
I'd say.
Dude, she was fighting. Freaking got a hook back there. What are you doing?
All right. Every ounce above 2.5 is a help, and he's already leading.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. That's the same pile that other 5-pounder was out of.
That other 5-pounder.
Other 5-pounder. That's about all the clue I think we're going to get. 412?
I think he said 512.
Yeah.
Oh, he said 412 after he said another 5-pounder. So,
typical fisherman.
I'll give him that bonus.
Hey, either way, it's going to be a good help for him. His smallest fish that he's about to release is 2 pounds 5 ounces, so it's at least 2.5 pounds, which will give him a sizable lead.
Yeah.
With a very slow start this morning. Lots of numbers, not many fish in his live well that were keepers.
All that keeps going through my mind is spent a little time with his family at Fork. They drove through the night to see him there, and how emotional they were. They're just like, he needs this victory. And if he pulls this off, he literally, 2 weeks ago, I had him on the show, and the last thing he said, I said, what's up for you next? He says, I'm going to win the Bassmaster Classic.
That just shows how in a short period of time, his whole perspective, his expectations have changed tremendously. Because I'll be honest with you, a year and a half ago when I saw him, I was like, man, I don't know if he can afford supper. I don't mean that in a bad way. So many of us have been through that. I mean, honestly, it's tough to get out here.
Came back over here.
And, you know, get your feet
That's why we
solidly
came
on
back
ground
over
out
here.
here fishing for a living.
There's one event that can make it solid for a long, long time, and he is now leading it and padding his lead.
No. So I knew there was 2 more in that one, and then there's like 3 in this other one that I got hung in earlier. I gotta retie.
Yeah, Bassmaster camera folks, they multitask. You saw him pull out the cell phone there, updating Bass Track while being live on Bass Live.
Never stop
When
filming.
that thing came up, it is a bass.
Best on the planet.
They truly are.
Oh my gosh. She had like, it was just like all the way across though. She wasn't coming off.
The cool thing about that group of cameramen, they are so invested in it. Like, I was in the trailer with them this morning, and it's freezing cold out. Everybody's getting bundled up, but they're jacked like they're literally about to compete. You know, they get so invested with who they're covering. And, I mean, they want the horse that they're riding to win.
Yeah, and truly behind the scenes all the time. But a big part of us being able to bring this to everybody to see. I mean, this is, I mean, we take for granted Bass Live, how it has changed our sport. People just like Justin Hamner would not be here right now had they not learned much of what they know from watching this right here.
Well, it's a lot of fun to watch Hamner time, and man, what a tournament he is having. He's in control of the Bassmaster Classic right now. How do you think he's going to sleep tonight, Davey Height?
Very restlessly, not very much.
Yeah, but I think he'll take that.
Absolutely. I bet you he'll be thinking, you know, one more day like the last 2, and I will never be on that whippersnapper or whatever you call it thing. Whippersnapper? What was it?
Whippersnipper.
Whippersnipper. He's a
Never used that
whippersnapper here this
term?
week.
He's whooping bass is what he's doing. He's cutting down the field. He is not cutting down grass. That a good aerial view of what it's like to compete in the Bassmaster Classic. I keep saying it. Fishing is all about peace and tranquility and getting away. Well, not at the top level. At the top level, you got a lot of pressure on you, and this kid looks like he is not feeling anything.
Yeah, he is absolutely doing a incredible job.
Davey Hyde, I love doing this with you. It's been a lot of fun, but we'll be back in just a few minutes with ZT and the whole crew.
Nation guy, you know, that's what we work for, is just to make it here to this awesome Super Bowl tournament. You know, when you're sitting in that tunnel, your music's playing, man, that's what you live for.
So when you come through those curtains, that gives me chills. I mean, that is the Bassmaster Classic. That's like, you know, when you're a kid and you dream about being on the Bassmaster Classic. I mean, back home in Lake Tuscaloosa, I'd catch like a 2.5 pounder and just, yeah, never give up. That whole deal, like, to be able to actually go out there in front of the crowd, pulling them big old fish out of that live well.
It's pretty good.
Well, this is it, continuing on into the afternoon, the all-important day number 2 of the World Championship of Bass Fishing, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey. Been big changes. We're going to fill you in on all of that when we get our scoreboard sort of reset and organized, and we'll throw it up there for you. But suffice to say that 4.5 pounders, 5 pounders are game changers out here, and we just had a significant one.
Yes.
We did, but one big change since you guys were gone. Cody Huff went from being in second place for the Bassmaster Classic and then this morning having a slow start. He is back in the mix, back up to third place.
You can tell with Justin Hamner, he has gotten in different style cuts off of the main lake since we were on FS1 earlier today. And I'm not talking about locked up with a good one. This is not the same one that he just caught? Okay, this is the same one.
At this point, I was thinking, and he started saying, I hope it's not a catfish, because it really seemed to be fighting too much to be a bass.
And let me throw one thing. If you really looked at Bass Track, and Tommy and I, when we went on our midday break, when that sun came out, it happened.
Yep. We had that flurry this morning.
Yep.
First thing, like you will oftentimes this time of year, and then those fish had backed off just a little bit evidently, and then that sun popped out and they got right up there in it. And so these are the conditions that Jason Christie thinks, and when I was with him Wednesday, are the best conditions on this lake. Sun out, wind blowing.
The wind not blowing like it was this morning. You can tell it's swapping around now. It's going to go to the southeast, and the flags are lying limp there that we're blowing straight south this morning. So
yeah, and taking a look at it, Justin Hamner definitely has relocated from where he started this morning. He was playing a big numbers game, and we never thought he'd have a problem catching a limit, but this morning just no quality. But that is obviously not the issue now. Deep diving jerk bait, that's pretty much all he wanted to say about that thus far.
Yep.
Come here. Give up, baby. Give up. Come here.
Oh, my.
That's why she was fighting. A little more than normal.
That's also why you win classics.
Yes, when it goes your way.
Yeah.
How and why.
Wow. Unbelievable. Obviously a big lead for Justin Hamner right now, and he's actually stacked more chips on that lead here midday. They're actually out with Brandon Card right now, boat to boat.
Man, Robbie Floyd is committed. Brandon Card, and one's bringing the other luck. I'm not quite sure which one, but this is a good one for Brandon Card right here.
This is significant.
Got a smaller 2-pounder.
A real good one.
Gonna build on his biggest bag, 18-13.
That's chunk. Brandon Card's pretty much been fishing in same creek as a lot of your other leaders. Cody Huff, Jay Shakurit, Adam Rasmussen.
3.5-pounder gives him 20 pounds, 5 ounces.
Well, the reason we're getting Brandon Card, he didn't start in the top 10. We got Robbie Floyd out there, which is just as good. And he is. You've stayed there a while, Robbie. Kind of fill us in. Everyone who's just checking in now.
I had to stick with my guy. You know, he's been changing it up. Went with the crankbait for a while on those bluffs, and he caught that one fish on the boat ramp. So he's kind of on the boat ramp pattern. We were over at one around the corner just a moment ago. Didn't get a bite. He said, I'm gonna go hit, these over here, and he's got one on right now. Let's take a look, because he just got one that helped him about a pound and a half, I think. Not as interested in that one, but you see throwing a crankbait. And the one that he caught to the left, Dan, you look to the left, you see that tree. He caught it off of this point. He was actually looking or expecting to catch it on that boat ramp pattern. He said this one actually bit off the point. So now we'll see that third cast to the point, and if that's it, then this is a hot area. But yeah, he's doing good, and he's changing it up a little bit, too, on some of the locations. He even threw a jig around some laydowns and stuff earlier. So he's picking up different baits, and right now his small fish is probably 2 3/4 pounds, 3-pounder. Might be a small fish, so he's doing something good. 3 pounds? 3.5. Look,
3.5.
Holy smokes,
Here
we just had
go.
cocky Brandon Card right there going, my small's 3.5.
All right, Robbie, real quick, the area, having a time. For some of the folks that may not have joined us on FS1.
Communication.
Okay, that's all right. Let's go.
I lost communication to the crew.
That's okay. Well, actually, I can answer what I was going to ask for the folks that were not with us on FS1 earlier today. Brandon Card fishing in the same creek as Cody Huff and Jay Shakira that we were just talking about. But he was fishing a lot of bluffy style walls earlier today, now moving to those more typical flatter points that you see in that certain creek, and we'll kind of explode that creek tomorrow, even though every viewer from this region knows where they're at. A lot of Classics Pass dominated in there, and it just honestly seems like he's just picking that section of the creek apart.
Yeah. So I can help answer that because I knew the question you were going to ask when you asked
Give me a break.
He's just staying in that creek. It's because it looked this morning like he's dialed in on those bluffs, and now it looks like he's dialed in on those flats. There again, we're not going to name the creek right now, but he's just dialed in on that creek, that area.
Okay, now I did hear the crew back again. He just got through saying, I don't know if y'all heard that. He said, I wish I would have been in here all morning. And he said they were kind of dialed in. So what are you feeling here? What makes you think you wish you would have been in here? Because you did pretty darn good in the other area.
No, just this whole general area. Yeah. No, I was like, I stayed about 10 miles away yesterday morning. That's what I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
And then in the evening, I went and checked some other stuff.
So there's a case of woulda, coulda, shoulda. He said he was about 10 miles away yesterday, and he wishes he would have stayed in here throughout the duration. And you can see why.
Oh, yeah.
Robbie, thank you very
Good
much.
stuff.
That is great. Up to date now on Brandon Card's made with the biggest moves of the day, if not the biggest move of the day. Up on into third place there and just added another. Did a little cull there that benefited him.
Tommy, you notice how I popped off on Robbie's hair, how quick a hat came out of nowhere? We're going to slink around the corner right now. Wheeler Lake Open champion, Adam Rasmussen. A little bit slower for him this morning. Most of his damage done, 4 to 7 foot, grinding a spinnerbait, half-ounce Colorado bladed spinnerbait on day one of the tournament. Locked up, Jack.
Been around that 10-pound mark for a little while now. It's going to be a big help.
Big.
Well, we talked about Hank Cherry fishing a big fish style pattern with a jig. You're slow rolling and grinding a half-ounce single Colorado spinnerbait.
Let's
You
get
were
it
doing
going.
the same.
Sun's out, guns out. Spinnerbait. Three. We got 5. A couple little turds we gotta get rid of. We need one big bite.
He's really not behind schedule a whole lot. He did have a 5-pounder yesterday at about 11, but that's the first fish of any significance that he had caught yesterday. It was 11 o'clock before he.
But you can feel this lake. When we came out of the BOK Center, when Tommy and I walked out, you could feel a weather shift from this morning. And just judging by the fish catches literally in the first 40 minutes, this is a different lake.
Yeah.
That's number 5. Three.
Matt Robertson's first cast catch curse continues. He's caught one other fish. He's down to 33rd from 7th place.
Wow.
And Ben Milliken is on 2 fish today for people interested. 2 for 2 pounds, 4 ounces.
So I wonder if his plan on the money he's going to spend Sunday night in celebration
it was
of
a
this
plan.
classic.
It's not a plan we can ever say on Bassmaster.com. It was
But
a
he
plan.
allotted $50,000 for Sunday night celebration after he was going to win. You think those numbers have changed some
It's
this
a
week?
plan. Sanders and I talked about this. It's a plan we wanted to be involved in.
Yeah. We're
on the
seeing
execution end.
We don't like to see it fading or anything like that.
And really, Adam started this tournament, thought he was going to catch a lot of fish in 15 to 20 foot of water on a football jig, and he said he pushed that yesterday till about 11 o'clock.
Yep.
Went up shallow, secondary points, very, very flat points like you see right here. Caught one giant, I think it was just under 6 pounds on a spinnerbait, said he ran with that and really felt like that was a reloadable gig here for day 2.
Takes patience. Similar, you mentioned like him and Cherry, the baits that they're throwing, and him fishing that half-ounce bait out there deeper. You know, Christie fishes a 3/4 or 1 ounce up there around the shallower around the boat docks. But for him to slow roll, keep that bait close to the bottom, half-ounce out there on these, you know, I wouldn't say deeper, but it takes some patience.
Yes.
Half-ounce to keep that bait down.
And the other, if you really kind of watch how he picks this apart, he'll roll through it with that half-ounce spinnerbait. He said they don't throttle it. They just kind of stop it. They'll push it. But after every pile he fishes, he will always, whether he gets a bite or not, he will always back it up with a jig.
You guys can break. Stay off this point. I'm going to go in and then come up back across it.
Yes. Warming up. Still got a little breeze on the water. Things looking better. Conditions good for change. Change is what a lot of our anglers, more than half our field, need to affect right now in order to get into the top 25.
I think that's Cody Huff there. That's a change he made from the back of a flat creek to these tight bank Z to catch his limit and get right back in the thick of things.
Yeah, and that was really the story of the morning, where Cody Huff did all of his damage on day number 1, catching a big bag. He caught a big bag and left, fishing from about 1 to 4 foot of water, a small ditch in the back of that one popular creek. He said he will definitely visit it again yet today. Davey Height. Energy up, guys. I know.
Energy up.
Let's go. Let's go.
So we got more fishing on the way, plenty of it, as a matter of fact. Long way from weigh-in time right now. Take a look at our unofficial standings. Justin Hamner back on top, commanding lead, in charge for the time being. Ahead of Brandon Card, moving all the way from 39th up into 2nd place. Hank Cherry, Cody Huff, Jay Shakurat, Adam Rasmussen, and Lee Livesey. Right now, let's turn it over. Let's take it over to the Bassmaster Classic Expo, presented by GSM Outdoors. He's having a conversation with the Army there.
It's the weekend here at the 2024 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, and we're in the U.S. Army booth. I was walking by, and this was one of the more ruckus, rowdy group of guys and folks at the expo. If you're not here, you better get here. I'm with Major Ainsley. What's going on at the Bassmaster Classic? I've seen giveaways. We've got a casting contest that I've been challenged to a few times. I got to get on that, but also some seminars as well for the U.S. Army support.
Yeah, definitely. So we're out here at the Classic. We've been here in the past, but we're out here with the U.S. Army Outdoors team, part of our outreach company. So we like to be part of this. This is the community, and it's being able to communicate the Army message across the passion point of fishing. So we're very happy to be here, and we love the support from the community.
Yeah, I loved the seminar schedule. I was looking at young Elite Series pros, aspiring Elite Series pros, people in the industry, and then veterans of the sport, all giving their 2 cents on fishing, life topics, how to just network and be around people. And the Bassmaster Classic is one of the best places to get in front of somebody and to share some passion together. And that's what you guys are doing here. And really teaching people, if they want to serve their country, they can, or more information on how to support those who have.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are all great points. So we want to be able to communicate what opportunities are out there, and exactly what you said, all the way from being able to communicate with the veterans who have already served and all the way down to people who have the potential or maybe an idea, or maybe they don't know all the opportunities that lie out there. And with the youth forum that's going on, being able to communicate with both young and old alike. So it's a great opportunity for the Army to be here today.
That's fantastic. If you're not here, like I said, you better get here. They have seminar schedules posted on the Bass social media all of Saturday and all of Sunday. We'll see you there. I've got to get Major Ainsley in a casting contest. He challenged me, so I better bring my A game.
Here we go, about 2 hours left until weigh-in time. 2024 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors and Justin Hamner.
We need him to slow down a little bit,
Jack.
Right?
We need a runaway horse here
boy.
now. Justin Hamner really has run away from the crowd a little bit.
Yes.
Good, healthy lead over the likes of Brandon Card, who's made a big run up the leaderboard. Hank Cherry, solid all the way through the first 2 days so far. Cody Huff, Jay Shakurit, Adam Rasmussen, Lee Livesey, Cooper Gallant, Brandon Palaniuk, and Luke Palmer in 10th place, but 25th is what it's all about. But the performance so far of the day, I think, dare I say, the Marathon Peak performance?
Oh, I think it's more than fair to say every sponsor element could be this young man from Northport, Alabama, Justin Hamner. Marathon Peak performance, and it was a little bit grimy McGrimerson early this morning. A lot of numbers, just not a lot of quality. But right about when we got him, of course, got off of FS1, 3 1/4 pounder, a 412 and a 413. Unofficially looking at 17 pounds and 4 ounces unofficially. Marathon Peak performance, Justin Hamner.
Well, how about we take a look at all the action so far today with our Yamaha midday report, and we'll start with Wisconsin's Adam Rasmussen.
Yeah, you could definitely tell that earlier this morning there was something a little bit off for a few of our anglers. Kind of had to get the ball rolling, doing all of his damage with a 1/2 ounce single Colorado spinnerbait. Fishing brush piles, isolated brush piles in, call it 4 to 8 feet of water, backing it up with a jig. Said he was just absolutely grinding that 1/2 ounce spinnerbait on the bottom. Where it wouldn't slackline it, just kind of push it, Davey Height.
Yep, and a lot of the fish that he caught yesterday, he said, hey, I had to soak it and fish really, really slow using this 1/2 ounce spinnerbait, keeping it really, really close to the bottom. Even if I was around a brush pile, keeping it close to the bottom was a big, big key. Following it up with the jig like you mentioned there, Z. He's really not behind schedule like some of these other anglers like Jay Shakurit. Started out light busters yesterday, had his limit in the first hour. Much slower for him this morning.
Well, you can definitely tell that Shakurit and Rasmussen room together because they're fishing the exact same area of the lake. Not really doing the exact same thing. We're seeing Shakurit apply that spinnerbait here on day 2, but predominantly on day 1, he was, this is weird to say, he was grinding a suspending jerkbait in 4 to 6 feet of water, and he said those fish would actually pin that jerkbait to the bottom. Good one right there for Jay Shakir. And something definitely has changed on this. If you remember the movie E.T., when they found E.T. all busted up near that little river near the end, and then all of a sudden it got warm and E.T. came back to life, it's almost like that's what has happened. Remember, he was
like
E.T.
that.
was all
It's
gray.
like that. It is. It is like
E.T.
that.
was over a cable, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he blew up.
Exactly, man.
Always a hazard.
Come on, Yamaha Midday Report.
Yeah,
Hank
how about
Cherry?
Hank Cherry, two-time Classic winner, looking to make it 3. Had a good, solid day, number 1, and picked up right where he left off to start the day.
Yeah, we had Gerald Swindle up here a little earlier, and he said, this is the guy to beat. This is the guy to beat. Of course, that was about 2 5-pounders ago for Justin Hamner.
Swindle is in the expo right now. Guaranteed he's in the expo. He's like, Hamner's just going to be really hard to beat.
Roll Tide, Alabama, let's go, baby. No joke, Hank Cherry is certainly someone that we're going to have to keep an eye on the rest of the day today and tomorrow. He's got a plan. Who could bet against him? He's got 2 classic trophies at home already. Almost had a third that he had a great chance to get right here on this lake. He loves to do exactly what he's doing, and he says, I have a plan for a jerkbait a little later in this tournament.
Exactly right. Fishing a bladed jig and a 3/8 ounce Davis jig, but big story from today. We called him the Mercury move of the day earlier. 39th place yesterday for Brandon Card. Big morning. Robbie Floyd has been with him really since the first hour of competition today. Getting it done, and he's been kind of just fishing shallow, fishing deep. Real steep banks, real shallow banks. And if you notice what he's done, steep banks earlier this morning, almost bluff-style banks, up on those real slow tapering points now.
Staying up really close on those ones that have the more contour and steeper, fishing parallel, staying right up on top of them. The last hour or so, he's been off the bank more on those flatter banks.
Well, 22 pounds plus yesterday to take the lead after day 1. Justin Hamner fell, well, it got slow for him in the morning, but no matter. He wasn't worried. Now we see why not.
We did. We tried to manufacture a little bit of drama in the first 3 hours of competition, but he had a load of confidence after the weigh-in yesterday. Big one right here, sweet landing. Deep diving jerkbait, that's all he would tell us. Don't really want to go further into that. Good call. But pretty much when that sun came out, that is when the tide shifted for this young man from Alabama.
Tide shifted for sure. Took off this morning at 7:15. He put his first keeper in the boat at like 8:40, so a lot of small ones. Wasn't easy for him this morning.
He said it was kind of easy just going down the bank and trying to spot some pre-spawn fish.
So for me, I'm not a big-time spawn guy. I want the fish to be as much pre-spawn as I can find. For one, they're the healthiest, they're the biggest, but for 2, they're way more predictable. You know where they want to go, but it's like once that water warms up and they start to commit, that's when they get really unpredictable. You can't, it's here one day, gone the next, and then you can't really pattern them as much. But those pre-spawn fish, they're still feeding up, they're heavy, and they want to eat something. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, that's what he's got his eyes on right there. Taking a little lunch break right now.
He can. Take a load off. Grab some wood, boy.
Fished in one other classic. Got himself a top 5, actually 4th place.
We're really just kind of, I haven't fished any of this. I mean, I marked it in practice. So I don't know how good it is, but caught 2 good ones out of brush today already, so kind of trying to find new ones and find new productive ones.
It's been interesting to watch the transition of jerkbait areas from this morning.
It's amazing how small of a brush pile will hold a 5-pounder.
Ooh. TH Marine Weather Watch there. You
can't
can
catch
see
them out of those big brush piles.
Tomorrow's conditions considerably warmer temperature-wise. 63 for a high of 57. That's way warmer than it was this morning.
Yes.
Way warmer.
Way warmer.
Wind.
Needed.
Yes.
A lot
oh,
of
yeah.
wind tomorrow. Southeast.
These two up here ought to be good, though.
We are looking
They
at
haven't already been hit.
20, possibly gusting to
supposed to be one right there.
40
right there.
miles per hour.
Rain's not supposed to hit till we're done fishing.
Okay.
4 in the
I
afternoon.
got one about 100 yards. Got two right there, actually. Somebody else got the live scope on.
Now, Davey, he is on quite the run, and he's not a whippersnapper. He's 33 years old. But he has had top 25s in 7 of his last 8 events.
Wow, it's incredible how he has turned things around. He's obviously been a good angler for quite a while, but the last 8 or 10 tournaments for him have been really lights out. Yes.
Lee Livesey started this day up in 4th place.
And this was the time of day yesterday. Livesey caught a couple really good ones.
They are there.
Fishing a very popular area, Grand Lake.
That'll help him. I think this is the area we've seen John Cox a few times in the past, haven't we?
Yes, I believe over his left shoulder, actually.
In the past, in the present.
Not that bad.
Haven't seen much of John Cox today. 3 fish for 5.5.
Not that bad, though. Eat it.
I think one of the odd things that we talked about on FS1 earlier today was who of a lot of the favorites really coming into this tournament. I mean, you looked at guys like Patrick Walters, a Hackney, Jason Christie, Polinick, Welcher, all of them 30th place and below. Yeah. Who could make them? Obviously, Polinick having a very, very solid day. And you almost couldn't put a finger on why some of the biggest favorites for at least this tournament struggled so bad yesterday.
So did you talk to, we talked to the top 10, but did you talk to any of the bigger names that
Oh,
that
I was not
yesterday?
going to. I was not going to dare do that yesterday. No,
I wouldn't dare call them, but maybe you ran into them.
Our 5 AOY champions in this event have day 1 average finish was 38th.
Wow. Wow. And you know, the other thing is you look at this tournament.
We
You
do
know,
that whole lady in the tramp deal.
obviously Hamner living with forward-facing sonar, but he said he's really not using it to target fish. He's using it. He's using it to target his bait. And what's there's a lot of our anglers that are masters of forward-facing sonar struggled yesterday. You look at guys like Patrick Walters, Koya Fujita, and the biggest thing that Hamner said, he said if people, you know, guys that were using a jerkbait trying to do this yesterday that did not succeed, that were, you know, had a tough day, he said they're fishing too fast. He said, when I get one to rise off the bottom, he goes, a lot of what I'm catching, they are not suspended fish. He goes, the majority of suspended fish out here are catfish or drum, which is also strange. He said, if I could get them to rise off the bottom, I would catch them. Now, it might take 30 casts, but I would catch them.
So I can think of 2 tournaments in the last few years where we expected forward-facing to be a pretty big player and only one angler and a field full of great anglers using this technology, and only one angler was able to crack the safe.
Yeah.
Gussie last year at the Classic.
Yes.
And Justin Hamner this year at the Classic. And seeing the ones that we thought were going to be doing it and doing well, they're throwing spinnerbaits and fishing boat docks. I mean,
a little bit
because it's this event and they're overthinking?
I mean, Shakur it a little bit. He's making it still.
True. Yeah. Okay.
He's same but different the way he's targeting this lake with forward facing. But you would have thought. I mean, if somebody would have said before this tournament, some of the leaders that they would be a jerkbait with forward facing sonar, you would have picked multiple guys to excel yesterday.
Yeah.
Really, not one.
Yeah, this time of the day on day 2, Justin Hamner's leading, catching 99% of his fish on a jerkbait.
To get it off.
Using forward facing. And none of the other top 10 would be Koya.
Correct.
I could just go on and on and on.
You would not have thought that.
No.
Yep.
Me either. Not at all.
Because you would have put
about 3 more names right there.
The usual suspects in
right there around him. Yep.
David, you just mentioned Koya Fujita. Got a 5-12. He's up to 18-4 today, and he's in 10th place.
So never mind.
Yeah.
Right? Thanks, Such.
Thanks, Such, for
Such.
just busting that bubble.
right before that. It just happened.
Such isn't scared to shoot down a Bassmaster Classic champion, just so you know.
Hey, David, now that you mentioned Koya, he's doing just the opposite of what you said.
It just popped in, though. Well, he told me.
No, that's great to
live
know.
Scope
That's great
this
to know.
week. Chatterbait, spinnerbait.
I'd be willing to bet he didn't just catch that 5-pounder on a spinnerbait.
Okay.
I would agree with that. I would agree. He kept that spinnerbait honest for about 37 seconds yesterday.
Speaking of honest, Justin Hamner just picked up, made 2 casts with a mop jig, and laid it back on the deck.
There we go.
Brandon Card left that spot he was in. I don't know how far he's going, but I'm sure Robbie is going to keep an eye on that for us.
I think it's lower today. Fujita's 5-12 was the 15th fish over 4 pounds. He had about 30 yesterday. Takumi Ito's trying to follow Fujita up the leaderboard. He just jumped into 12th place.
Yep. So now Justin is he looks more like what we've seen a lot the last number of tournaments. He's weaving.
He's locked in.
Back and
he's
forth.
locked in.
Yeah, he's not going down the bank.
He's in the regimen now.
He's headed back to that sweet apple pie.
Zigging and a zagging.
Seeing what
Looking
he
for
can
one.
do.
Guys, we're talking about the tournament this week and how you balance history, how you balance patterns at Grand Lake, how you balance inexperience. And when we look at our field of 56 anglers, there's only 4 anglers that have fished both Bassmaster Classics here, 2013, 2016, and the Elite Series of it in 2018. Maybe some anglers have other experience in semi-pro or smaller tournaments, but these, when the lights are biggest and brightest, these 4 anglers have that tangible experience. Jason Christie, Brandon Card, Brandon Polinick, and Greg Hackney. The deal is, though, we have seen a lot of first-year and second-year guys in the Classic excel this week. They mentioned it's Grand Lake, and they've never fished here before because of the live coverage, because of the TV shows, and those Horse Creeks, Honey Creeks, Echo Bay, Wolf Creek. There's a lot of Elk Creek. There's a lot of names that we know from past tournaments here. A lot of the guys who didn't have experience here knew it was a pattern lake, knew a couple of the hot regions they needed to be in, and then they just went fishing. Whereas some of these anglers we're seeing use their gut, use past history, and it's led them astray at times, but also it may help them out in the crunch time. We see a couple guys right here, Brandon Card rising up our leaderboard big time today. We saw Polinick on live yesterday, but hanging in there today. Meanwhile, 2 of the favorites, Greg Hackney and Jason Christie, below expectations yesterday, but with the right couple fish, they can make a charge. We saw Jason Christie had 3 of the right ones, 3 for 11 earlier. Anybody in the last 2 hours of this tournament can jump up from being in the 30s or 40s into the top 20, and who knows what the final day could hold. An upper 20s bag, and you could be in the top 5 with the last hour of the Classic. So, Grand Experience, do you balance it? How do you use the inexperience to your advantage? How do you use all of the knowledge of this lake to your advantage as well? So those 4 we'll keep an eye on for them. Hopefully all make it to Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Upper 20s bag made a big difference in the last time we had the Classic here on the final day.
Yeah, and really the other thing, it's almost like the Such calling you out on the Koya Fujita thing. We literally opened the show this morning on FS1 saying, this is all, every time we come to Grand Lake by the, you go into Championship Sunday, the weights are always compressed while you look at Justin Hamner with a 7-pound lead right now. You have a 7-pound lead on this lake with the numbers that he's catching. He's going to be a handful unless somebody before the end of today can tighten that gap to 4 to 5 pounds.
Yeah, we certainly hope it does tighten up, just so we want it to be a tighter game. But I think I remember Christie had a almost 7-pound lead going into the final day.
He's got a 6-pound lead on the final day.
6-pound lead on the final day. So we've seen it happen here before.
Everything's still on the table at this point.
What you got for me?
Everything's still on the table.
Tommy, I know what this music means. It's been the same music. It's always been there. I know. Yes. Exactly. Yes, I think it's fair to say the Power Pole replay of the day, we have crowned him. He's going to be the sponsor element of the day. Justin Hamner, a little bit of a grimy Grand Lake morning. Not the case this afternoon. Relocating, things going right. We have seen tournaments like Kevin Van Dam hooking fish with a red-eye shad in the back and landing them in Classics. Well, when you're doing that with a jerk bait, well, Justin Hamner, things are going right. You are living right, my friend. And something else, here on semifinal Saturday, you are the Power Pole replay of the day, my friend. Good one right there for the young Alabama angler.
Certainly puts him one step closer to not being on a lawnmower and a weed eater for his occupation.
Always been there.
Life-changing aspect of this thing. What a great, another good one again here in Tulsa, the city that's for the 3rd time hosted us here. And Justin Hamner, as we say, the man on top. He is the roughneck on top of the rig, as you.
Day 2 here at the 2024 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. I'm in the Toyota booth with my guy, Mike Iaconelli. Ike, I have to say, it's cool to be at the Classic with you. I wish you were on the water, but I'll just say this event and you fishing in it was one of my fondest memories growing up and kind of got me fired up for the sport. I know the 2003 Classic means a lot to you, but we want to see Mike Iaconelli back on the water. We love seeing you in the booth, but we want to see you in the water in the Classic.
Oh, yeah, I'll be back. I love fishing. The Classic is our biggest event in the world. I'll be back, and I'll be back to try to win one, trust me.
So it seems like I haven't, every time I look at fishing, you're in a Toyota. You've been in a Toyota forever. I mean, I probably was 10 years old, maybe even younger than that when you weren't. So tell me about that partnership and how it's been huge for not only the sport, but yourself.
Yeah, it's been magical. For me personally, to be with a company since 2005, almost 20 years, is special. But Toyota's done a lot for the sport in general, and that's really what I want to talk about. Have a mainstream company come in and try to grow fishing. It's so important, and I don't think that gets talked about a lot, but Toyota is one of those companies that is physically growing the sport from the kids, from the grassroots level, all the way up to the hardcore tournament guy like me. They're out there trying to get more people fishing. And to have a mainstream company do that, that's what the sport of fishing needs. So I'm so proud to be a part of Team Toyota, and I'm so proud to drive a Toyota truck because they're growing fishing.
Well, I was talking to Brandon Lester yesterday, and they basically get an Elite Series Pro or the Classic Anglers an extra paycheck for bonus bucks this week. $7,500 is a huge deal. Let's talk about Grand Lake. You got to watch some of the coverage this morning. This is a lake that you were tied for the day 1 lead in the 2013 Classic. You've had plenty of days on the water here. How does Grand set up? It's a pattern lake, but it seems like every day it takes a few hours to figure out what's the deal today.
It is. Grand Lake's special because you can do a lot of things. It's not one of those lakes where you're getting in there and you're stuck doing a certain pattern. Here you're going to see 4 or 5 patterns in 4 or 5 different areas of the lake really take hold. The other great thing about Grand, it's not a lake where one of these guys is going to blow it away. You're going to see a derb all the way up to the last day, and I love that. In some of the classics I fished here, I had a chance to win going into that last day. That's what we all strive for. But Grand Lake is a great pattern lake. It's a great pre-spawn lake. And somebody, their life is going to change on Sunday, and I can't wait to watch it.
We may see another Mike Iaconelli type moment like he had in the 2003 Classic where they don't know, Bass Track's not live in their earbud, but they say, this is the winning fish. I need to land this fish. We're going to see that this week at Grand. Thank you, Mike Iaconelli. We're in the Toyota booth hanging out at the Expo. This place is popping. If you're not here, you better get here. You're going to see the likes of Ike and so many others in the booth.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, Ike. Back on the action. Grand Lake of the Cherokees here, and this is an important day. Hour and a half's fishing time left to go, at least for our first flight out there, and a lot of work to be done for a lot of anglers. Let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard right now. Of course, Justin Hamner with a huge lead. He has engineered over the last hour.
Yes.
Cody Huff, Brandon Card, big day for him. Hank Cherry, solid all the way through. Shakura Rasmussen, Livesey, Cooper Gallant, Brandon Polinick, having moved up from down in the ranks earlier today, and ditto for Kyoya Fujita. Those two surprised no one. We're going to take you on down the leaderboard. Luke Palmer, Taku Ito, Will Davis, Bryant Smith, and Chris Johnson. Brandon Cobb, who at one point was up into the top 10 or near the top 10 at one point today. Matt Airy, Eastern Fothergill, Tyler Williams, who started in our top 10s, kind of struggled after midday, after mid-morning, I should say. And now we get down to near the number 5, 25,
Oh, yeah.
cut line, the Yeti hot seat.
It is dripping with
Ooh,
heat.
man, it is pulsating with heat. Paul Mueller, the man in that hot seat right now. Paul Mueller has some great classic. I think he still has the biggest single day performance in a classic. Did not win that one, but that was, I believe, on Guntersville back in the day. But wow, Mueller, Corey Johnston, John Cox, and Jason Christie. Boy, some big names bubbling right under that cut line.
Certainly some names we didn't expect to see there under that cut line, but
absolutely.
Still some good fishing time to go in the afternoon. The sun's out, the wind's blowing. Good fishing.
Christie's Bass Track died about 11:30.
Oh boy. We'll see if Ronnie can't dig us up some facts.
Yeah,
from that boat. We're going to get
good
that
at that.
Slink back out on the water right now. Justin Hamner live.
Here she comes.
Oh, he said, there she comes.
That ain't it. Why is my poles going down? That's a hot mess. I don't know. Dang, there's some big ones over there though. Oh yeah, it ain't good.
Yeah, don't think that one's going to help him.
No. 2.5 is small.
There's some bigs over there though.
That's what he put at Bass
That's a
Track.
little
What he had
spooky.
22 yesterday. His Bass Track was only 19 and a half.
We got a flotilla around us.
Pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
I haven't had a flotilla in a long time. Cool to see.
I've never had a flotilla.
That's awesome. That is absolutely awesome.
It's like an old bridge here. I'm set up on it so awkwardly.
Did I hear him say he's fishing an old bridge?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's really in that mindset. He just goes fishing. Yesterday afternoon, he talked about 3 big ones relating to one stick.
That'd be cool to have like a 6-pounder jumping up, wouldn't it?
Fish a bridge here or there, fish a bluff bank, fish a flat bank.
Hey, and he made
stick.
that comment. He said I'm just kind of going fishing, and what, Tommy, what you just said, 3 of his big ones yesterday came off of a stick.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all can see that or not, but that is beautiful. Look at that bridge. Old bridge.
And just an old
Got a
bridge.
brush pile right beside it. It's probably like the biggest community hole. 12 tournaments have been won on it. But it's new to me.
One of our top 10 anglers won a tournament on an old bridge back in the day. Brandon Polinick at Bull Shoals.
Wow.
Remember
That's
that?
right.
We sat there and watched him do it.
We were out there. That's when he shanked himself.
Yeah.
Yes.
I came back and went the old Highway 14 bridge.
Yeah. I was smoking the 2-pounders in the bushes right around him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I could see him from where I was fishing the bushes.
And there was about another 20 around there.
Up in there.
2-pounders. Lots of males. Brandon Polinick was catching the big ones.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bite it.
Yeah, he is full on facing now, buddy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Throw to the left, throw to the right. Zig, zag. He is feeling it.
Boy, it will be interesting tomorrow morning. Championship Sunday of a, especially as wild as the topic has been the last couple weeks. Forward-facing sonar against old school bass, because that's what it's going to be. It's going to be old school bassing against this dude tomorrow.
Right. That's certainly the way it's shaping up.
That'll get things all fiery in the next few days.
Be polarizing.
Yeah.
Sit on this side of the arena if you're for. Sit on this side of the arena. A team and B team.
Yeah.
2024.
And you'd probably have 50-50. There'd probably be a demographic.
Right at the base of that thing. Throw a little bit further.
Our college bracket champion, Easton Fothergill, just got a 4-0 and a 3-8 in the last half hour or so to get inside our cut at 19th. He was about around 40th. And the team champion, Aaron Yavorsky, is 1 fish shy. He's our Mercury Big Bass leader of the 6-0. He's 1 fish shy, and he's a nice one to get inside that top 25, though.
Why you no eat the jig?
Defending champs currently 5 spots out of the cut. Matt Robertson, who started in our top 10, 39th place.
The old first cast, Jinx.
Boy, he wasn't kidding about that. You know, I'd heard that a couple of times. I didn't know anybody ever adhered to it, but
you don't want to.
Yeah.
John Cox is down to 28th. He's got 4 fish. I didn't realize Fujita was 52nd.
Wow.
To start today.
To start today, and he's 10th right now.
Wow.
Yes.
It's food for thought right
That's
there.
strong.
Yeah.
That's strong.
Think about that. That's a man in charge right there.
Ooh.
Seemingly without a care in
You know
the
what we
world.
haven't done in a
Yes,
while,
Henry?
Tommy
Yes.
Sanders?
What's that?
Trivia.
Oh, would you like a bit of trivia? How about some
Please
Northfield
do.
Daily trivia, for instance? Would that work for you? How many classics have been won with fewer than 15 fish in the last 12 years? There certainly have been some. How many, though, in the last 12 years?
12.
Less
okay.
than 15 fish.
That's the key.
2? Is it 3? Is it 4? Or is it 5? How many classics won with not the full requisite of 15 fish? We will answer that when we come back.
I'm going to see if it's one.
We're back, and it's about, well, an hour and a half fishing time left for our anglers here. First flight. We got 56 out there, the full field. It started yesterday for 3 days of fishing, looking for the top 25 spots. Our Northland daily trivia question was, how many classics have been won with fewer than 15 fish in the last 12 years? How many classics won with fewer than 15 fish in the last 12 years? 2, 3, 4, or 5? Mark Zona, start.
Tom,
please.
I'm going with 3. B3.
3. Okay,
I only
Davey?
came up with 3.
The 12 years does throw me for a little
Yes.
loop. I'm going to go C4.
Okay.
Ronnie Moore, how many?
I know the answer. I'm recusing myself.
Okay, good.
Good job, Ronnie.
That is a great, honest thing to do right
Tommy,
there. I don't
what
know
do
the
you
answer.
got?
I'm going to say 3 as well.
Okay.
All right, let's see what we got here. How many classics? It's 4.
Nope.
In 12 years.
Nope. Davey Height.
Davey Height. Great job.
I picked
Great
C4 because that's what we used when I was in the military to blow stuff up. C4.
You remember which one? That's all right. Good
Yeah,
enough.
beautiful day. You can see back here the
It's
Bass Pro
beautiful
Shops.
now, Tommy.
Yes,
It's
beautiful.
beautiful now.
It was Ice Station Zebra this morning. That's for sure. But it's nice. Nice. Now we got the Bass Pro Shops, a tailgate party driven by Yokohama tires going on right now. We got some NASCAR, Martin Truex's car there. Great selection of boats, and I think we got some barbecuing going on. It's a true fun experience, and we got the perfect weather for it right now.
Indeed, we do. I love awkward pauses. We've had a few of those this
I
week.
just wanted maybe the party to surge a little bit if I quit talking.
I don't know when to start talking or stop. What are my hands?
Well, while we're here at the Dakota Lithium screen of the wall of knowledge here at the Bassmaster Classic, we've been talking about shallow fishing, whether they're using live scope, forward-facing sonar, all of the above, or just fishing the bank. A lot of our anglers are within the 6 or 7 feet, and they're within a cast of the shoreline. And on some Humminbird Lake Master, I got to be out there with Kyle Welcher on Wednesday, and I could see him hopping and testing some offshore stuff, but very shallow stuff. So he was fishing isolated brush, stumps. Maybe they were broken off cinder blocks like we talked about with Lee Livesey. But this green right here, this color shading depth highlight of green, is a perfect demonstration of what some of these anglers are looking for. When you look down here and how the bank turns, it's very even from the shallow water depth highlight of red to the light blue to the green to the yellow. It's all uniform. It ducks in all at the same time and juts out at the same time. But when we look at the green off there, it's like a little longer knobby point. It's a little more of a flat. So instead of it being uniform, this is the one place the depth spreads out, and I'm going to try to swipe to another one. Here's another example where you see a couple more jut outs. And so when you're looking at the bottom left of this picture, there's a jut out of a little bit more shallower water, more flat type deal where some of these fish will sit up and wait and stage. So they've got a lot more room. They're not on a tight contour. Then it kind of gets more uniform, swings around, another little jut out, and then this point once again. And so some of these little places is where these fish are moving from those creek channels, and they can get up on a flat, and they're not immediately on the bank. They're still far off near the channel, near deep water. They have that security. Maybe they're right on the edge of it, but then they have that flat that they can kind of get comfortable and acclimated while they wait to go up and spawn. And that's what we're going to see over the next few weeks here at Grand Lake is the actual lock-on of the spawn. But in the meantime, the feed-up period, it's happening on these little jut-outs. They seem really small and insignificant, but if you're an Elite Series pro and a classic angler, that's what your eyes are glued to when you look at your mapping.
All right. Well, Ronnie's going out to the tailgate party to check it out for us to get us a little more of an idea of exactly what's happening back there. We got some folks coming up here. Go Jay.
Exactly
one
right.
Of the one of them, Bill Dance, the giant head of Bill Dance.
And Ronnie really nailed that right there. By the tailgate party is snapping off in a big way. Is secondary points in classics past, in this classic in particular. You look at what Brandon Card has done today. It has been pre-spawn 101. Though Ronnie called them jut outs, but those secondary points, those really slow taperings, year in and year out, the most consistent stuff that we have seen, especially this time of year. Ronnie nailed it right before they pop up to spawn.
I think Adam Rasmussen told us yesterday that many of the fish that he had had located and spotted in the immediate practice, had pushed by the day one start there. So it's going on. It's going on. How fast it's going to progress and how many folks are going to be able to take advantage of it.
Exactly what Ronnie just did.
There
right
it is.
You could tell with his poles down, with his power poles down, exactly how shallow it is coming off of those slow tapering points. Little stop signs.
Brandon Card hooked up.
I guess one of the most surprising things, he has been left alone doing this. Yeah, there's a lot of other leaders in that creek, but they are not doing this.
No, they are not. It is surprising.
Very surprising.
Not only other leaders in that creek, but there's other people that are leading in that creek. It's a very popular area.
He's got a 3.5 in the live well. Robbie Floyd standing right there. Robbie, does that look like bigger than 3.5 to you?
Yeah, he just threw back a 310. So, yeah, he's having a good day so far. And he said something, and you can tell it's making him sick because he wished he would have stayed in this area all day yesterday after seeing what he's done today. He said, I would have given my left leg to have caught these fish that he's having to throw back right now yesterday. But that's the case. Yesterday is out of your mind, Brandon. Right now we're just trying to catch a 4-pounder or better, right? Or 3 3/4? Anything special? What is it about today?
Started out so good. I had a hot morning, and then it just seems like every little stop I just keep catching. So I'm winding the crankbait real slow. You know, I think that has a lot to do with it in practice. I think I might have been moving my crankbait a little too fast. So it's just kind of clicking today.
Hey, keep it up. I don't want to take any of your time out there. And again, you saw earlier, and Davey alluded to it earlier, how he's going off of more of those bluffs and he's gone to more flat stuff. He's just looking for some of this chunk rock off of these points. And we're not far from where we saw Ben Milliken pull up about 45 minutes ago, but I don't hear the cheers for him as we're hearing for Brandon, the few people that are watching from the outside. So a really good day for him on day 2 and keeping himself in the hunt, and he knows it.
So, Robbie, I got a quick question for you. Watching him, it looks like his poles are down, like he's holding on these places, but he's got brakes. He's just using that. He's not actually locking in on the bottom. Is he using those brakes? Because that's something new to a lot of these. There's only like 4 of them on the Elite Series using them, him being one of them. Has he been using those? Can you tell?
Yes, yeah, he has been using those, and I honestly didn't even know what it was because I just saw what it looked like normal power poles down, and he's like, no, he said he's forgotten to bring them up a time or two, but yeah, no, he's using them, helping hold him into spots that I'm having a hard time.
They're called
Tail hooks? Made by Wacky Rigger tail hooks. So yeah, he has been using them throughout.
Exactly.
And, we're doing a commercial for him right now, and it is working, and this guy is up
Ads
near
are
the
working.
top of the Bassmaster Classic. Yeah, as they're working. Let me get out of the way. I don't want to run into his boat.
Thank you, Robbie Floyd.
Oh, yeah. It's time, Tommy. We have not done it all day long. We're going to start out at the bottom of Grand Lake for your Humminbird Unlock the Lake. And there's no way Ben Milliken is in there if Robbie said he's where he was just at. So we are going to slink on up Grand Lake, taking a look at Duck Creek right there. See Lee Livesey and John Cox, who is nestled in like a troll under a bridge. Horse Creek. Pretty much all the action has gone down there today. We've seen that in years past, looking at about 46,500 acres here on Grand Lake. And really, that area around Shangri-La where Tommy Sanders had his wedding reception.
That's right.
Several years back. Really, that's always, every time we've had a Bassmaster Classic, that region of the lake with a lot of the local folks call the mid-region of the lake, a big player. Wolf Creek is our takeoff as it meets the Neosho River. Neosho River and the Elk River. Neosho definitely a lot dirtier, the Elk a lot cleaner. That is your Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Great job, my friend.
Excellent, excellent. Do you know how Monkey Island got its name? When they were, this is true, when they were building the lake, fixing to start impounding it and everything, the people who lived in that area thought that the backside of that Monkey Island, where you can see there, would be also inundated. And they said, we're going to be like those monkeys at the Tulsa Zoo out on that island. They had an actual monkey island at the Tulsa Zoo, and that's why they call it Monkey Island. That's what I was told.
Okay.
All right.
Tell me about that wedding reception.
Oh, it was fantastic.
It was a time, wasn't it?
It was perfect weather, middle of October. I was completely frazzled and ready to get out of town.
Yes. Well, I had a big time at it. I know that.
Oh, well, you were the toast. The people still talk about that rendition of.
I was 4.
The wedding song.
Shad everywhere. I mean, the perfect combination.
Young Jay secured fishing boat docks.
Yeah. Believe that's the first time we've seen him do that ever.
Yes.
Ronnie Moore actually did get us confirmation,
this
guys.
one's like that other dock. It sets up just like.
Let me drop some knowledge. Jason Christie, 5 for just under 14 pound, has him
sets up like it.
Unofficially right around 15th place.
Ooh, okay.
A couple other bass tracks have frozen up, including Ben Milliken's, which died about 10:30 this morning with 2 fish only. So he may come in with way better.
Yep. Things have slowed up a little bit for Hank Cherry
Definitely.
since the sun has been out. That's very surprising. Very surprising.
Still, he finds himself in a pretty good spot at this point in the proceedings on day number 2. Ways back of our leader, Justin Hamner, but no thought of falling a whole lot farther down. Certainly not missing the cut. The cut again is 25. That's our unofficial leaderboard. That's our unofficial top 10 right there. Cody Huff working his way back in there. Brandon Card, who has fished in 6 classics. His 2 highest finishes were both on the Tennessee River. He is a Tennessee native. So we will keep an eye on him. I'm sure Robbie will keep us surprised of what's going on there. Hi there from us inside that cubicle right there. We will be right back to this place in just a moment. I want to hit you real quick with our Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ. That's the Elite Qualifier Series. That's anglers fishing all 9 events. St. Croix Bassmaster opens for this 2024 season. And Evan Kung of Canada is the angler on top of that one right there. Dakota Ebert of Texas. Matt Adams of Alabama. Mike Sermon of Florida. Mike Sermon has been around for a good long time.
Yes. Mike Sermon having a good year.
Yes,
trying to make it to the elite.
How about
Absolutely. Led the Ouachita tournament for one day. The first day.
Did.
Easton Fothergill, another guy having a great year. Qualified for the Classic through the Strike King Bassmaster College Series bracket competition. Andy Newcomb from up there in the Lake of the Ozarks area. Some good, strong anglers there. We've been enjoying our time here in Tulsa. It is always the best possible experience you can have if you're going to put on an event like the Bassmaster Classic, because the Tulsa Sports Commission and all the affiliated folks in charge of everything it takes to put on an event like that are so smart. They're so pro about making this thing look really magnificent and big and memorable, because memorable is what we're looking for. We're setting history and writing history each and every day. So hats off to the Tulsa Sports Commission. Beautiful. Longest shot we've had of the lake right there. Matches up with our graphic a little bit. So look at our 10 anglers.
Boy, you look at that. You see Matt Robertson, Tyler Williams. Quite the surprise to see them not doing what they have done, not only in the last yesterday, but to start off the Elite Series first 2 events. things go their way.
Really to tell you, after the start that Matt Robertson had, take the start away, he got this morning the exact conditions he asked for after the weigh-in last night. He has thrown one bait yesterday, being a swim bait. And I'll tell you what, I will drop the conversation for this. David, can I ask you a favor for the last one?
For the last one?
Would you?
I will. Certainly,
Let's go.
Certainly will do this. Justin Hamner started out with a lead going into this morning. Everybody expected big things from him, including himself. He said, I'm going to catch them. I only fished one little area. I've got lots of places I haven't even gone to yet. So we were all eager to watch him go out this morning. It took him an hour and 45 minutes to put his first keeper in the boat.
Yes.
But once he got it going, it changed up, getting away from those deeper, steep pockets with the bluff edges, getting on this flatter stuff, brush piles. Justin Hamner, you had to be power pole. Replay of the day, catching them in the side in the Bassmaster Classic.
Davey Height, bullseye as always, friendo. Bullseye
Very good.
as
Quite
always.
Good. And Matt Robertson down there in the 30s.
I can't believe that.
I
mean, if he does not get another bite, he's going to miss the cut.
Yeah. He's got time. He's got the time to do it.
The party might start a little earlier.
Yeah.
Not the party we were thinking of.
That's exactly right. That is starting to cave in. All the plans are on fire right now. Yeah. Hey, Big Rig.
You give me a hard time about this, but I was kind of this way all in, but dang, I guarantee you he has not put that big swim bait down.
No, actually, it was during the live mix. He caught his second keeper, which was just a keeper.
Yeah.
He caught it on a jerkbait, instantly caught it on a jerkbait and picked the swim bait back up.
I was going to say that. I bet he didn't throw it long.
But listen, man, you're not in this tournament for points, and you could get on the right main lake point or secondary point and catch 3 on that swim bait, and you are back in third place in this tournament.
No doubt about it.
Yep.
Almost 2 o'clock, but the second flight has till 3:45, and guys like Brian Schmidt, who just caught a 5-pounder.
What? He did? Okay.
Yeah, Brian Schmidt. There's some time left.
Cody Huff maybe back in the area that he caught him in.
Absolutely looks like it. And that's where all of his damage was done. Looks like the area that it was done on day number 1. Not so much this morning.
It's those long ones with that flat in the back. That's the deal.
And Davey, that is confirmed. That is absolutely where he caught them on day 1. About a 5 to 6 foot ditch. A lot of locals did not know how to get back in there. And
took him until 11:32 this morning to get his first fish, but it was a good one.
Josh Wiesner, our nation angler who zeroed yesterday. He's got a nice limit, 14-10 today. Not going to move up any, but it'd probably be a nice consolation for him.
Yeah.
Anybody who knows him.
well, he had a rough day yesterday, didn't he, Suge?
Oh, my.
Oh, boy. I think we're going to wrap this thing up, Tommy.
Well, let's do it. Let's do it. It's still some fishing time left. I want to remind you all of that. We're not done with the fishing. They'll fish on for at least another hour.
Yes.
And the second flight for 45 minutes longer than that. Started out cold and blowing this morning. Raring to go. Took off at 7:15. early on, it looked like bigger fish were starting to come in.
Yes.
They started, they just didn't continue.
They did, but they just didn't continue to come in.
But really, a lot of your leaders that we got to talk to after the day one weigh-in, there were fireworks the last 90 minutes. So some of the anglers behind that man right there, Justin Hamner, they're going to need to do that to stay within reach.
Lee Livesey being one of them,
Yes.
made a major move yesterday, needs to do it again today in the last hour.
Here's the man of the hour, Justin Hamner. Only one other classic that he has participated in, and he finished top 5, 4th place, in fact, in that one. I remember working near the dam down there at Hartwell during that classic. And
he's going to be a handful tomorrow.
Yes, he's going to be a handful.
Davey Height said it after the weigh-in. He's kind of dialed in.
Young
and
man is going to be a handful.
He has proven you a wizard.
10 a.m. coverage begins on FS1 tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And later at noon on Big Fox Network. We will see you first thing in the morning.